What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets, welcome back to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl, brought to you by Trovo.live. You are now in the semifinals of the entire tournament. The journey is finally coming to a conclusion, almost. And today, we're going to go ahead and decide the 3rd place, as well as the grand finalists for tomorrow. And it will be a really exciting format. The first game ban pick is already underway. Before we get started, make sure that you head to Trovo.live right now so you can warm up your seat and get ready for the giveaway. Today we're going to draw 5,000 Wild Core giveaway for our lucky winner. So head to Trovo and share the stream. The more you share the stream, the more likely you can win the giveaway. So without further ado, I'm going to quickly send it over to our sexy, beautiful, handsome caster's desk.
Oh yes, thank you so much, Dave, for that really nice introduction, and I'm sure that everyone is so hyped about this day. We are about to conclude the very first part of this Asia Brawl tournament, and yes, I'm Kaysaya. With me is Maxman. Maxman, how are you doing so far today?
Hey, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for the introduction. And indeed, today is going to be the day we've been looking forward to for quite a time. We're not yet on the tippity top of the mountain. We're still only halfway up, baby. And we are going to see exactly what is going to be on the menu for us today. Of course, Next Play Esports versus 16-Bit Gear is going to be the first matchup today, with a ban on Akali and also Lulu, despite Lulu getting a little bit of a hotfix nerf just in the past 24 hours. Is now Camille first pickup, but though unfortunately that allows a lot of counter picks to come through in play. But with also the specific ban and also the drafting phase of this event, that means that if they pick a counter pick against this Camille, they will not go for it anymore, which means potentially here Malphite would be a good choice to deal specifically for the Camille. But I'm intrigued to see what they will try to play around to go up against that Camille, as Olaf will be picked up. And Olaf, Kasai, I mean, you've been casting yesterday and I think you've seen a bunch of Olaf around the board. Olaf is pretty busted, god damn it.
Yes, for sure. I mean, even during the very start of Wild Rift Asia Brawl, we've been seeing him from here and there in the Baron lane and sometimes even in the jungle. So, but we'll see about that. And you mentioned about something about Lulu a while ago, the hot fix made to her. So, can you just share? Because personally, me, I wasn't able to read that as of yet. But can you just share for our viewers what were the changes for this Lulu? Because, you know, just even a few changes in a particular ability of a champion can affect something in a game. Although we can see her in the ban, but it's going to be very useful for us to, you know, see how things will change in the matches for today.
I do understand why a lot of people do not know about it, because they actually only posted it on Twitter. Like, it's actually something you can't find too easily. But actually, we do have a hot fix that did happen for 2 characters in particular. it was actually Lulu and Oriana. Both their ultimates have increased cooldown now, 15 seconds on level 1, 10 seconds on level 2, and 5 seconds on level 3. So it makes it just a little bit harder, especially in the early game stage, for the likes of Lulu and also for the likes of Oriana to really pull through and spam that ultimate that is really drastic to their entire kit. So a little bit of a nerf that makes them a little bit less reliable, but no, a 15-second cooldown reduction on level 1 is still not going to change your life all that heavily. But anyways, for the side of next play, you got the Camille with the first pick. That's going to be followed up afterwards with the Graves and also with a Brawl. So overall, pretty good, pretty strong comp. Their dive potential, especially followed up behind the Camille, is going to be rather strong. But to deal with that counter up, they're going to go with the also Oriana that I mentioned did get nerfed a little bit. But what I love also here is going to be that Alistar. I'm a one-trick Alistar myself, in case you guys do not know. I love Alistar. I like being a big, beefy, tanky boy in the front line and soaking up all the damage for my team. But overall, also, Alistar is really good because with the headbutt, you can negate the ultimate of the Camille and push her away off the likes of Miss Fortune or the Oriana, whichever character she decides to dive. This is going to be a great pickup to deal in the later stages up against the Camille to make sure she can't have as much of an impact as she might expect.
Kind of a similar strategy I'm seeing at the comps, the draft that these two teams are trying to pull off right now. Both of them seemingly would want to go for the team fight kind of composition, and at the same time, they got good zoners, you know. This Aurelion Sol can definitely zone out their opponents, and at the same time, that's something the Oriana can do as well. So it's gonna be an exciting match for today, but next play, or rather 16-bit gear, will still have yet to complete their lineup. So we'll see about that. But for you so far, do you see an upper advantage so far in the picks that we are seeing? I can see a 50-50 on this one. How about you, Maxman?
It's actually really close. I fully agree with you on that one, Kasai. I mean, I'm intrigued to see what's going to be the final pick on the other side. Fiora, apparently they might go for that one, which, you know what, I don't have too much of an issue with. That Riot Post could be a really, really good I like ability to try and use and play around, especially with the ultimate onto the duel would be an interesting one also. But I think these are pretty damn close drafts overall. I think we're also going to be heavily relying around the Aurelion Sol, seeing how much can roam around from that mid lane position. I think that if he brings a lot to the table in the early to mid game stage, I do believe next play can get a really good early game edge. But especially the Olaf, that's going to be just really, really popping off. Like early game, you can't lose a 1v1 with Olaf. It's almost impossible if you lose a 1v1 against Olaf. You might have to check your ping or something. You might have a few issues. But overall, also the Alistar pickup into the Camille is strong. So if I had to really give the edge, I would have to give it to 16-bit gear, just barely. But now that Jax has been picked up too, like they're trying to get a little bit of their own dive potential. So Olaf and Jax together, followed up with the Alistar, can actually be really strong as long as it's executed properly.
Well, yeah, for sure. A while ago, we just saw how 16-bit gear tried to flex the Olaf into the jungle and maybe putting Jax in the Baron lane, and they're actually even thinking about picking up a Fiora for that one, because we've seen yesterday a lot of good plays between the Fiora as well as the Camille, especially if you want to go for the split push strategy. But seems like 16-bit gear in here decided to just go full on 5v5, or able to go for that 5v5 clash potential against Next Play Esports. They don't really want to miss one out. Like, okay, if they're going to be adding up a Fiora, then they're going to be forced to just have the Fiora, maybe split push and not join the team fight, and they might be lacking that one despite having a beefy frontliner in a form of this Alistar. But yeah, we've completed the draft so far. 50-50 for me, I'd rather say. We have Maxman choosing 16-bit gears lineup just a little bit, but yeah, I think it will just boil down on the strategy. It will just boil down on the execution that they're gonna be pulling off in this one. But just a little bit of trivia for our viewers. So 16-bit gear already defeated Next Play Esports on a 3-1 score in the last Trovo tournament, the $500 tournament. That was 3-1, and that tells us something, the capability of 16-bit gear. But you know, changes happened. There were some patch hot fixes and everything, so we'll see if this time maybe Next Play Esports will be able to make a comeback, or maybe 16-bit gear will still show their dominance up against Next Play.
I mean, not only did they also win the last invitational event, by the way, but also, like, they've been running the gauntlet in the loser bracket. Like, they lost the first game they played. They were playing up against, I believe it was Omega Esports. I have yet to actually cast Omega Esports. I really want to see how they play, potentially. But 16-bit, like, lost 2-0, like, really dominant. And then, like, they played against Liab 2-1. They played also versus Sengoku Gaming. They took it 2-0. Like, they took down 2 teams out of the loser bracket, like Liab and Sengoku Gaming. That really goes to show how strong this team potentially can be. Some people thought they fell out like a little bit out of relevancy because they were just losing so early on against the likes of Omega Esports, but I think that really that was just a one-off. They are now doing the entire gauntlet, and if they win today, they got 3 games won back to back to back in the loser bracket, just barely clinging onto this event. And if they make it, they're going to be in the loser bracket finals to try and make their way back into the winner bracket in the grand finals of the event. So if one team can do it, it must of course be 16-bit gear.
Yeah, I'm so excited about this one. And also 16-bit gear did manage to group up with Sengoku Gaming as well as Omega Esports during the open qualifiers, or rather to be in the same group in the open qualifiers with these 2 teams that for Sengoku Gaming, they just beat up yesterday, and potentially they might be able to meet up for later Omega Esports. And yes, we're gonna be loading into the game anytime soon. Do remember that whoever loses this best of 5 round will have to say goodbye to the tournament already, and whoever wins will have to meet again or have the best of 5 matchup against whoever will be the loser between Omega Esports versus Chikaimuk.
I mean, it would be great, especially. I know I'm talking a lot about 16-bit esports, but I think like they deserve all the talk in the world for here. Overall, also, they would make like a little bit of history for himself in the start of the competitive scene of the likes of Wildrift. The reason why, if they win 2 big events like this back to back, like that would be really, really big stuff. But they're going against not any small feat team. No, they're going to get going up against one of the best teams in this event's Next Play Esports. They won versus Bigatron. They took them out of the event actually, and they did struggle, unfortunately, in their own plays versus Omega Esports. So Omega Esports also intrigued to see if potentially 16-bit or Next Play can get vengeance on them later on in the event, which I think is bound to happen eventually. But we'll be seeing. And anyways, let's go into game number 1 of the day. It is a BO5, in case you guys were wondering. BO5 game every single game today, so it's going to be some pretty long broadcasts. And of course, as Dave likes to get it, we're going to get some awesome content out there for you guys at home. And we'll see how things are going to be rolling out. Oh, I got these effects. We're going for it. This is high production value here.
Wow, that was something else. So here we go. We take a look at the plan. I think I kind of saw this. I can't remember this strategy from yesterday when they tried to group up as 4 or 5 in a particular area of a map to either go do some invade or just play defensively. So far we're not seeing any invade coming up from both sides, and this is what you usually would want to do if you don't really want to go for that risky plays. But yeah, what do you say about the matchup that we have so far in the bot side?
I mean, in the bot side, of course, you're going to be looking at a Brawl and Jin. I'm not too much of a fan of that combo. Reason why, you are looking for the Frostbite, the passive also coming out from the Brawl to hit that stun and extra burst damage. Jin, purely based off his natural slow attack speed pacing, makes it a little bit hard to actually hit that stun, so sometimes you might just be a little bit short, so I don't think it works that great, but the later game you hit, the better you're going to be. But we're going to be seeing now a little bit of a jungle invade here, Kasai, for the blue buff.
Yes, and that's quite an advantage as well with the Jin fast clearing of minion waves. But for the meantime, you can see the Pulverize connecting. I did see that this might connect just well onto the blue buff of the red side. In here, we can see a very low Olaf as well, sending back the jungler of Team 16-bit gear back to their Nexus. And that's something looking bad. Yes, no one died, but again, every second counts. So the moment that you have to go back to the base, you're going to be missing a thing or 2 in your own jungle camp, just like even this neutral objective, the Scuttler in the middle lane, and seems like 16-bit gear is going to be losing 2 on both sides.
And Joshi actually got himself the blue there, so he's got red and blue, so that's going to give him a little bit of a nice early game lead, so that's going to be great for him to try and get nicely and ahead. and he's going to get his own blue too, so he should be in a pretty good spot. But also, like, to continue talking about that bot lane, so I just talked about the Jhin and the Brawl, and also you got yourself your Alistar and your Miss Fortune combo here, which when you think about it, especially when they hit level 5, that's a really, really strong power. Reason why the bullet time coming out from the Miss Fortune combo is really good with the Alistar. He's able to enable movement from his enemies for a few seconds, and that allows the entire run of the bullet time to hit, but that means he needs to initiate with that really early on, because Brawl counters Miss Fortune. With that shield, he can soak up the entire damage coming out from that bullet time. So as long as Brawl is part of the party, the ultimate of Miss Fortune is going to be almost basically useless here.
Now, we'll see about that, though. Still not discounting what Team 16-Bit Gear can do, since, you know, we can see the total goal that both of the teams currently have right now. I think, like, we might be waiting in here for the first clash to be happening in the Dragon Pit. So everyone's just taking their time, you know, let's just chill for the meantime. Anyway, this is going to be a best-of-5 match, and we can see basically, we're going to be able to test the flexibility of each of the players in making use of different champions. So, I don't know. Which champion are you excited to see that we're not seeing a lot in here at the Wild Rift Asia Brawl? I'm just curious.
I mean, normally I would go with Alistar because I said it. I'm an Alistar main, but like it is a pretty common character, so I don't think it would be fair for me to say Alistar just because I play Alistar. I think that would not be fair for them. But I think that especially here, I'm going to be happy to see Graves. Graves does get played a fair decent bit, but like there are a lot more popular junglers, like the likes of, for example, Shyvana and Olaf too, that get played quite a fair bit. So I think it's nice to see Graves getting picked up here. And I'm intrigued to see how these going to try and play around it. But you got 3-man in the bush, in the bot lane. They're waiting. They're all level 5 or above. That means all the ultimates are currently available. Jeshy's going to go for the push there. But unfortunately, they are just going to be peeling away from that fight back to the safety of their turret, as the Drake is just about to pop up.
And on the top side as well, we just saw that Olaf tried to sneak in the bush on the edge of the top side, but kind of failed to do so. Kind of went to rotate on the tri-bush, but that did not happen as well. We can see the next play also securing that first mountain Drake of the game without any, you know, contest coming out from 16-Bit Gear as well. But we continue on the top side. Oh, well, yeah, Ryzen, he knows when to play safe.
Yeah, he's going to be taking it really slow in the early stage, but I just really want to break down also that last play that just happened, how they took the Drake so easily without getting contested away by the enemy jungler that is the Olaf. Reason for that is Graves actually initially put some vision on the enemy Raptors, and that allowed him to actually know exactly when he was going to be on the red side of the jungle. And when that actually happened, they were like, okay, we can just go for a nice position bot lane. If we can get a gank, that is good. But that means if we wanted to take the Drake, we would have to take a 3v2 fight. We would have the advantage. Or we win Drake, or we win a 3v2 fight. It was a win-win scenario purely based off the information that was given in the top side. But though Jax will get engaged upon by a 3-man crew, and he will flash through the wall to make it back to his turret. He will be safe. Oh, I'm talking too soon here. Oh, no, he's getting dive kicked, Sire.
Oh, yes, indeed. He should have not come back from that one. I thought he'd already be safe under the turret in here up top. But then again, he tried to just check the bush once more, getting punished for doing that. So, but for the meantime, we can see in here who's going to get the first turret. It definitely is going to be Next Play Esports, and seemingly we can see the strategy, you know, very familiar to what we've been seeing from yesterday. They will try to push up until the second turn of the game, but for the meantime on the bot side we can see a 3v2 ongoing as of the moment. Jhin having a hard time trying to deal or connect the damage against the target on the side of 16-Bit Gear, and this is what you have mentioned a while ago. Slow, the DPS is not really present on the Jhin. That's why, okay, maybe if this is a different ADC that we have in the bot side, then maybe he's able to punish those who have been invading him. But not to worry though, because Next Play Esports did manage to push 2 turrets up top where the next objective will be.
Yeah, as I was just about to say that, actually, like, they were able to get 2 turrets, only for losing the Aurelion Sol, and the Aurelion Sol sending an entire galaxy of CC potentially in, and unfortunately a little bit too slow, will not be able to connect it on the Miss Fortune or the Alistar whatsoever. But like, this is still such a big win. The map control is present, but where we need to see a little bit more control and presence from both of these teams in the mid lane. Mid lane turret, especially the first turret, gives you so much good control presence and availability to actually just roam in the enemy jungle and not get punished too heavily if the fight goes sour. So I think that here I would like to see a little bit more commitment to that position. And picking up Herald right now, we're just 7 minutes into the game, like picking up that Herald to potentially commit to a mid lane push would be a great way to do so, which is what I'm hoping to see at least. As now though, we're having a little bit of regroupment. Unfortunately, Jax is not going to be part of that fight as the engage happens.
Yes, here we go with Hexic Ultimatum connecting onto the members of 16-bit gear, and they're committing all the way onto this team fight. Tong super low on HP, but flexing on the side is that Misfortune. But for the meantime as well, we can see that win on the fight by Team Next Play. They're gonna go for the push in the middle lane, and at the same time, they're gonna be able to punish Misfortune, who flanked on this side. Yes, Jax maybe will be able to manage some minion waves push up top, but I think what matters most are the minion waves, or rather the turrets losing here in the mid. My goodness, I mean, I think that was like about 2 to 3 minutes when 16-bit gear lost a total of 4 turrets.
I mean, I'm just so happy how Next Play really played this. Like, they played that Herald push so damn well. They knew that, like, okay, now we got good control in the side lanes, on the top lane especially. We want to take more control in the mid lane. But we're going to have a little bit of a 1v1 happening actually in that top lane position. And Camille is dominating that fight as the 1v1 is going to get a little bit closer. The CC's coming on through. Nice ultimate to dodge the CC. And Camille picks up the frag, and she runs away with an extra frag. That was so well played by the side of Arisen.
Yes, for sure. You can see the gold lead now getting even more obvious on the side of Team Next Play. On the bot side, we can see members clumping up together to take this dragon, and for sure 16-bit gear knows that this is something they can no longer contest. I mean, they are down by the numbers. They are they're getting engaged as well. Oh, forced to flash is also TP on, as well as Tong just gonna go back. They know they can't do anything. Now, this is the moment in time where in Next Play Esports will just have to make sure that they keep the pressure on. Because for as long as they are able to do that, but hold a thought, in the middle lane, we can see look at the damage coming up from Joshi. And then he made use of the collateral damage, failing to kill the Misfortune, but that was fine. I mean, Misfortune was super low. Needs to head back onto the base, and again, still the pressure is on. They're not even done in the bot side as well. As they continue doing so, they might I thought they're gonna be losing the inhibitor turret up top, but no, they just keep this pressure coming on, because you can see the next objective coming up in just a matter of few seconds. 19 seconds in the clock. We'll see how this will go.
I mean, 60-bit, how can they come back from this? I mean, 16-bit, they're going to try and take that fight currently with the Camille in the mid lane, but she might be escaping here, but the dive happened once again.
Oh my goodness, they are trying to shut down the Camille, and they quite overextended this time. I can feel like 16-bit gear is already going to get punished for doing that, so because the backup is just way too fast coming up from the side of Next Play. Next Play, though, to be fair, they're getting a lot of pokes coming in from the side of Team 16-bit gear. Comes to tell us that maybe the damage is already here. We can see the death cap was also already available on the Orianna. They, without any doubt, they started the Baron with the members of 16-bit gear even present here on the side. So for the meantime, we talk about this Jax doing as side lane work, a split push work on each side. So a while ago, we've seen him trying to go for the split push work on the top side, now here in the bot side. But I think it's kind of failing. It's seemingly not really working out, and now he's gonna get punished again for doing so. What is the disadvantage of these Jax doing this side lane work for the team?
I mean, we've been seeing this happen really heavily. The reason why it's not working so far is every single time that he's going to go for split push. He did it early on the top side, and he just did it right now on the bottom side. Every single time he decided to go and commit to a split push, then you see Next Player just like, well, that's a really easy Drake, or that's a really easy Herald, or that's a really easy Baron. Every single time they were able to secure a global jungle objective, that is because the Jax was split pushing, and that is exactly how you punish a composition that's relying around split pushing. You just make objectives on the other side of the map, and you just push it as a 5-man team, because Jax can't outdo what 5-man team can do. And no, though, gonna have a bot lane fight happen currently, but Jax, once again, just getting absolutely bullied out of the lobby.
My, oh my, we got a curtain call done by the Jin. Gonna be hitting just few, not gonna be hitting all, but just fine to shove the members of 16-bit gear back to their base. You can see on Hexic ultimatum up on top as well, but it is a 3v1 situation. Ryzen will be making use of his GA. Will he be able to survive? One turret down again, inhibitor turret in the middle lane, and here. Oh! What? He did survive! What was that? Oh, thanks to the backup, of course, of Aurelia's soul. Oh man, is this gonna be it anytime soon? No, they're gonna be resetting. At least they have taken down almost, well, 2 of the inhibitor turrets of 16-bit gear.
Oh my god, Brawl, the Glacial Fissure, that was so well played, and she barely survived on the slither of HP. That was the play of the game, ladies and gentlemen. So well executed all around. That's what you call some team trust, baby. Let's freaking get it. The Brawl did go down eventually, so you know what? I play support too. I get it. Sometimes you gotta die to keep your allies alive. I get it. It feels bad, man, but at least you can feel proud of keeping that Camille alive, because she has been popping off this game so far. Currently with a 2-0 to 3 KDA, so she is in a really good spot. But once again, another Drake. Reason why Jax is pushing in the top side. They're not present. They can't do anything. And this is just next play abusing the strategy of the split push. And I saw it earlier, you know? We saw the draft. Then we saw them pick up the Jackson chat in Trovo, especially Trovo.live/AssassinDave, by the way. If you are not there, go check it out. They were like, well, of course, that's going to make it super easy for us, and they're going to pick it up every single time. And they knew that they were going to go for the split push, but great 3-man knock-up from the Alistar.
Yes, for sure. Pulverize connecting just perfectly on the target of Next Play Esports. But then again, this is something the Alistar cannot soak in. The damage is just way too much. TP on is trying to get a kill. Yes, he will kill the Braum. But then again, the damage dealers, the carries are still all alive on the side of Next Play. Now, it is just an Oriana gonna go for a Hail Mary defense. I'm not too sure if he'll be able to defend this one, as he is actually forced to flash away back to the fountain. And is this gonna be it anytime soon? I think so, because well, the flow of minion waves are quite good in here, but no, they're gonna be resetting, as I can see Jax as well as the Misfortune is about to go back alive. So they're gonna be respecting that one up, but at least you can see the Nexus is already wide open.
I think this is actually a really, really good play from Next Play to not go for the finish, because they were taking a really big risk of potentially losing 2 players, and Baron is currently spawned. So if they allow that fight to go south and lose it, that'll mean it will be a 3v5 for the next encounter, and that'll make things really hard when Baron is here, because Baron can indeed allow some comebacks to happen from time to time. Although Olaf a little bit too deep at the start of that fight.
Yes, I mean, he got face jacked in here by the members of Next Play Esports. Bullet Time's gonna be connecting onto some members of Team Next Play, but look at the base! Look at the Nexus! Is this an Horizon play right now? The Camille will just wanna end the game, and this is gonna be super frustrating for Team 16-bit. My, oh my, why did you left the Camille alone?
Backdoor. If it was going to end one way, it was going to end just like that. It was like, also the reason that she got the shield there, if she did not have the shield, that could have actually allowed the Camille to die, and that would have been a win from 16-bit, because Baron was still spawned. That was a huge, huge risk to take for the side of Next Play, but still Horizon able to snatch away the victory, barely but surely. 2-1 to 5. He's been popping off that game for sure in terms of map presence, and that's 1-0 so far in the favor of Next Play. But guys, it's okay. We've got a lot more games to happen. It is a BO5 series. The Next Play really showing that here, their macro, their shot calling is just so high up there. They are truly, truly next level.
Way to start for Next Play Esports. You can see a lot of damage coming out from the Aurelian Soul. So, I mean, the stars is just way too much. You can see just, you know, you just pop it off, and then it's AoE damage, man. It can just zone out the members of 16-bit gear. But looking at the graph, you know, it started cool in the first few seconds. It was on the side of 16, but doesn't even matter anymore, because we saw the successful invade happen from the side of Next Play Esports. That's why it's all blue. It's just trending up, and yeah, it's just perfectly well executed. I think what worked so well from the side of Next Play Esports was that how they actually started. You know, okay, the Jin is just gonna go for that fast clear, shove clear of minion wave, and then let's go for that assist on Joshi going for the invade on the blue buff. And again, sending your Olaf back to the base. Yes, that's just a few seconds. He has to go for that reset and, just go back in the jungle again. That would definitely matter. And yes, he tried TP on, or Olaf tried to go for a gank on the top side to shot the Camille early on. It also failed. So I think that's a lot of time wasted.
I just hope that they're not going to go for like just a one-hit wonder kind of strategy. Like here, their strategy was reliant heavily for the side of 16-bit to hit those split push positions. And even then, like they were a comp that normally, well, not a comp, like mainly around Jax, but they were trying to get those split pushes and get those towers. They only got 2 tower throughout the entire game. They were surprised me, so it did not work out, but they cannot play Jax anymore. So at least, hopefully, we're not going to see just heavily focused split push kind of fights anymore.
And yeah, by the way, that's the first time Jax got picked here in the tournament. So let's go back to the analyst desk. Let's go and ask Dave what he thinks about this match.
Oh,
my friend,
muted,
you're
my friend.
muted.
Muted. Oh,
I'm back. Sorry about that. I was just about to say that. Sorry about the mic mute. I expected the perfect that performance from NXP, but what I didn't expect is the performance from 16-bit gear. I thought they're gonna play a lot more to their level, but this game it's just obviously you can see that next play just was a lot clearer in their strategy. 16-bit they have kind of like engaged. They have a team fight comp except for the Jax. Jax gonna split push. I think that pick was just mainly to so that Jax can deal with Camille, a split push silent. But then the rest of their comps, they're not bad in team fight, but they just never took one, right? They gave all the objectives away. If you're gonna do that, then why are you picking heroes that is so good in team fight early on, like the Alistar and then Misfortune combo? We've never seen that being used. The Orianna with Alistar combo, right? The ball onto the Alistar engage and then big Orianna all on top of it. Anyways, hopefully next game we're gonna see something different from 16-bit gear, because this is semifinals. If you lose, you will be eliminated. If you win, you proceed to the winners, to the final of the loser bracket, which is going to be really, really exciting. Before we're cutting into the short 2-minute break here, ladies and gentlemen, we do want to do a big shout out for the Wild Rift competitive, for the Wild Rift Asia Brawl sponsors Trovo.live. Trovo is the only place that you need to go for the Wild Rift events in the future. They're hosting a bunch of events and tournaments for League of Legends Wild Rift, including this one you're watching. We're doing a 30,000 Wild Core giveaway throughout the entire playoff stage, including 5,000 Wild Core today. In fact, right after this match, we're going to draw 2 winners right off the bat. So if you're watching the stream right now, make sure to use the link in the chat to head to Trovo.live. Warm up your seats, share the stream, increase your chances of winning the giveaway. That's right. That's correct. And big shout out to the Wild Rift competitive teams. Wild Rift competitive teams is the central place for all things competitive for Wild Rift. No matter you're looking for a team, a player, a scrimmage, doesn't matter what you're looking for, competitive related for Wild Rift, head to their social media links in the description and you will find your question answered. And at the same time, make sure to follow our sexy, handsome casters, Kasaya and Maxman. I'll make sure it's respectively, yeah. Make sure to follow them on their social media links in the chat right now, so you can follow their future events. Last but not the least, all the past games for Wild Rift Asia Brawl being archived right now in the AssassinDave YouTube channel under the Wild Rift Asia Brawl playlist. So go to that playlist. If there's any game you want to refer to, all the games are archived over there, including live stream. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and take a short 2-minute break, and we'll come back for the second match between 16-bit gear and Next Play Esports. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl semifinals. We're now in the semifinal of the loser bracket. The winner will proceed to the grand final of the loser bracket, taking against the loser of the winner bracket final. So it's going to be a really exciting day. All best of 5s. The second game is already underway. If you're watching the stream right now, make sure to head to trovo.live. Again, what might proceed. Get ready for the giveaway after this match. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and send it to the caster's desk for the second game between Next Play Esports and 16-Bit Gear.
Thank you so much, Dave, for that introduction. And yes, we are back in here for round 2, for the round 2 match between 16-Bit Gear versus Next Play Esports. I'm Kaysaya. With me is Maxman. And Maxman, look at this one. We can see the champions that got banned a while ago, Akali and Lulu. What is up with these two champions right now in the current meta?
I mean, just Akali overall is just such a strong champion. Like, she was just already really strong when the game came out for me, in Europe at least, and then they buffed her on top of that. It was like, that's kind of unnecessary, but she's still really good at the game right now. So I think the Akali, especially with the follow-up potential dive of the Lee Sin, they can combo it pretty damn good to dive on squishy targets. And talking about squishy targets, Corki is going to get picked up by 16-Bit Gear. Corki has been, you know, really heavily buffed up, especially for his late game stages of the most recent patch. So he's going to be really strong. But I'm seeing Lulu here, and I'm thinking, what are they going to combo that Lulu with? Is it going to be also potentially a Corki Lulu in the lane, which I don't think inherently combo well all that good? Like, you still got Kai'Sa available, you still got yourself also Jinx, and those are like a way better combo to pair it with the Lulu in that Drake lane position. So I'm intrigued to see how that Lulu is going to be working out and with what kind of character they're going to pair it up. But on the other side though, Miss Fortune and also Alistar is going to get picked up. But when you look at it, 16-Bit Gear can still pick up Brawl, but unfortunately because Lulu's there, Brawl is not going to be a viable option for them.
Yeah, it might be a Corki after all if they're gonna be putting that Zed in the mid. So I was thinking that okay, should have instead utilized making use of that really nice combo we've seen from yesterday, like that Lulu Jinx combo and something else like Lulu Kai'Sa as well. But yeah, we'll see. Seems like 16-Bit Gear has something else in mind on this one. But I'm quite scared about what their composition can do. Seems like they're lacking a little bit of CC in here. They might just be relying on the CC or the set that this Darius can do, or maybe even the Vi if they lock this one out. But yeah, I mean, I think overall, I'm not too sure if they have the capacity, basing on their composition, to give that much needed protection for the Corki. Yes, Corki deals a lot of damage, but you know, you definitely will also need some sort of protection for this one.
I mean, already, like, inherently, Corki is a very slippy counter character, and also you do have a little bit of healing that's gifted to you by that Lulu. But I think that overall, like, we've seen the dive potential of like an Akali, you've got also a Fiora, you've got Alistar, and also Lee Sin. Like, they're going to be chasing down this Corki really heavily. And also, this is the first time I see a bottom lane combo of like Lulu Corki. So I'm really intrigued to see how that synergy is going to work out. I think that there were better options at hand than a Corki, but Corki, as I said, has got a great late game scaling. So I'm intrigued to see because their peeling is not all that great. But once again, you're going to be seeing the side of Next Play giving back their own medicine over to 16-bit gear. They were playing against the Alistar and Miss Fortune combo. Here's going to be picked up for the side of Next Play. So let's see if they can execute it a little bit better than 16-bit gear than what happened in that first game.
Yes, for sure. We'll see about that. I'm going to be, well, since I mentioned something about not really being happy about the combo between that Lulu and Corki, then maybe I'm just gonna give my prediction. Oh, okay. There's the lobby invite. Wow, I got invited first. Okay.
Oh,
well,
here
we go. So I think I'm more relying to the composition of the X-Play Esports in this one. I mean, the engage potential is both the engage potential on maybe a 4v5 or even a 5v5 fight is present, and at the same time they have the capacity to go for a split push work. It's something that, well, not to discount on what is in here in the side of 16-bit gear, because definitely the Z can do that as well, and at the same time, maybe even if they caught that misfortune off guard, it's something that they can peel off from the team fights as well. So I think, again, both of the teams, they are doing good in drafting. It will now just boil down onto how they're going to be executing their play, because from a while ago, both didn't really initially started with an invade. I mean, it was kind of late for a few seconds or maybe even just 1 minute before they even tried to, okay, we're sure that Olaf isn't done with the blue buff as yet. So let's go after that guy and just make sure you shove your minion waves in the mid as well as in the bot, and then let's go for it. Let's see if that's something that will happen again. But if 16-bit gear is not able to prepare themselves for that kind of play from Next Play again, then they have to, you know, just re-strategize. Yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree on that one. I also want to touch upon the vision game. I want to see way, and I mean way better vision coming out from the side of 16-bit gear. Like, the vision play coming out from Next Play Esports on that first game allowed them to get the very first Drake of the game and know exactly how and when the jungle might be appearing in respective lanes. So I think that here 16-bit, if they want to try and go for some nice, profound and also pretty deep vision game into the enemy jungle, I think that could inherently help them out a really big amount, because I think that they were lacking vision pretty heavily. I don't know if you agree with me on that one, Kasaya, but they had very little vision around the map that made it very hard for them to like roam around and know exactly what they were dealing with, because most of the time they'll be pushing out of their first turrets. They'll be basically moving in the straight up darkness.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, vision is so important, especially when you are able to track your opponent's jungler, because you right after you draft, you just think about, okay, is this something we can invade? Like, okay, I'm the jungler. Are we able to like 1v1 this opponent's jungler? If not, that's fine. But do you plan to invade? For as long as maybe you're gonna be joining me, we go 4-man or 3-man on the invade, then I'm gonna be fine. We will be able to shut down their jungler early on. So we'll see how this will go this time. This is gonna be a Vi versus a Lee Sin. Usually if we talk about chase, both of these champions can do so, but more mobility, of course, on the side of Lee Sin, and at the same time displacing an opponent. So let's see how this will go. Yeah, gonna be very interesting to see how the Corki as well as the Lulu combo will do in the Dragon Lane.
I mean, Corki, when you think about it, Corki does have a gap closing ability, does have that dash. If he wants to go in like deep into the 2v2 matchup and then try and get the wild growth coming out from the Lulu, that could be the combo potentially I'm thinking of. But like doing all of that just for an extra knockup, knowing that also Corki is a pretty damn squishy character. He mainly plays based around his mobility. I think that's a little bit interesting. But also, you're going to be seeing some really early vision, clearing coming on through. Next Play, they had good vision last game. I mentioned that earlier, so they're both going to clear it out early because the vision game was so strong early game for game one that they had to make sure that was just not going to happen twice in a row. So already really good response from 16-bit, just purely on the basis that they got the sweeper instead of just getting the nice wards up for the Vice. So I think that's already a pretty big win in my books. I'm intrigued to see now what they're going to do over the lack of information spread the way of next play, as the top lane is already taken a little bit of a beating there, as Akali is just getting bullied under tower. I'm calling the police, like, that should not be happening.
Yeah, he's under turret, gonna be making use of the honey fruit as well. But you were talking about vision. Let's go back to that one. You can see that the members of Next Play Esports from a while ago did actually start with the sweeping lens, and they actually managed to just remove all of the wards that was placed along the riverbed by 16-bit gear. And now Next Play Esports has an information in here. Okay, Vi is now on the blue side. Let's go. I don't know if they're gonna plan for an invade. You can see this is a very low Zed in the middle lane as well. And just like that, Sonic Wave will connect. And TP actually missed that buff. Forced to back away. And yeah, fortunately enough, he has the ability to do so. And do you get what I mean? I mean, the vision is so important. Where's the jungler? Can we punish him? Make sure that you punish their mid laner as well, so that Fiora, you can also back me up in there. And that's what happened.
I just want to mention
Joe,
something.
sorry.
Oh, there you go. Actually, a kill there. Darius picks up the Akali. I'm not too surprised. I want to mention this too. Why the hell is Fiora mid? Why is Fiora in the mid lane right now? Why is Akali in the top side playing against Darius in a 1v1? Like, Fiora would have a way easier potential time to go up against Darius than an Akali would, as she's unfortunately extremely squishy. So yeah, this is really interesting to me. Also, I don't think that inherently Fiora does extremely good into Zed itself, so I'm intrigued what the decision making is in that one. But I'm seeing in the bot lane, Lee Sin is going to be clearing up that camp. I thought Alistar might go for dive eventually, but no. But like, what I would love to know, Kasai, what do you think of this Fiora mid position? This is an interesting decision to go with.
Yeah, actually. I think they're just trying to go for the risky strategy right now, which will later on be very much useful. Especially when trying to peel off that Corki on the side of 16-bit gear. Definitely the Fiora can do something about it, as well as the Akali. So, yeah, it's going kind of questionable as of the moment, but maybe what Next Play Esports has something in their mind is the one that will be useful in the long run. Sometime in the mid lane as well in the late game too. So yeah, you can see in the middle lane though, his image is also getting poked down so hard by the Zed. Actually, both of them will have to teleport back to the Nexus to reset.
I mean, just even the simple fact that she went for Shield instead of an Ignite makes me also think that she was prepared to go in that matchup versus a Zed, because Shield makes it a little bit easier to soak up the damage from the Zed itself. So I think overall they definitely had this mindset, like, and this game out, like, planned out when they were in the draft phase. So I think that it's not just a last-second decision. They were definitely trying to play around these strengths. So I'm intrigued to see how next player are going to make this potentially try and work for themselves. I'm going to be checking down the bottom side of the map. So Corki, Lulu, not doing too much just yet. But like, the thing is also their poking potential is pretty big for the early game stage. But also now Alistar is ready to try and go for the engage. The headbutt knock-up combo is going to be coming on through. Nice pulverize, going to get the engage. But
Lulu might gonna get stunned. That tongue is and needs to back away a little bit. A really low support. That will be missing out the chance to even contest this Drake. But Vi roaming around in here. I wonder if he's gonna go for a Hail Mary. Right? Try to go. Oh, unfortunately, no, that wasn't really successful. So yeah, anyway, regardless, you can still see that 16-bit gear is ahead in terms of gold. What actually happened in the map that allowed them to be ahead by some digits in here?
I mean, mainly is that first blood, right? The gold from the first blood they were able to get, that's mainly the only reason why they're heading gold currently. Otherwise, it's not all that significant. 1,000 gold in like 4 to 5 minutes is not all that big. It's easily comebackable if they get just an extra few plates on turrets, or if they just get a nice little bit of an invade and pick up an extra few jungle camps. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see that happen. But once again, the vision game was really strong from next player. Now they're on the side of the map where they get direct access to the dragon pit, so now they don't really have to go around all these, like, this terrain and make it unfortunate. But oh no, they're setting up a trap for TP on.
Yes, indeed. And here we go, 3-man gank onto that Vi. You're missing your jungler this time, and maybe there's a little bit of pressure that might be coming in here up against the Corki as well as the Lulu, because they are man down in here. But Joshi just chose to go back to the farm. Okay, get more gold and just be prepared on the next objective that is about to come up, which is the Rift Herald up top. 30 seconds from now, it's gonna go up. anytime soon, and we can maybe tell that Joshi is gonna go for a reset right after this red buff.
Man, we just had so much happening in the past like 30 to 45 seconds on the map. So of course we're going to see the Baron lane matchup that actually went down to the Drake lane. So that's Fiora and Darius to both switch down. Comparing to that, also the Drake lane went to the Baron lane position, mainly to try and get and win priority around the Herald that's about to pop onto the map. But also Akali is now going to go back in the mid lane position. So Fiora shall be taking that 1v1 versus Darius. Reason why, she's hit that level 5 power spike. She's got that heal on her ultimate. So now she is feeling a lot more confident to take that 1v1. And she almost barely won it earlier up against that Darius. So now she's definitely in a favorable matchup as long as she takes and wins it correctly. But a fight's happening in the top side.
Oh my goodness, here we go with bullet time also connecting onto the members of 16-bit gear. Really nice sandwich and even a plan coming from the side of Next Play Esports. I mean, they are really... I can say that 16-bit gear is mispositioned, but hold the thought in middle lane. We can see in here a chase onto Zimish. Gonna get the honey fruit to hopefully save his life. Not gonna connect the ability. And then again, Zimish will go back home alive. So there was no early objective on the Rift Herald, but I think that was still a very successful gank coming in from the side of a Next Play. Again, I wouldn't say that 16-bit gear is mispositioned. It's just that Next Play Esports is advanced and they're just capitalizing on the vision that they have been taking. You know, if you are early on a particular objective, then you're fine. But hold a thought, because on the bot side part of the map, we have another fight happening. Zimich again will be safe, despite having the 2-man pressure coming in from the side of 60-man. Look at this one. Right after the Herald, they take down this outer turret in the middle lane, and that's very big.
Oh, it almost got the plate off there, but it was just like down to 80 HP before. It was almost barely able to get the plate, but it was not able to hit it, unfortunately. But this is exactly the reason why they did the lane swap. Get priority on that Herald, try and crack it into the mid lane, and now they got also control, and they can get access to the enemy jungle if they decide to do so, while Jake is just about to pop up in just now 10 seconds, and you can see that they're already interested. Reason why, they have another lane swap. Yes, they're sending back again the Alistar and the Misfortune down into the bottom side of the map to get priority onto this. But this time around, you can currently see where the players of 16-bit are currently positioned. You know they're ready for the bottom side fight.
Yeah, gonna go for that bullet time once more. They're gonna be connecting so well onto the members of 16-bit gear, just enough to put a disaster back. But then again, the Misfortune, I don't know what happened on that one. Did he get caught off guard? Did he get pulled by the Darius? So I did not particularly see that. But now we can see that the Fiora is doing Fiora things. Gonna go for that split push work. Okay, you punish our ADC down bot. Then no worries, we're just gonna take your turret. I mean, your turret's gonna go back. It's not gonna respawn, but our Misfortune is gonna respawn. So we don't really care. But for the meantime, we can see a tussle still ongoing up top. We can see the Darius just regenerating a lot of HP as well. Back up and coming from the Corki. Will they be able to know Corki? I can manage this one. I can manage the Fiora. So despite that, I mean, we can see that yes, Next Play is getting a lot of objectives. They're getting a lot of turrets, but something scary about this Darius whenever he joins a particular team fight or even a 1v1.
I mean, he was 2-0 before that fight against Fiora, and Fiora is normally a 1v1 duelist. Like, she can take 1v1 after 1v1, but because she was 0-0, like, she did not have the lead that Darius had at that time, and Darius is, even though he would have normally a little bit of a hard time purely because of the repos and because of the inherent mobility coming on through from the Fiora, he's just so far ahead that Fiora is just not able to deal with the damage coming on through, and Niall is just also too much to bear with. So overall, they are struggling, but now they went back to the Strav, having Fiora going for the split lane position, which has been working tremendously well so far. But Baron is about to be on the menu in now 10 seconds, which I believe is going to be the focus of their team. But I really want to put a big point of interest in, like, shouting out one of the players of Next Play, Jushi. This guy has been roaming absolutely insanely well. Like, his rotation is just top tier in every single sense of the term. As now they're going to go for another invade to just cancel out the Zed, and he's going to get caught out.
Yeah, he wasn't aware. Of course, he doesn't have any vision, and this is where 16-bit gear is failing. Look at the advanced wards. coming from the side of next play. It's just all out in the jungle camp of 16-bit gear, and that's the reason mainly why they are able to set up the proper ganks that they want to do up against 16-bit gear. Now, what 16-bit gear is just doing, while they know that members of Flexway Esports are missing potentially. I don't know, maybe they have an idea. Okay, they might just gonna go for the Baron, so let's just focus on where they are not present, which is to take down the mid lane turret as well as one of the bot lane. Let's just go for that because we know that we cannot fight as of yet, and they are early in the position in the Baron pit.
I mean, like, once again, the vision, you just mentioned it, Kasai, like, rightly so. The reason why also Lee Sin does not get ganked in the top side by Dara Z Wombo combo is because they had that vision once again. It looks like they activated hacks and it just like, now we got God vision, we got God mode activate, and we know exactly where all the enemies are going to be, and if they move, we're going to know every single movement they are making around the map. So overall, this is just next play, like playing indeed to the next level, and I think that is exactly what they are showing once again, that they are the better team in this matchup. The 16-bit, I'm sure they still got a few tricks up their sleeve, but the Corki Lulu, we were questioning that pickup going into the draft phase, and unfortunately, he's just not been able to shine through just yet.
Yes, for sure. And yeah, it's kind of failing. And somehow I feel like, okay, is Lulu wasted on this one, being partnered with a Corki? I don't want to say it that way, but it's more like them, 16-bit gear, really failing to get their early position in map. And again, division, we keep on repeating that one, but that's really a fact that look at this one. I mean, if you take a look at the minimap, where the wards are actually positioned coming from the side of 16-bit, it's just in their very own jungle camp. If they're actually and in the early stages of the game, we did not even see at least one advanced ward to try to trace and track where the jungler is. But for the meantime, we talk about this fight happening down bot part of the map, forced to flush. Flash is a Joshi. Regardless if he actually died, he has that GA available anyway. But let's see, the pressure is on seemingly coming from the side of Next Play Esports. Maybe this Lee Sin will have to reset for the meantime until he is full on HP, or else they might get punished, or potentially 16-bit gear might be able to go for a comeback play if they try to force and, you know, just choke out because of the lead that they got.
I mean, here also, you see how the map, like, play was coming on through. Next play were spread away from each other. They could not take that fight head on, especially the Lee Sin. And then you just saw 16-bit like, oh, we know that they're split, and they started pushing with the entirety of next play. Like, okay, we know they're going to try and push us. We predict what's going to happen. We're reading into the future. We feel like in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and we're just going to be going straight back to base. So overall, like, once again, they are able to guess exactly what's about to happen as the engage happen once again in the jungle.
Yes, they're going to go for this Alistar, and I think you know, that was actually quite a bad engage to start with. He's quite beefy. You know? He can just soak in all the damage that you want to pull off. Maybe Akali is a better target in this one, but maybe a Ryzen will be able to just flash and dash away. There goes the headbutt coming up from the Alistar as well. Gonna be flashing away as well. And while the members of 16-bit gear are just way too busy on going for that pressure in the middle lane up against Next Play Esports, the Fiora is doing that split push work up top. Is this going to be another backdoor potentially? But for the meantime, they're still way too busy. The red team, Next Play Esports, will still be able to go for that secure onto the dragon. The Alistar is going to go down. 4-man member from the side of team 16-bit gear, still all alive in here onto the side of the dragon pit. But yeah, we have the fight still not yet done. Double kill going on to this Misfortune, and look at that. They got wiped out. 4-man wiped out in the Baron pit. They are so persistent about, okay, please, let's force this fight. And I think they're already choking by that point wherein they try to force, but they know they are at a disadvantage. And I think this is going to be it anytime soon, man.
And I fell asleep. That fight was way too long. They're going to go now straight for the Nexus, and they are going to be closing off that game 2-0, but it's not over as it is indeed a BO5, but still, next play, can anyone stop them? Apparently, seeing how things are going so far, that's going to be a big fat no for me. They are just dominating. The vision game, the rotations, the team fighting capacities of the team are just so high up there. And 16-bit has yet to find a response, has yet to find a counterplay to get back into it. I did say it was a little bit of a dodgy draft from the from the get-go, especially that Corki Lulu. I did not think it was going to be that dominant. But look at the entire side of Next Play. Akali, Lee Sin, Fiora, Alistar. Their composition is just so damn slippery. And the amount of peeling they also bring to the table with the Alistar is just mind-boggling to me at least. So I just got to say, that was a great, great game. Unfortunately, when you're looking for the set of 16-bit, Darius was doing so much work. He had the top damage of the entire game. But unfortunately, when you're solo carrying like that, Darius, when you're going up against like so many GAs on the other side, you know you just can't spam ultimate to win. That is just not going to happen in the GA meta.
Yes, for sure. And well, quite unfortunate, it's going to be match point up next for Next Play Esports for round 3. If you take a look at the graph, by the way, you can see there was some light of hope somewhere in early stages of the game in here during the dragon fight, or before and during the dragon fight. So, but you know, when they saw where the Vi would be in the map, then they know, okay, if they have the capacity to go for an invade, then they will just capitalize on that one. I think that was something 16-bit gear was missing. We keep on reiterating that one. The vision, the wards, the advanced wards, just so helping in knowing where to position yourself or with your teammates next in the game. But yeah, let's have Dave join us in here in the master's desk. Dave, what do you think about the match? This is now a 2-0 score for Next Play so far.
Wow. Again, this is it. 16-bit gear. The last tournament champion, the underdog we're talking about. No, well, why was it underdog? Because 16-bit gear actually didn't perform as well as we expected they did in group stage. But somehow in playoff, like if you've seen their past history, how they make it all the way here, they have beaten some really, really tough like enemies. Liap Esports, Sengoku Gaming. Like they have done stuff that people just did not expect based on their group stage performance. But now coming to the do or die moment. This is Next Play Esports, a team that it absolutely crushed, right, in the last tournament. Now Next Play though in this tournament has shown us something completely different. It's almost like a Next Play 2.0, right? Or Next Play 3.0. Forget about 2.0, skip 2.0, right? The Next Play is just being on next level. So it's by no means an easy match. Still, what can we expect from 16-bit gear? Step it up for game 3. But before we get to game 3, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to do a big shout out for the sponsor of Wild Rift Asia Brawl, Trovo.live. Trovo is hosting a variety of tournaments and events for League of Legends Wild Rift, with bunch of prizes for you to claim, including 30,000 Wild Core giveaway throughout this tournament. Without their support, we simply wouldn't be here. And ladies and gentlemen, make sure to head to Trovo, because after match 1, we are going to draw 2 winners that can pick whatever they want from the game. No matter the skin, no matter the hero, whatever you want in your very, very I don't want to say, just in your dream, in your dream, you will get it. So make sure to head to Trovo.live. Next up, big shout out to Wild Rift Competitive Teams. Wild Rift Competitive is a central place for all things competitive. They host weekly tournaments and events for the community. Doesn't matter if you're looking for a team, for a member, for a scrimmage, head to Wild Rift Competitive and you will get your question answered. Make sure to follow them with the social media links in description. At the same time, follow our sexy and handsome casters with their links in the chat right now. Kasaya as well as Maxman30. That's correct. Those 2 beautiful people are bringing you guys the exciting matches today. So make sure to follow their social medias to follow their future tournaments that they will get themselves involved in if you want to listen to some incredible casts. Last but not least, all the previous games for Wild Rift Asia Brawl are being archived in the AssassinDave YouTube channel under the Wild Rift Asia Brawl playlist. So all you have to do is go over there and you can find any games you want to refer back to. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a short 2-minute break. Whew! And we'll come back for the match point for Next Play Esports. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back again to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl. We're in the semifinals of a loser bracket between Next Play and 16-Bit Gear. Currently is match point for Next Play Esports. They only need one more game, just one small step for their team to proceed to the grand finals of the losers bracket. It's getting more and more intense. You can already feel the environment shaking for 16-Bit Gear. Can they step it up? We shall find out. So make sure to head to Trovo.live with the link in the chat. Do not hesitate. Go one bar receipt so you don't get a chill butt once you head over there for the giveaway. Possibly after this game, we shall see. Right after match 1, I'm gonna draw 2 winners to win whatever they want from their dream, from their choice. Yes, head to Trovo right now. Without further ado, I'll quickly send it over to our awesome, incredible caster's desk.
Let's go, humans and pets. Thank you so much, Dave, for that really nice introduction once more. And yes, I'm Kaysaya with me, Maxman, and here we round 3 match between 16-Bit Gear versus Next Play Esports. It is now match point for Next Play. So if they win this match, they're gonna be sending 16-Bit Gear home, and they will be moving forward to the next round, which is where whoever will win will have to go on whoever will lose in the match between Omega Esports versus Chakaimuk. So pretty similar ban as in round 1, which is a Lulu and an Akali. So definitely 16-Bit Gear doesn't want to give that Lulu on to Next Play Esports. So yeah, Maxman, what do you say about the draft so far?
Well, already got to say, if they really send 16-Bit Gear home, like I think they're already home, so I don't think they'll be moving away too much. Maybe go back to their room. That might be where they're going to go and head on over to this one. But overall, this draft, like I got to say, I'm happy because we got Monkey in the game, so we're going to have some Monkey action over here. I'm feeling good when we got Monkey on the map, so we're going to have some fun with him all around. But I'm enjoying it. I would like to see potentially Yasuo come on through. They did buff a little bit of damage for Yasuo as of recently in the most recent update, but taken down a little bit of his CC time. So that might be also a viable pick for the likes of Wukong or Janna, because Janna also got picked up. So especially for 16-Bit Gear, we talked about the fact that a lot of the top tier supports were taken off the table for them. There's no more Alistar, there's no more Lulu. There was Brawl still available, which we were talking during downtime, Kasaya, but like they actually only picked it twice. So you did bring up the fact that they do not have really that much competitive experience with a Brawl, so Janna was going to be the viable option for them. But Janna Jhin, I mean, that would be a good matchup overall because it does create a lot of breathing space for Jhin to be able to have time to dash out that damage. So I think that Janna and Jhin together could potentially work out pretty damn good. But you're looking here, of course, at a Kai'Sa, and that means also that Lulu has not been picked for them so far. But that is exactly why Lulu got banned away by 16-Bit Gear, because they were threatened potentially by a Jinx or a Kai'Sa combo with the Lulu. So that Lulu ban was really strong, but they're going to go for Nami pickup, which Nami, I don't know what you think, Asai, but I gotta say, Nami, early to mid-game stage, has some of the most insane healing. She'll get bullied up with her Elena, and they'll be like, no, damage? What's damage? I don't know what damage is. I haven't taken damage in like years. And they're just going to out-heal the competition every single time. And paired with that is going to be Olaf, which is, once again, an absolutely busted character.
Well, I want to say something good about about Nami as well. I mean, it's not just the heals, but also the set that she can do for the team. But not to going back onto Janna, though, that I think is also a good answer to stop the Kaisa from going in maybe onto Aegean or to any targets, maybe even the Janna herself. Okay. Yes. Maybe even the Janna herself. You know, for some source of protection. Sorry, got confused about that one. But we are actually done with the draft. We did not see any Braum, just like what you have mentioned a while ago, on the side of 16-bit gear. But if we talk about as well what the Yasuo maybe can do in terms of the team fights, if we can see a lot of airborne targets in here that either the Lee Sin, the Janna, and the Gragas can do, then it could be also something that maybe 16-bit gear will have some hope for.
I mean, especially Janna into Wukong is going to be... Oh, sorry, not Wukong, Monkey. So Janna into Monkey is going to be really good, especially because of the ultimate. She can create, once again, a lot of breathing space, which is going to be really strong to make sure that the likes of Wukong or even potentially Olaf does not make it. But Olaf still has that Ragnarok ultimate, which is the main reason why Olaf is Olaf, right? Like, the reason why, because he can just cleanse with that CC and be good to go, which is making it also pretty hard for Yasuo to remain relevant in front of an Olaf. But you said it, like, if we do have some nice airborne shots coming on through from that Janna, it could be really strong. But let's not forget that also Yasuo in this composition can also combo with the Lee Sin ultimate, and also with the Barrel ultimate coming on through from the Gragas. So there's still a lot of hidden potential combos with that Yasuo to hit that ultimate and remain relevant around the board. But Orianna still got picked up also, which Orianna, despite the nerf of the hotfix, in case you guys also joined up late, you're not sure what happened for Orianna and Lulu, they got their ultimate cooldown increased as of the most recent 24 hours. So Orianna will not be able to get that ultimate as much as possible, as much as a few days ago, but she's still going to be that strong that I'm expecting her to completely bully in the mid lane up against this Yasuo, because Yasuo early game, until he hits level 3, is going to have a little bit of a hard time to stay relevant.
This is now a battle of utility support as well. I'm so excited to see this matchup. If we talk about the matchup between the dual laners, they pretty much have the same sense or in terms of clearing the minion waves really fast. So we might be able to expect a lot of responses if potentially, you know, team fights happen somewhere in the mid, or maybe if Dragon Pit. So we'll see that go. But in terms of the jungle matchup, definitely the Olaf might be not in a good position to go for an invade against the Lee Sin unless he is actually joined by either the mid laner or the dual laner. But yeah, it's gonna be risky because, you know, this Lee Sin might just poke also the hell out of you, or just, you know, just back away. Or okay, we're just gonna be wasting your time. You go to our camp, but then again, we are just able to go back and just be safe. But we'll see. Again, pretty nice draft for both of the teams. You can see how seemingly like they know each other, even from the past Trovo tournament and until now here at the Wild Rift Asia Brawl. Of course, still by Trovo. Yeah, I'm so excited to see how this will go.
Yeah, I mean, Philippines versus Korea. We shall see who's going to be remaining on top of this one. Korea seems like is on the brink of extinction when it comes down to this tournament, at least. And they might be kicked out, as they are the only representatives of Korea. So it would be really unfortunate to lose the only Korean boys. Sad Dave noises in the background. But anyways, regardless, this might be, ladies and gentlemen, our final game of the day. It is 2-0 advantage so far in a Spear 5 for the side of Next Play. And if they win this one, they are set and done. They make it to the finals of the loser bracket and have another shot at making it straight up in the finals of the entire event, which would be huge. As going to be seeing so far just a little bit of nice information gathering, just trying to get some nice deep vision once again. But deep vision not set up by Next Play this time around. This has also been set up really nicely, so actually by the side of 16-bit. They got the vision on the enemy Raptors.
Yes, and finally, this is what we have been looking for the past two rounds from the side of 16-bit gear. For the meantime, both of the teams actually left their ADC on the bot side, just allowing them get the whole farm for themselves, helping out while the supports are actually either helping out, unleashing their junglers, or just making sure that their mid laners will be well protected too. But yeah, we did see a while ago that both of the teams this time will try to find and target where their opponent's jungler have actually started, so they can measure, okay, will we be able to go or match up that. Sorry, a while ago I was talking about Olaf trying to match up the Lee Sin. I did not realize we should have been talking about the Wukong. So regardless, I think it's the same thing though, that you gotta be careful about invading up against a Lee Sin. So yeah, going back to what was initially started by both of the teams, but I think we have to take a look at what is happening on the top side. Though 2v1 situation, Arise trying to manage this there's two members from the side of 16-bit gear. That Yasuo was super low though, but then again, what a good start for 16-bit gear so far. I'm sensing some like, it seems like 16-bit gear wants to make a comeback from this game. Like, they're starting so good.
I mean, that was starting pretty good, but I want to say Olaf, despite being like such an early game 1v2, he almost won the 1v2. That's how insanely good the character is. But no, that's going to be the Nami bubble hitting up, and that's going to be the frag onto the Jhin.
Yes, for sure. Giving up a kill onto a Jhin is something else. I mean, that's a good answer from the first blood that 16-bit gear took away from them. Now in here, we can see TP on trying to steal away their very own gap. But for the meantime, look at the massive CC coming in from the members of Next Play Esports. They took away the buff, and at the same time, they took 2 more targets away from 16-bit gear. But not to mention, by the way, they just took away 2 scuttlers for themselves.
They're just not stopping. They're like, you know what? We're not messing around. Like, game 1, game 2, we were having some fun around the board, but now we want to close this game off in style. That is what I call utter domination, ladies and gentlemen. The Monkey also with the double ultimate proc. That was really well executed. 3-1 so far in favor of Next Play Esports. And just how that early game was happening, I think they got this one in the bag. The mindset, the mentality is there, and the macro and the micro is there for sure. I'm intrigued to see. But also, one thing we didn't really touch upon too heavily is like positions of specific characters. And we have actually Gragas versus Orianna in this mid lane, which I was expecting Yasuo to be there. Which, that makes me think that like Yasuo is not really a winning matchup versus Olaf, because he can just cleanse all of the CC in the world with that Ragnarok ultimate. So I'm intrigued for the decision making here to have Yasuo actually switch with the Gragas. But I think also the reason why Gragas is in mid is not because of the respective matchups they have in lane. It's purely because Gragas brings just so much to the table early on compared to a Yasuo that you want him to be able to join jungle fights and invade a lot quicker. Reason why they decide to put him in the mid lane.
Yeah, most likely that's gonna be it. And anyway, talking about the Yasuo, when you saw that Arise on this Olaf just gonna be popping up his ultimate, then you just back away and just waste it. You don't really necessarily will have to go for that fight when he goes for the ult. But for the meantime, a while ago we did see a replay wherein how so far Next Play Esports started so well despite losing a first blood away from 16-bit gear. And I think what contributed a lot on that one was the fast clear of minion waves and the fast response time. But for the meantime, we talk about the fight happening in here onto the Baron pit. And yes, this is again the really nice setup coming from Nami. Yes, they lost the Wukong, but then again, this is still a free hitting Kaisa as well as the Orianna from the backline. I mean, Nami, I think really praise the Nami on this one, just perfectly making use of the bubble as well as the ultimate right on time. And it's just making it hard for the side of 16-bit here in finding their position because they're just getting airborne and stomped. And
here we're going to have the replay coming on. Oh, there we go. The replay was coming on through actually just to talk about it. Like, look at the knockups coming out. It's actually a 5-man knockup because he got pushed back into the Jhin on the side. Like, reject humanity, go back to Monkey. Hell yeah, baby. Like, that was just so well played overall. And on top of that, you think you're going to get knocked up once? No. You got a Nami ultimate on top of that to make matters even worse. And because of that win of the fight, they take the Drake right afterwards. Next play, what I love so much about this team is every single time they win a fight or win a trade, they're going to try and turn that trade into an objective, into a turret, into maybe also a Baron or a Herald or a Drake. But so far, oh no, Arsen's going to be taken in a 1v4.
Not gonna be surviving that one, so I don't think so. No one is so strong up against 4 members, but we did see that already upcoming is a transition or the transfer of the duo lane onto the top side as they as we see that the Rift Herald is also about to come up, but for the meantime they have to manage the flow of the minion waves in the middle lane while Nami is trying to go for this. Oh, the battle will be conducted once more onto the Jin. Really perfect time. Gonna be commending that Nami again. 2 different targets for both sides here. TB on will die onto the hands of the Wukong, and I think the one target, no, almost the Janna was about to die, but then again was able to survive. But again, man, if we only will be able to highlight or go for a replay again as to how the Nami was able to set up or get just caught that Jean off guard, man, I mean, Nami is just such a disaster for 16-bit gear this time.
I mean, we also got to keep in mind that, like, Nami is not a popular pick, especially when it comes down to competitive, which I'm really surprised. Oh, he's getting bullied. Leave him alone!
Oh my, I mean, this is not a 0-4, Jean. What damage will be able to do up against the Kaisa and the rest of the gang in here on the side of Next Play Esports if you got a 0-4 KDA so far? I mean, the damage, you only got 1 item so far, the Yumos, and that's just it. You got another sword, which is... you have to... It's just 4.9k onto this Jin as of the moment. But if you take a look at what the Kaisa has, she has 7k already, Wukong has 7k, Orianna has 6k. Oh my goodness, it's a lot of chase in terms of jungle and farm that you need to catch up onto in order to match up against Next Play Esports in team fights.
Yeah. So to go back to what I was saying about earlier, before Olaf just got absolutely bullied off the surface of the earth once again, Nami, like, really, when you combo that character with like an extra bunch of CC like a Wukong, it just really shines through so heavily. And on top of that, you also got the Shockwave ultimate available for the Orianna that we have yet to see, like, the full combo potential of this draft. So overall, I'm loving it. But here, a 1v3 fight is going to be happening. Orianna going to run away for her life.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned it already. This is not yet the 100% of Next Play Esports. Oh, the ultimate was popped up. Oh, gonna be connecting on to that Jin just to shove him away and them securing this mid lane outer turret. And this is looking good. I mean, they're not even scared. I mean, you know, when they position themselves, for some reason, they know if they're 100% sure if they're gonna go for a go or for a set.
There's a ward.
Yeah,
they didn't see it. Oh,
they don't know though. But they still kind of lost on this one. But Joshi, though, super low on HP, will be able to survive. We can see the Janet popping up his ultimate as of the moment. Olaf will go down to 2 members left on the side of Next Play Esports. They need to back away. There's the flash coming in from the side of Yasuo. And Yasuo apparently will still not hold on to getting a kill. They lack some damage, but at least that's some light of hope for the side of 16-bit gear. Sending the members of Next Play Esports, getting them off guard onto that bush nearby the dragon. And yeah, we'll see about that. Maybe this is the time that Yasuo will have to join the team fight.
I mean, that was just, unfortunately, you see Next Play being a little bit confident, but wait, they're actually getting for the Drake right away here? Like, I thought the Drake was going to go the way of 16-bit. I'm really surprised they were not able to cap that. Now they're actually giving Drake away because they're just not present. They could not do anything, and that's going to be 2 Drakes now coming their way. That's going to be an Ocean Drake and a Mountain. Oh, damn it. That scared me for a sec. I thought it was going to be stolen away, but no. We are going to be fine, and that's going to be taken once again by none other than Next Play Esports, as the fight is potentially going to happen on the bottom side of the map once again.
Yeah, well, apparently 16-bit gear had a reset, decided for a reset instead of taking down the dragon. Yes, you are right. Maybe they could have go for that dragon. But maybe what they're thinking about, okay, the death timers are super low as of the moment. Let's just reset instead of getting punished back by a Next Play Esports. So I think this time, instead of going for aggressive play, they just want to play defensively and go for more ganks rather than showing themselves up against Next Play Esports, because that's where they usually are getting punished, especially if the Nami is there, gonna go for the bubble and find the proper setup that they can go for. So So we'll see about that one. Who took away the blue buff? Not too sure if it was on the side of Next Play Esports or oh, it was Oriana. So it's on the side of Next Play Esports. So we'll see about this one. The advantage in the gold is still on the side of Next Play. Gonna be risky if they try to even contest this Baron pit. But so far, but the status of the game, what do you say about this? About the current status of the game, Maxman?
I mean, 16-bit especially here, I think they're showing that they really got some good team fighting potential, but the thing is, they're not able to do so because the amount of sheer CC from Nami and also Wukong alone is just so threatening. They just fall apart really, really quickly. So I'm expecting to see, especially Janna, pull a little bit more weight. I've not seen seeing Janna do what she was supposed to do, which is pop that ultimate, make sure Wukong can't get onto the backline. But unfortunately, Wukong, everywhere he does every single fight, he flashes through, and that's something that Janna, unfortunately, can't deal with whatsoever in any shape or form. So it's just really the play style of Next Play is just so damn good, and the raw damage coming out from their side is just so much that 16-bit are falling behind to a point where now they're 6k almost behind, making it hard really for 16-bit to get back into it. Like, I don't think they can come back this.
Oh, did you just see that happen? I mean, I think the Nami, did Nami pop off his ultimate? Where did you take a look at that one? Yeah, she made use of her ultimate, and at the same time, we saw that the Yasuo flashed away. But for the meantime, let's talk about what's happening onto the top side right now. Curtain Call already being used by Jhin. Everyone's just going all in. Ultimate cycle coming in from that Wukong as well. Everyone's just throwing all their abilities as of the moment. Joshi is super low with no GA. Yeah, there's GA still available on his side. Flanking on the side though, Horizon is gonna go all out this fight as well. Everyone's just trying to flash out, and there goes the killer instinct coming up from the Kaisa as well. And the members of Next Play Esports are trying to obliterate the members of Team 16-bit gear. Nami will fall down, so was the Lee Sin as well. And I think this might be a potential wipeout anytime soon on the side of Team 16-bit gear, as Jhin is just all alone with the 3 and 4 members on the side of Team Next Play still all alive. And that was an ace. Now, time for Next Play Esports to 100% go for secure on this Baron. My, what just happened on that team fight? It was kind of scattered, I think, but you know, I think with the advantage of Next Play, you know, they got the edge and just basically winning that one.
I mean, right off the bat, Next Play were not ready for that fight. Like, 100%. They had Wukong that was, like, in a really scary position. I was like, there's no way. This is 16-bit that's going to win this. But purely because of how far ahead the side of Next Play currently are, it just allowed them to make up for that little inherent mistake. But I think we're seeing 16-bit staying, like, relevant, staying consistent throughout this game compared to the side of Next Play. I don't know how you feel about what I'm about to say, Kasaya, but I'm seeing them get really cocky and confident. Like, they're messing around. Like, they're going for, like, not as good rotation. They're just like, oh, we're just going to push our lanes. We're just trying to have a little bit of fun. It does not seem like their macro, their rotation, their team play is as serious as it was initially.
Yeah.
But it seemed like they're like, this is actually just a nice little clap, like, slap in the face it just got of that last fight. They're like, okay, this is not an easy win. Got to try and regroup back as a team, take global objectives, which is what they're doing currently. I think they understood that it's not an easy win to go up against 16-bit, so they're going to be a little bit serious, hopefully, for the next few encounters.
Basically, it's time to wake up. We can't get cocky. We can't just get overconfident about what the lead we currently have as of the... Because, again, that was dangerous. We couldn't tell who's really going to win that fight. But, you know, the upper advantage in terms of the gold, primarily Next Play Esports has that. That's why they are just able to capitalize. At the same time, I mean, the Kaisa damage is already out there. The Cathian Reigns just getting thrown out in the faces of the members of 16-bit gear. Fortunately, in this case, they got the Baron buff as of the moment. That ultimate from the Nami is going to be connecting onto 1 or 2 targets. Really nice. Really not a good moment to actually go onto a tower dive. They might be able to go for a push and inhibit turret in the mid as well as on the top side. And still, I think, gotta respect right after... respect 16-bit gear right after that.
I just love how, like, Yasuo is trying to get involved with the terrain. Like, Nami just like, bubble, get out of here. We don't want to see you anymore. And we're going to get, they get the both Nexus turrets in both top and the mid lane position. The bot lane is yet to get taken down, but I think that how they're positioning themselves, that is going to be the next one on their menu. Great knock-up, though, from Yasuo.
Yes, in this one, we can see a lot of airborne targets on the side of Next Play Esports. has been popped off. Not gonna be targeting or killing a champion from the side of Next Play Esports, but it's just enough to just lower down the HP. However, though, we can see just three members on the side of Next Play Esports fighting it off. Left alone is the Jin himself once more. Another ace here on the side of Team 16-bit gear, and I think this is gonna be it, man. This is gonna be it. Congratulations to Next Play Esports for moving forward to the finals round in the lower bracket. I'm not done. Lower bracket. So they have yet to meet whoever will be the loser from the upper bracket between Omega Esports and Chakaimuk. But then again, it is a GGWP. Thank you so much to 16-bit gear, our previous Trovo Wild Rift Tournament champion. I think that was from last year.
I believe that. Like, I just want to talk about that last fight, especially like Jin altered from way. Like, I'm sure you're a sniper, Jin. I get it. You want to snipe and do some like 360 no scope, but this is not Call of Duty, my friend. This is Wild Rift. You have to get involved with your team and follow up. Like, it was in a base when the fight was happening in the jungle. The moment that curtain call was off cooldown, he was just like, well, I'm way too far away now. I can't assist the team. And then they wrapped around when he tried to join up on the fight a little bit too late. So Jin kind of caused a little bit of an issue for the rest of the team, and it made that fight a lot harder for them to take. But overall, like, how the hell does Olaf survive that every single goddamn time? Like, even the engagement was not going their way. Yeah, no, Nami, like, exactly. The shielding potentially coming out from the Nami, the CC coming out from the Nami, the healing from the Nami, like everything from the Nami. Everything was too good.
Yeah, it's a good source of utility that almost everything that you need basically is just there. Of course, except the front lining, because she definitely can do that. But I think, you know, I'm just gonna give my personal MVP onto Disaster, because, you know, all the stats, all the bubbles was just on point. So, but this time, just to be fair, on the side of 16-bit gear, they have improved in terms of placing all the advanced wards that they needed to place, and at the same time, you know, they even managed to go for the first blood. But Disaster was different in this game. So yeah, I think I'm gonna give my personal MVP onto this guy. So yeah, let's go back, Dave, and maybe let's ask him what he thinks about. This is a 3-0, Dave. This is a 3-0. What was that? What was that?
Well,
I got surprised.
Next play, I want to make sure the casters get home earlier today. You know, no actual work. So good job, next play. Congratulations, proceeding to the grand finals of the loser bracket. They will be facing, like Asa said, the loser of either Omega Esports or Chakaimuk of next game. So we're only getting started, ladies and gentlemen. But while all this is going on, if you're watching the stream right now, make sure to head to trovo.live and start typing your information in the chat, because we're going to go ahead and draw some giveaway winners. That is correct. You do not hear this wrong. The giveaway is going to commence right now. So if you're watching the stream, use the link in the chat to head to Trovo. We're going to go ahead and turn on the slow mode, type your information, type the skin of your choice of your wet dreams, and we're going to get this done. That's right. When you're watching the stream, for everyone who's watching the stream right now, this entire tournament, Wild Rift Asia Brawl, is being sponsored by Trovo.live. Trovo is hosting a variety of tournaments events for League of Legends Wild Rift. With a bunch of prizes for you to claim, like the current giveaway that's going on right now. So make sure to head to Trovo, get your seat warmed up. All your favorite teams can eventually transition to Trovo.live. That's right. So what you waiting for? You know, go get your seat warmed up, and then get yourself ready for the next big streaming wave upcoming for Wild Rift. Big shout out to Wild Rift competitive teams. Wild Rift Competitive is a central place for all things competitive. They host weekly tournaments and events for the community. So if there's anything you want to know about competitive news for Wild Rift, well, don't hesitate. Use the social media links for Wild Rift Competitive in description and find them, and you can ask them any questions you want. At the same time, make sure to follow our beautiful, sexy casters, Maxman and Kasaya, with their social media links in the chat right now. Make sure to follow them so you can follow their future events that they will be casting. Last but not least, all the previous tournaments are being archived. Previous matches for the tournament are archived in the AssassinDave YouTube channel. All you have to do is go over there and find Wild Rift Asia Brawl playlist, and you will find any games of your choice, all the way from group stage to the current playoff stage, the current elimination bracket, or the semifinals, whatever I like to call them. Yes, we're that cool, you know. We have many names. We're known for many names. But the giveaway is still going on, guys. We're gonna give it like 2 more seconds. No, that's a little bit too short. Okay, 2 more seconds for your type information, and the giveaway is now over. So stop typing information. Our moderator is gonna go ahead and pick 2 winners, and those 2 winners' information will be handed over to me, and I'll go ahead and give them the skin. All the previous winners' skins will be given out today or tomorrow. Make sure to approve my friend request or add me as a friend if you win the giveaway, and you shall receive your skin within 24 to 48 hours upon the friend request accept. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. Thank you all so much for coming to the stream so far. It's time to share the stream, like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells. We'll see you back in about a few minutes for the next match. Omega Esports taking on Chikaimuk, the grand finals of the winner's bracket. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl, the Winners Bracket Grand Finals. That is correct, the match you've been waiting for finally is here. The Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen, for the Winners Bracket. I cannot emphasize how excited I am for this match. Now, there's a little bit of bug in the ban pick lobby, so we're going to go ahead and introduce our lovely casters for this match first. Maxman as well as Kasaya. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Thank you so much for the intro, Dave. And I'm so excited to see that screen share as well, in case you have it anytime soon.
Yep.
So, yeah, we are now here. Series for today is going to be the semifinals best of 5 match between Omega Esports versus Chakaimuk. So I'm going to give a little bit of trivia or background about what has happened between these two teams already.
Okay. Before you do that, we got the ban pick actually ready now. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna quickly send it to the caster's desk so you guys can see the ban pick while Kasaya go over the history of this 2 grand finalist contestant.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go quickly over it. So Chakaimuk as well as Omega Esports during the open qualifiers of Wild Rift Asia Brawl, basically they dominated their own groups. In Group A for Chakaimuk, and then Omega Esports from Group C. So it's no wonder we are seeing both of these teams currently at the semifinals round, and it's gonna be hard to see. We wonder if it's gonna be both of these teams again in the finals round. We don't know as of yet, because whoever round will still have a chance on making it up back again in the finals, as you know, if they won up against Next Play Esports. But we'll see about that though. Meantime, I want to introduce you to my partner, co-caster Maxman. How are you doing, my friend?
That is me. I am thy Maxman, and I'm going to be breaking down thy draft. I'm doing fantastic. You know, we had a great first game of the day. It was a 3-0 stomp down. 16-bit had no chance in the encounter, unfortunately, at the end. But still, that was a great matchup. And now we're seeing this one unfold currently, with a draft phase currently unfolding under our very eyes. So Lulu and Lee Sin both taken off the board entirely, banned away initially, while Akali's going to be the first pickup for Omega Esports. Already, just a pickup of Akali is kind of forcing you potentially to go down a certain direction, a certain path in terms of draft. You want to go for highly aggressive dive follow-up potential around that Akali, but they're going to go for Jhin, which doesn't really fit in that kind of description. But when you're looking for the other side for Chakaimuk, they already got their bottom lane matchup set up for success. Brawl pickup with a Misfortune. Reason why that is extremely strong is purely based off the fact that the shield of Brawl counters Misfortune. Don't have to worry about Brawl countering Misfortune if it is the support of Misfortune, at least. So that's going to be a pretty straight up nice setup for Chakaimuk. They're going to be in a pretty good spot. While for Omega Esports, they got a Jhin. I'm intrigued to see what support they're going to pair up with that. Of course, Alistar does really good with Jhin as a duo matchup in the bottom lane. as they also go with a Camille. So this is it. This is what I wanted to see. Camille follows up really good with the likes of an Akali. So I think that overall we are seeing Omega Esport going down the lane of we want to go extremely aggressive and go for some really strong dive potential.
Yeah, I'm so curious who they're going to be partnering up with this Jhin, but having this Jhin, you know, and having that Braum as well on the side of Chakaimuk, you know, the shield can be some good source of protection, especially if it's the fourth bullet we're talking about coming out from the Jhin. And it's going to be some lifesaver, whoever will be this Braum is going to be protecting on the side of Chakaimuk. But for the meantime, we can see some good source of protection for this misfortune already. Even the zone that either the Aurelion Soul, maybe even the cannon can do if whoever they will lock this in their lineup, and they settle with the Aurelion Soul, and I think it's also a good start for our round one to have this kind of, you know, space and protection for the misfortune.
I do like the pairing, especially for Chakaimuk, of Aurelion Soul with also the Shyvana. Reason why Shyvana relies heavily on jungle advantage, especially because she struggles early game. And when you pick a mid laner like Aurelion Soul that has really, and I mean really strong rotation potential, I think that allows a lot of utility and support to assist the Shyvana in the early stage to get to that mid to late game power spike, especially if they can try and contest some Drakes and pick up some Drakes for that Shyvana passive to try and get a little bit stronger throughout the entire game. So I think that Aurelion Soul makes a lot of sense. They paired it up with also a Garen to have like a nice beefy tanky front line. Shyvana, Garen, Braum, that is pretty chunky indeed. But on the other side, we have a Janna coming on through once again for a second time today. Paired up with also a Zed. So this is assassin heavy, which I'm not sure that's going to work out. So many dive, Camille, Akali, and also paired up with that Zed compared to a Shyvana, Garen, and also Braum. That's a lot of peeling potential, especially on top of that with the ultimate of the Aurelion Soul. This is going to be tank versus assassin, which might be the mightiest team of them all. We'll have to see as we dive into the game shortly.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a problem if we're just going to be talking alone with the kind of draft that Omega Esports has. Potentially, they just want to peel off a target for the side of Chakaimuk. But we're talking about tanky targets in here on the side of Chakaimuk. You mentioned it already. It's the Braum, it's the Garen, it's also the Shyvana who has some sort of tankiness for their side as well. And it's going to be not an easy peel off for the assassins we're talking about on the side of Omega Esports, unless they're not really going to be going for the team fights, and maybe they'll just be using or capitalizing on the split push potential that they got. Yeah, I'm sorry. And they also got a Janna to even stop the dive that might be coming from the side of Chakaimuk. So this is like a different strategy that we might be seeing, and I'm so excited if you know, Chakaimuk will be able to pull off really that hard engage that maybe they can do based on their lineup, and if Omega Esports will be able to go for that split push strategy based on their comp.
Especially one thing that I'm just thinking about is Omega Esport, their jungler might just be Camille, unless they do like a big, like, you know, brain play on me and I'm just like, what the hell's happening? But like, this is going to be Camille jungle. She doesn't have the fastest clear compared to especially a Shyvana. Shyvana does tend to clear really damn quickly. But Camille, the strength of Camille is the fact that her ganks are so strong, especially upon hitting level 5. She can just single out a target, especially if she decides to gank mid lane or the Baron lane when there's going to be a 1v2, and she's going to be able to take that man advantage and really just single out an enemy character, which is going to be really, really good and strong to use. So I think that Camille, once she hits that early game power spike, her ganks can be deadly. And if she can get ahead and steamroll off of those ganks, I think she can put herself in a really strong spot. But I would love to know here, actually, to know what would be your team you'll maybe decide to win this game. Not the entire series, but just this game, like purely off the draft.
It's gonna be, again, yes, I cannot say that, okay, I have this, I have more favor onto whoever got the team fight base comp, because again, the composition of Omega Esports in here is for a different strategy. So, but it's so hard to choose. It will just boil down to execution. But if for my personal, like, if I'm gonna go rank, maybe I'll just go onto the composition of Chakaimuk on this game.
Okay, Chakaimuk. You know what? I like to have a split death, so I'm going to go with a composition of Omega Esports, as seemed like a little bit of an encounter with Braum in the jungle. Going to be popped into the air for a split second. He will be good to go, though. But no big deep vision. Oh, actually, now as I say that, actually, Stronger with a Janna is going to put deep vision onto that blue buff to make sure that they know when the Shyvana is going to try and do her late rotation, pathing for the jungle. But anyways, also Akali versus Garen, that's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. But Garen, despite him being rather tanky, when he hits that level 5, he's still a threat to be reckoned with. So Akali might want to try and capitalize on that early game potential until level 5 hits, because when level 5 hits, Garen, that ultimate, is going to be doing some pretty, I would say, consistent and reliable damage.
For sure. And as you can see, he's actually fighting on the clearing of minion waves that the Akali can do on the top side. But for the meantime, I don't think he is in a position to just be afraid, because this is where Shiba has started in his jungle camp. I'm not too sure if there's going to be a plan on a gank, on a backup from the side of Shyvana on the top side. Especially that JLC is actually quite overextended on this one, just shoving the minion waves in here. But yeah, meantime though, we can take a look at the matchup this time in the middle lane. So this is a Zed as well as an Aurelion Sol, and pretty much you can see the Aurelion Sol not really scared about just, you know, zoning out a Rise and just primarily go for a backup in case very much needed, maybe down bot on very own jungle camp of Shyvana in here.
Yeah, also went for the summon spell of Barrier, which is like the best way to counteract a Zed because of the ultimate. It's like so determinant in those fights. So I think that overall this is a great pickup. Coming out from this Aurelion Sol is going to be taking some pretty chunky damage there. Zed is still level 4. Level 5 is about to come up, and he's going to be committing to the fight. Nice CC though. But just a little bit of a trade back and forth. Not going to be having too much happening from there. But I'm seeing Shyvana. She's interested in her own deep vision to make sure she can keep track of what's happening with the Camille, as Camille has yet to go for those early detrimental ganks. But as I said, she is waiting for that level 5 power spike to single out a target the moment she decides to commit to a lane. So I'm intrigued to see when Camille is going to start to go for those ganks, which seems like she's making her way slowly but surely towards the bottom side. But it's a little bit too far pushed, so Camille will not be able to really bring much to the table for now at least.
Yes, and especially they saw that, okay, this area was warded, so in case they want to go for the gank, you can see how Misfortune as well as the Braum just went on in their turret, just be safe in there, because they know, okay, will this be a Camille going for a gank to us? Fortunately enough, Shyvana was actually able to put a ward of that area. So here we go. Actually, everything just starting off passive as of the moment. Nothing really much is happening right now. Given the fact, though, that they are split on the scuttlers that they have secured for themselves. But, you know, I think there might be an early advantage on the side of Chakaimuk, because, you know, they got the early wards. And I think this ward somewhere in the middle lane as well might be able to help them position themselves better later on as we wait 30 seconds from now.
That is true. Checking out also the build so far, we're going to have the Braum and the Jan on both sides respectively. They're going to have already their Lock-It enchant. By the way, in case you guys have not been up to date with like the recent patch and what happened in terms of buffs and nerfs, there's been modifications brought to both Redemption and also the Lock-It enchant, in the way that now if you proc multiple at a row on a in a row, the ones that follow the first Redemption or Shield will actually give you some oh wait, first one came off the roof. What the hell?
Yeah, on the top side,
damn.
we just saw that Garen has been bullied by the Akali, and given the fact that they are down with one member, team fights in here, he will be definitely late. We can see that Team Omega Esports already has started the team fighting here. Bullet time has been committed, and some members of Team Omega Esports, who's gonna get the smite on this one? Shyvana just right in time is gonna be dashing the area with flash out just to be safe as well. Time lapse in here has to back away a little bit. Deadly Flourish will be connecting onto CKM. Gonna go for the curtain call, but not gonna get any targets right after that one. There's a chase coming from JLC. Will he get Archony? The stun did connect, but then again, oh, he's gonna get caught by JLC on this one and gonna get punished for overextending and for even going for the greedy play down bot.
Objective still, baby. Let's go. That's what we like to see. Snatched away. Chakaimuk, they're going to be up in a pretty good spot so far. So that was a pretty good fight indeed. That's going to be a nice Cloud Drake going their way, which is going to be especially pretty impactful when it comes to it for the Shyvana. She's going to be able to engage fights for her team a lot more because of that. So that's going to be a great pickup for them all around. But yeah, so, oh wait, am I going to have time to explain the changes to Redemption and Barrep? Come on, please, let me the time to do it. But of course, so like that means that now the more you have, the less efficient they are. It's like when you use the first Redemption or Lock and Enchant, the next one will have only 50% usefulness. So now you're going to tend to see only one or potentially two items if they do space them out well enough. But now they're just not as relevant to build like a bunch of Lock and Enchant or a bunch of Redemption. So it's not going to be viable anymore. So you're going to see a lot more variety in build, which in terms of competitiveness is a lot more fun to watch.
3-4 though so far. We can't see any like early leads despite Team Chakaimuk securing that first Dragonite game, but they got an early position in the bush despite having the Scuttler on the side of Team Omega Esports. Are they going to be giving this to Chakaimuk for free? Akali is right over there flanking on the side, but Curtain Call has been popped. Is going to be enough to go for a steal? No, definitely not going to be enough, and they 3-man fight up against JLC on the top side. Let's see if he will be able to survive this one. I don't think so anymore. Oh, look at that bullet time connecting just right on spot, taking down one member from the side of Omega Esports. Meanwhile, on the bottom part of the map, you can see CKM just trying to back away from impressive, having a lot of HP and damage as well. Gonna be getting that kill up against the Garen, but again, we talk about some pressure. We talk about some push. The Rift Herald has just been secured by Team Chakaimuk, and they're going to be capitalizing on that lead so far on the top side, taking down two turrets just within a few seconds or few matter of minutes.
Wait, Camille for a second was not even split pushing. She was just like, I'm going to take enemy gromp now. This is the play. Well, not really. I mean, you kind of like potentially crash the turret, get an extra plate or two and get extra gold off of that, but she did lose a little bit of time, unfortunately, with that bottom lane position. And that's two turrets cracked on open in the Baron lane. That's going to give them just so much map control in the long run, which is great to see. But now their next objective should be, of course, to focalize down that first initial mid lane turret. If they can do so, that's going to create even more breathing space for them to go with, and they should be good to go. But the next Drake is going to be a Mountain Drake, which is going to be great, seeing how tanky the composition is for the side of Chakaimuk. So this Drake is going to be extremely important for them. So this is really also a fight that you got to keep in mind that Omega Esports can't allow this next Drake to go on over. Otherwise, it's going to make matters even worse for the assassin-based comp. They will not be able to kill anyone at that point.
Yeah, again. And this is Team Chakaimuk just forcing team fights to happen because we know that the composition of Omega Esports is not really built for that one. 20 seconds from now, we can see the Mountain Drake's about to come up, and there's a good vision ward placed in here at behind the pit of the dragon. So in terms of vision, it seems like Crime is just basically capitalizing that one. Meantime, on the top side, we can see a V1 fight happening against CKM. Not too sure if they're gonna be going to survive that one. Fortunately not, with the Zed going for that last hit onto him. But then again, we talk about the dragon, not really contested by Team Omega Esports. But we so far have, seen some games where, we did not see at least one dragon or at least one neutral objectives. But then again, we won the fight. Could this be the case for Omega Esports as they just try to focus on the split push strategy that they have been doing, given that they haven't said...
I mean, so far, turret trades, but they do get the extra Drake. Once again, that is going to make things so damn strong for the side of Chakaimuk. Now they're going to try and refocus. But it's really strong because they're like, okay, Garen died in top lane. They committed so many resources to pick up that kill on Garen that they just can't allow to fight back and contest away the Drake. So that was, once again, really well executed by the side of Chakaimuk. But this is still no man's land. No idea who's going to be taking this game. The gold lead is just barely over 1,000, and also the kills are just 5 to 6 so far, and the 6 kills are indeed in favor of Chakaimuk. So there's nothing substantial for the time being. It's still no anybody's game for now, at least. But still, I'm going to be seeing a 3-man push in the mid lane. That is showing me once again that they want to try and get some mid lane control, but the lane clear is just a little bit too quick coming out from that Jhin and John all around, so they can't crash it for the time being, as Baron is going to be on the menu in the next 20 seconds, and I would not be surprised. See how Chakaimuk have been playing so far, they want to try and force a fight towards the Baron pit, then go for the Baron.
Yeah, they don't really have no worries about forcing a fight. And what would I just saw that, I mean, the Braum just blocking off the fourth bullet of the Jin. That's very useful. I mean, that's very useful to, you know, just basically not allow, at least negate some of the damage that may come up from this Jin. But yeah, for the meantime, early contest on the Baron Pit as of the moment by Team Chakaimuk. Right now, JLC, are they gonna go for a Hail Mary play in here and trying to go for a steal on the Baron? Curtain Call has been used by the Jin, being blocked off by the Braum at the same time. You can see the fight already ongoing on this one. Look at the Baron still by Team Omega Esports, and that Camille just did the Hail Mary play. Now they have taken down the Aurelian Soul as well. Members of Team Chakaimuk just going for a revenge play right after their very own Baron getting stolen by Team Omega Esports. Gonna go for a chase quite a bit. We can see in here. Oh, time lapse trying to survive, but that one, but no, without the damage of Miss Force is way too much, but he's gonna die at the hands of Zed anyway. So this is a lone Shiba this time. Where did the lead of Team Chakaimuk go? Maximum.
Oh, damn. What a steal. I mean, he's called impressive, man. He's called like that for a reason. God damn, that was so well played. The steal was clutch coming out from the Camille. And they don't even all die. They still got a few of their players actually still with the Baron buff. Especially the Zed's still going to be having the Baron buff. And also the Jana. So they can still have some good influence from that Baron all around. They tried, and like, this should have been a fight, really, that I think Chakaimuk could have played a lot better. Reason why? There was a two-man push happening from the side of Omega Esports on the bottom side. They had a 4v3 fight potential in the Baron pit, but because they did not try and force the fight and instead committed to the Baron, they lost it because of that. If they went for the fight instead, they could have been in a better spot, but Zed's going to be taken in a 1v3.
Here we go with Arise, just trying to go for a play. Gonna be sacrificing that one for as long as the rest of the gang on here on the side of Team Omega Esports. Gonna go for the push. Time lapse trying to find a better position as to where he's gonna go to try to go for free hit, but not gonna be finding that one. They don't really have, again, that front liner, but for the meantime, he's gonna be safe anyway. Now, is this a table that has turned around already, Maxman? Would you rather say that?
I mean, I think the Chakaimuk still have a lot of potential to take it. But, like, purely off the back of that fight, it was a little bit troublesome in the first place. Like, it was going to make matters really hard for them. So I think it's still really close. But because they got that Baron push with Spo, they got, like, mid control, which I keep on saying. I know I sound like a broken record. You guys don't have to tell me in the chat. I get it. But mid lane is the most important if you can secure that first turret, because you just create so much extra space to push on your allies, on your enemies, should I say. So I think that here's going to give an extra little bit of a lead to Omega Esports, as they do tend to now start to play a little bit more aggressive. And the thing is, if they fall behind with their Assassin comp, it's not going to work out. So they can't afford to give too much of a lead over, as the Drake is going to be contested once again.
Yes, and are they going to go all in onto the team fight? They have to reset. Curtain Call has been used in here. I don't think he's going to get a kill up against Team Chakaimuk on this one, but JLC quite in danger in the middle lane. Gonna that and Soul still all alive and kicking in here with backup incoming from that, was it the Janna as well. And while that was happening, they still did not manage to take down the mid lane turret in here on the side of Team Omega Esports. While we can see a really good shove of minion waves up top as well as in the bottom lane part of the map. What is happening? This is what we call the split push composition working really well for the side of Omega, but we're not yet done, because in here we can see Archony as well as Obis in here trying to take down Impressive as well. They succeed, but they lost a lot of turns in the process.
Are we seeing a throw coming out from the side of Omega Esports? I mean, kinda. They're taking like weird pushes on the side of the lanes. They're kind of like struggling quite a fair decent bit because of it. And also, yes, I have to mention the elephant in the room here. We are talking about a Shyvana with 3 Drakes. 5 Drake. On top of that, also, she's going to have an Infernal Drake. You're going to have also the Mountain Drake and the Cloud Drake. So they're looking really good as another 5 breaks down the jungle. And that's going to be it for Aurelion Sol.
Yes, for sure. It's a lot of damage getting being taken in by the members of Omega Esports. Again, we're talking about Shyvana having 3 dragons with her already, and I think they're gonna go for another attempt to secure the Baron. Will this be a replay of what has happened? because this is again impressive in the area, but we can see some zone happening. Okay, finally they have secured the Baron for themselves. They're gonna go all in on this one. Yes, the Camille will fall down, and now Jean as well as the Jana will need to back away as the pressure is now in on the side of Team Chakaimuk. We can see a signal or a ping coming in from the side of Omega Esports. Okay, pinging to take down the inhibitor turret down bottom part of the map. I think that's gonna be risky. It could be wise, but seems like what they would want to do is to just try to still go for a split push work with their composition.
Yeah, I truly believe that how this game is now set, there's no way Chakaimu can lose. If they lose this, it's going to be purely based off a throw. Reason why? They got all the Drakes. Shyvana's completely broken right now at this stage of the game. And also, they got the double Zonia on top of the Aurelion Soul and also on top of the Misfortune. So Zed, basically, when you think about it, Zed, because of that, is going to be completely useless in these fights. Like, Zed, if he falls behind, is going to be doing nothing in the entire game. So, this is going to be mainly down to the Akali, see if they can do some damage, and also down to the Camille. But unfortunately, the lockdown potential is nullified almost because it's just so tanky on the other side. Just seeing how this game is going so far, I'm going to call it already a win for Chakaimuk. There's no way they lose this.
Yes, for sure. Let's see about that. And the turret's gonna go down that easily. They're trying to go for a set. And now, this is what we're talking about. Impressive. Gonna go for that split push work. Let's see if the members of Omega Esports, though, will manage to defend the inhibitor turrets and maybe even the Nexus. This is gonna be risky because look at that. They got a buff of minion waves in this one. So I think it's kind of a failed strategy to just go for a split push work with a Camille not present on the defense. Wow, GGWP. I think that was a fast-paced match despite seeing a lot of Drakes getting secured in this game.
I mean, I think that this was just a Drake kind of game, like dragons everywhere around the map. And because of that, the Shyvana was able to get a hit. Like 417 overall, like... By the way, 17,000 gold for the Shyvana, and looking on the other side of the jungle is 12,000. Like, that's a 5k difference in the jungle. That's a one big item and a half difference, making it really hard for Camille to remain relevant in that game so far. So I gotta say, Chakaimuk, I do not know how they could have played that any better. Sure, there was maybe a little bit of a weird fight towards that Baron where it got stolen away by Impressive, which I do think they should have potentially like reversed the steam, went for the push engage, and then after they took a kill or two, then go back to the Baron. I think they committed to the Baron a little bit too much. But overall, other than that little bit of a misplay, like Chakaimuk could play that in such a good way that I don't think they could have played that any better. It was just such a strong showing performance that Chakaimuk just showed himself as being the dominant team. But also you got to keep in mind, because of how these big games happen, how these BO5 matches are set up, all the characters they played right here cannot be played anymore. So that's already like 3 big, tanky, beefy front lines off the table. So Assassins could be viable a lot more later on down the line when it comes down to it, especially for the side of Omega Esports.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Anyway, we still got an Alistar, and at the same time, we've seen some support, utility supports that has been very useful from the previous games or the previous matches that we've seen. In the graph, you can see how tables would turn around from time to time. Sometimes it's gonna go blue, it's gonna go red, and blue again. And I think somehow in the middle of the game, we can still commend Omega Esports about trying to go for a combat play. And the combat play, we did see that happen as well during the Baron fight, wherein Impressive is actually able to go for a steal on that well-contested Baron in favor of Chakaimuk. But then again, GGWP, we just have to move on. This is a best-of-5 match. Still a lot of things can happen. But for the meantime, let's call back Dave to join us in the discussion.
I mean, interesting game from Omega Smart here, because they use... I do not see the synergy of their comp. I see like they pick a lot of Assassin plus Camille. I think what they want to do is just trap somebody and just kill that person. But you didn't see Camille rotating with the 2 of the Assassins, right? You see like Camille rotating was one of them, and it turned out it wasn't enough to kill anybody. At the same time, they use a lot of hero. I mean, they used number one signature hero for Omega Smart, which is time lapse on the Jean. This is the hero that has been winning them game after game after game in the matches that we expect, you know, that they will struggle against. But they just used it in this game. So going forward, we're going to see time lapse playing beyond some heroes that he's not as highlighty, you know, as Jing Wiz. Meanwhile, Chakaimuk, a great teamfight comp. Obviously, just like the 2 caster was pointing out, the elephant in the room was how this guy was able to get every single dragon in the game. So, I mean, like, this has to be the greatest game for Siobhan, right? Like he must be laughing all the way through that entire game. But before we go to game 2, ladies and gentlemen, to find out who is actually gonna win or lose, or are we gonna go to a match point for Chikaimuk, or is Omega Smart gonna step it up? We shall find out. But before that, I want to do a big shout out for Trovo.live. Trovo is hosting a variety of tournaments events for League of Legends Wild Rift, with a bunch of prizes for you to claim, including 30,000 Wild Core giveaway throughout this playoff. In fact, we already draw 2 giveaways today. I'm going to draw 3 more after this very match that you're watching right now. So what are you waiting for? Use the link in the chat, head to Trovo.live, warm up your seat, get ready, watch the stream over there, share the stream. The more you share, the more likely you will win the giveaway. So go to Trovo.live. Big shout out to Wild Rift Competitive Team. Wild Rift Competitive is the central place for all things competitive for Wild Rift. All you have to do is follow them with the social media links in description, and you will get your questions answered. No matter it's how do I find a player, how do I find team, how do I find scrimmage, they got everything for you ready. So go to Wild Rift Competitive. At the same time, make sure to follow our handsome, sexy casters with their social media links in the chat. Maxman as well as Kasaya with their social media links in the chat right now. Go ahead and follow them for their future events that they will be involved in. Last but not the least, all the previous matches for Wild Rift Asia Brawl are now being archived on the AssassinDave YouTube channel. Head over there and you will find all the previous matches, including the group stage and playoff stage, under the Wild Rift Asia Brawl playlist. And there you go. Any games you want, you can refer back to. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a short 2-minute break before we come back here for the second match. Who is going to win the next match? It's going to be Chikaimuk match point, or Omega going to take a point back and even up the scoreboard? We shall find out. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl, the final for the winner's bracket in the playoff stage between Omega Esports and Chakaimuk. The winner will proceed to the grand final, and the loser will be dropped to the loser's bracket and get ready to go against Next Play Esports. By no means that match is easy, so nobody want to drop. But who is going to proceed? Before we jump to the game 2 right here, make sure to use the link in the chat to head to Trovo.live and warm up your seat, because after this match, we're going to draw 3 more winners for today's 5,000 Wild Core giveaway. With that, I'm going to quickly send it to our beautiful caster's desk.
Thank you so much, Dave. So, I'm Keisaya. With me is Maxman. We're heading on to the draft right away. And Olaf, as well as an Akali ban. We don't usually see... Actually, recently we've been seeing a lot of Akali ban. But with the power of Akali, especially on the side lane, in the Baron lane, we know that, especially if he's able to fast clear and to just roam in the map, pickoffs can happen, just surely. But Maxman, how about you? What do you say about the draft that we're seeing so far? The first few picks, the priority picks, as well as the Olaf banning here.
I mean, already what I'm seeing for the side of Omega Esports is they're going a completely different route. At least, like, no big assassins. I mean, also, they can't pick Akali, they can't pick Zed anymore, so that's going to be... Also, Camille's going to be off the board, so they can't really go for those big dive, bursty champions anymore, unfortunately. So that is also something that I think is in the mind of Chakaimuk, which is maybe why they might tend to go for a more squishy composition, as they know that, like, there's not going to be those big dive and single out kind of targets remaining for this draft, at least. So, Gragas also for first pick. I think that's a good initiator. It's a pretty good character. Monkey time, maybe. Monkey time indeed. Hell yeah, Monkey. Also is Lulu on the Overgrowth. That is a wombo combo and a half. If they pull the combo properly, that would be absolutely insane. We saw Nami, Wukong do great, and Wukong Lulu is just as strong.
Well, that's massive amount of AoE damage and even the CC that there is present so far in the first 3 picks of Chakaimuk. But we cannot discount what currently is in the first few picks of Omega Esports. In terms of protection, in terms of set, there is the Braum that can do that. Maybe we can talk about a free hitting Misfortune and backline as well. And there's some good zone that might be provided by the Aurelion. He's just going to be pulling off that stars. And this could be a Graves as well as a Misfortune, just free hitting from the backline. So both of the teams so far is starting so good in terms of draft, and seems like they have a lot of free serves in terms of their champion.
I mean, also, like, Misfortune was Brawl, that's another good one once again, because Brawl counts as Misfortune, so like they don't have any too much of an issue. In terms of ADC available for Chakaimuk, you got yourself Jinx, you got yourself also Kai'Sa. There would be a really, really strong pickup to go for. So I would like to see something like that potentially happen. I think that would be good. But Draven would be apparently the pickup they want to play with, which Draven and also Lulu, they work pretty good. It's not like the best combo overall because you want to like still in terms of attack speed that Lulu gives you, it's still pretty dominant. But like here, Draven is mainly focused around the early to mid game power spike when he does so much damn damage. And I think that's going to be them hoping to bully out of lane the Misfortune and also the Brawl. But unfortunately, because of the bullet time and also because especially of the ricochet coming out from the Misfortune, I don't believe that Draven will be able to be as dominant as you might expect in that laning phase, as Malphite gets followed up with that. Once again, ultimate of Malphite, wild growth coming out from the Lulu, and the ultimate from also a beast on the Wukong, and also you got the Gragas ultimate. That's some big CC coming out on their side. They do actually pick Singed for Omega Esports. I'm interested to see how that's going to work, because I don't think Singed is going to be great in this kind of draft.
Actually, we've seen the Singe quite a few times in the tournament. Very cheesy pick so far whenever he is put in the Baron lane, but can be very useful as well in team fights. But before we touch on more onto Singe, I want to go back to Draven matchup as well as the Misfortune matchup on the duo lane. So, well, in terms of damage, I think Draven can still catch all that. Maybe not, he doesn't have that fast clearing of minion waves compared to what the Misfortune can do. But then again, if the members of Team Chakaimuk is able to empower or capitalize on the passive that this Draven has, the League of Draven, then this is going to be a Draven that is going to be snowballing from one point to another, especially if he is able to secure a kill in the duo lane. But that's not going to be an easy task. Again, there is a Braum that can just go block all the damage that may come up from this Draven. At the same time, we talk about two range heroes as well on the side of Omega Esports, the Graves as well as the Misfortune, that might give a hard time on the Draven. But it will just boil down to execution and how they will be reacting onto the plans, onto trying to empower that Draven on the side of Chakaimuk. But then again, Singe, you mentioned you're not too sure how this will go, but I guess he can answer back something, especially in a team fight, especially when he has the items already.
I'm not even thinking team fights with Singe. I'm thinking when I'm looking at the composition of Omega Esports, I said that really weird. Omega Esports. Omega. I don't know. I said that in English. English is a weird language. I am looking at the side of Omega Esports and I'm thinking, their potential to single out a target, though, is pretty strong, especially because of that Singe, the possibility to just yeet someone right behind him and then follow up with the CC of that Brawl potentially, and the big burst coming out from the rest of the team is pretty damn consistent. So I think that if the macro, the rotations, and the shot calling for the side of Omega Esports on point, abuse their composition and especially put that Singe in a really strong spot. But I think that if they fall behind with their composition, it's just going to be a steamroll, because if you fall behind against Malphite, Wukong composition, paired up also with a Lulu with a wild growth, they will not give you any room to make your way back into the game. They will not allow any room for mistakes. So I am a little bit skeptical here to see how the start of the game is going to go for Omega Esport. If they start steamrolling and like get a really good lead, I'm going to be like, okay, they can win. But if they lose like the first, I would say 5 to 6 minutes, 7 minutes tops, I don't think they can take the dub with this kind of draft.
We'll see about that though. But for the meantime, both teams doing good, doing okay in terms of blazing their vision, their wards. This is what we usually see in competitive right now. In the first flow of the minion waves, it's usually fine that the support will just be giving that away totally to their ADCs and just allow the ADC to grab all the goals. But for the meantime, looks like there is an invade being planned by Smart Omega right now. Gonna go for that blue buff onto the jungle camp of Team Chakaimuk. I'm not so sure though if they will try to go for an answer by going for a counter invade. In case it's gonna be late, I think.
I mean, Lulu's gonna put some deep vision. That's just to make sure that they can like keep track of the enemy jungler. But like this is exactly what I was mentioning in the draft. Their composition is heavily reliant around, can we get ahead? Even if it's just barely in CS, can we get an extra tier 2 item, tier 3 item? Can we get that just extra little bit of power level in the team fights to remain more relevant and just barely take the edge in the engages? So I think that was a good call for them to go for the invade, to kind of just take that gold away from the jungler and get a pretty good spot. But talking about the jungler, the Wukong did go indeed for the counter invade. And that's just going to make things a little bit more even-steven for the teams. But he is a little bit behind in rotation pacing, which could delay that gank pretty heavily.
Yes, for sure. But for the meantime, on the top side, we can see somehow CKM's having a hard time dealing with the Singe, throwing all the poison on the floor and just putting a lot of pressure on that one. And given that the jungler on the side of Team Chikaimuk is not present on the top side, definitely CKM must be very careful of the potential gank that might happen from Impressive. But Impressive not really going to go for that one. Instead, they're going to be going for that I wouldn't really call calm start because they went for it. But for the meantime, in the middle lane, forced to flash away is it Gragas in the middle lane. I wasn't able to see actually if there was an ignite that was used on him because there was, so that's the reason why he actually was forced to flash and just go for the honey fruit. That speaks why. Wow, what a start though.
Yeah, I mean, also you got to keep in mind that here you're dealing with a Aurelion Sol that, like, in terms of zoning, is the best character to keep people at a distance, especially now that he has just barely hit level 5. So Gragas now, because of that level 5, is really going to be able to win it unless he gets like a great engage with his ultimate, but that is a pretty hard one to hit. So I'm going to keep my eyes out for him all around. Jakey, they're going to go for the push once again up against the Singed in the top side of the map. And he does go for the little bump backwards, just going to get a little bit intoxicated. Feels good. Feels just like my solo queue chat in game. And now things are going like very slowly. Not too much of a gold lead. Nothing too impressive for the time being. But I'm waiting for the Drake. I think the Drake is going to be the first deciding factor to see what kind of playstyle these two teams are deciding to adopt to.
That is definitely when. Now, it basically will tell us that it will just boil down now on how they're going to be executing that play, potentially in the Dragon Pit. But for the meantime, they're going to be poking each other out in here in the river bed. Shiba in here will just try to back away, but they have to reset. They have to reset in preparation for the dragon that is about to come up 20 seconds from now. And I'm not too sure, because we can also take a look at what the Baron laners are doing as of the moment, because whoever will be able to shove the minion waves faster in heal will be able to respond faster and maybe on a 5-man fight up against that Baron. But for the meantime, we talk about the fight. They're gonna go for the pokes in here in the Baron pit as of the one backup incoming from the Aurelion Sol as well. We can see the stars not really connecting onto anyone, and they go for a reset.
Oh my, a little bit of fine mid though on Singe. Going to be taking a 1v2. Nice bump coming up from the Olaf, but the ultimate of Malphite does miss as the flash is forced away. Drake is now going to be on the menu. It is a Mountain Drake, which is going to be slowly kicked off, but the leash is going to be left unfinished as no one is going to commit to the Drake just yet, as both teams aren't really fully prepared for it, but it seemed like Monkey is going to go for the dragon. Godzilla is going to die.
Looks like they're gonna go for this one as of yet. We can see that the ultimates are currently up as of the moment. Ooh. Yes, they can go for that. Invade Stars really connecting so well onto the members of Team CKM. Oh, the monkey got killed by that Graves, and this is Omega Esports capitalizing that position. The range is just working so well, and of course the zone capability of the Aurelion Sol did work so well at the same time in making sure that they can go for that play in the dragon.
Big miscommunication happening for the set of Chakaimuk. I think we all just saw Shiba playing with Wukong that he went way too deep. The intention was good. If the team was ready to follow up, that would have been indeed a really strong play, and you're going to be seeing it happen actually on the replay that's currently unfolding. Wukong decides to go for the flash with the ultimate, gets a great double knockup, but unfortunately his team is getting pushed backwards, and because of that, their forces are getting stretched really thinly, and they're just not ready to take that fight head on. The fight is then won by the side of Omega Esports, and because of the bow of that fight, they do get the Drake, so now the lead is starting to slowly but surely go their way, and they cannot give away this lead. I mentioned it earlier in the draft. I'm going to say it again. They got a very steamroll heavy composition. If they lose a fight and they fall behind, things are going to get really tricky for them to maybe try and set up a comeback, because this is not a very comeback possible comp.
Yes, for sure. And now we can see the comparison, the itemization in here. For our ADCs, definitely there's a bit of advantage on the Misfortune. It's going to be dangerous, especially in here, that they're starting off the Rift Herald fight right now. Will there be a steal once more? Yes, there will be a steal again! The bull time, and again, the damage Graves. The Graves will fall down, but then again, they got the Rift Herald for themselves. Backup incoming from Arise in here, coming from the back line, just targeting all the backliners as well from the side of Team Chakaimuk. Not gonna be chasing that Lulu anymore. And 2 kills. I mean, a lot of you went down already, and we can even go for a push in here onto the top side. Not yet done because CKM in here in a dangerous spot to actually go for a defensive play up top. But they got a good flow of minion waves. It's just that the Braum maybe will try to just prepare, not really deciding on to back up, but instead they're really gonna go for a push in this top turret.
And Aurelion saw that fight arrive just like Shanks and Marineford Arc in one piece, just like stop. And they all stopped and they all left, and they're like, okay, we're gonna take a fight later on. Thank you very much. We appreciate your contribution. And they removed the fight to later on. But so far, we are still seeing the steamroll, the snowball composition getting set up. Nice pushback from Singe in the mid lane. But they will be normally able to find it. Redemption comes on through, but that is going to be all stand done. And he does die to the Redemption, actually, which does rarely happen, but still really good kill. Once again, coming the other side as a Monkey, taking so much down. Like, he is so squishy right now, Kasaya. He is struggling.
Yeah, definitely struggling. I think the problem in here from the side of Chakaimuk, they keep on starting the objectives super early. Like, okay, first long as their objectives, we are positioned, let's start it over. Instead of just going for a pick-up fight. But for the meantime in here, we can see the members of Team Omega Esports just going for the fight. 2 members down right away on the side of Team Chakaimuk, and they're gonna go for a push in the middle lane. They still got a Rift Herald on their side. They might be able to take 2 turrets while they still have the Rift Herald and a good flow of minion waves as well. Wow, massive amounts of damage. They have to do 2 range damage dealers. Stand aside being pulled off by that Draven, but the Draven can't do anything about it. There's not much enough damage, and just like what we saw a while ago, there's already a lead that is currently being seen on the side of Omega Esports. Not to mention even the itemization for both the marksmen on the side of Omega Esports.
I mean, I'm scared for Chakaimuk. Mainly reason why is because Draven is a character that scales really badly if behind, like compared to, for example, a Kai'Sa or a Jinx that has the potential of like doing a good comeback later on in the game. When you have a Draven that is not in a good spot and his early game is where normally he is at his best, when he's the strongest, and if he's not able to get ahead, and currently he's like in 0-1-2, which is a pretty bad score overall, he is going to be completely irrelevant in his composition. So I think that now you're not really going to have to rely around Draven. You want to mainly try and rely around those CC combos that we have yet to see. Well, Jake is once more going to be on the menu. It's going to be an Ocean Drake. They're going to take it. They did it just redemption up the... They just redemption the Drake. Okay, fair enough. You know what? That's going to be another easy pickup as the rest of the team of Chakaimuk are nowhere to be seen to try and contest it.
Now, this is the time that Chakaimuk is calming down. Not really going to go or position themselves early on objectives. Looks like they want to go for a counter play. But for the meantime, they're going to go dive onto our Rising here onto the top side. Will secure the kill? Yes, they will. JLC onto the backup though, but I don't think he can do anything to defend the tier 2 turret up top. Meantime, we can see another split push work being done in here by Impressive in the bottom lane part of the map right now. Looks like anytime soon tier 2 turret is going to fall down as well. Going back on the top side fight is currently happening. CKM super low, so CKM members are super low. Bullet time connecting onto 2 targets. Securing 2. Was that 3 this time? Oh, went on bomb, but that's totally fine. They're taking a lot of objectives in here. Both the bot lane, they bought the bot lane part of the map as well as the top side. Gragas, what can he do? Maybe he can just try to toss away the members of Team Omega Esports, but he's taking a lot of damage from that Graves. I don't think they will be able to finish this yet because the death timers are still low.
I thought for a second that the entire team was going to go back by teleport and just jump in to finish. I'm like, oh, maybe, but like, no, it was actually just one teleport from the Aurelion.
Yeah,
so,
man, that happened to me in rank game. That happened.
That's horrible. that must feel really bad. But like, also going back around that fight, like that was a great push, a great play from Chakaimuk. Like they found a peek onto the Aurelion Sol that was out of position, that was solo. They find a really good fight. They got 2 turrets too, which gave them once again access to the enemy base if the comeback doesn't fold in their favor. But then they're just like, we're going to go and slowly move away. That was the issue, though. Slowly move away. And they got caught up so easily to reality. They got slapped in the face with the Galaxy right afterwards. So they just had no reason to overstay their welcome. And by doing so, they just threw that potential comeback opportunity out the window because they were just a little bit too slow to move away.
Man, 3 full items already onto the graves. Meantime, the Wukong only has 2 as of the moment, even completing his enchantment for the boots. But for the meantime, will this be a 4-team fight? They got caught off guard by a rising here. A lot of damage coming from Brilliant Soul, and of course, though, the Malphite is gonna go on to a dive onto the members of Team Omega Esports, but Bullet Time just connecting so well up against the members of CKM. And ooh, where are you going, my friend Draven? I think that's the wrong path. That's not where your base is, and this is a wipeout, and I think this is gonna be it. An ace on to Team Omega Esports, ending the game in around 12-minute game time.
That is one damn quick game. Exactly. I said in the draft, and
is this gonna be it? Am I saying it too early?
It's fine. They take the dub. They take the dub. It's pretty obvious it's going to be happening. But like we talked about in the draft, like you're going to be seeing the gold lead too coming on through in the stats. Like you're going to see it to be entirely red, entire way, as they were just from the very early stages, they were already in a really, really strong lead. So like I'm just not surprised because they were just ahead at the start. And at that point, their comp was just heavily reliant around snowballing. And because of the kind of composition that's not great for comeback potential, their scaling is not great, especially that Draven. They were not able to make the combos happen. Like, especially like we were talking about combos in a draft phase. Like, they rarely took a fight with like the entire combos being like, no, Wukong engaged, followed up was also the Malphite, or the other way around. Then the overgrowth on top of the Wukong to double down on the CC, then get the double stack of the ultimate of the Wukong. We've just not seen that happen, really. And I think that they had a strong draft potential, but they just didn't play it to its full potential. And that's what really caused their demise in that game.
And I mean, they drafted a Draven on their composition. I mean, if you want a Draven on your comp, then make sure you empower it early on. And they failed to do so. So they did not even cap. This is a 0-kill Draven. So there's not even a point of giving him some gold from his passive League of Draven. So that didn't happen at all, and I think CKM failed to just basically use or capitalize the Draven in their composition. But you know, I think this is an okay Gragas, Lulu, and a Wukong in one comp. It's just, I don't know. It could have been better if it's, I don't know, Jinx or I don't know. It's just Draven failing to go online in this game.
I mean, yeah, it's just not like Draven in competitive is not super reliable because he's a very straightforward character in the sense that if you make sure he does not get frags early game, he will do almost nothing. They did that. They focused him down. They made sure he could not bring much to the table. And then it was just a pretty easy straight up game for them. So overall, still GG well played. We are 1-1 so far for the matchup of Chakamic versus Omega Esports. As Dave, I'd like to have a little bit of your input on that one because that was just such a stonker of a performance coming on through from Omega Esports. Like that cinched too. That was a clean cinched for sure.
This is definitely Omega smart being smart, okay? Like the cinch pick into the Malphite pick, that was brilliant. Because if you pressure Malphite enough, because the whole point of getting Malphite is he's so strong in team fights, right? But he's not really good at pushing towers. He's not really good at much else. He's just really good at, you know, team fighting. Now you have a cinch who absolutely destroyed him in lane, which you saw. Like he pressured lane so hard, where the Malphite was not able to rotate fast enough. If he had to rotate, he had to give up a significant amount of resources in order to do that. So that cinch pick might seem like a not so meta pick, but it's absolute brilliant pick in this scenario. Like, and also, I just want to point out again how strong Graves and Braum combo is, right? We've seen it again. And this Braum ended the game was 4-0-12, and he was not MVP. I was blown away. I was like, why is this guy not MVP? Anyway, so big shout out to Omega Smart for taking us to another game. Now we're going to have at least a 4-game series in this best out of 5. So who is going to take us to match point? We shall find out in the next game. But before we get into the next game right here, I do want to do a big shout out for the sponsor of the tournament, Trovo.live. That's right, Trovo is sponsoring a lot of events and tournaments for League of Legends Wild Rift. In fact, NA launch is coming in soon, and they're going to do a bunch of great events along with that launch soon. So make sure to head to Trovo.live. On top of it, we're doing 30,000 wild core giveaway throughout the entire playoff, and we're going to draw another 3 winners who get to pick whatever they want. In-game skin, in-game hero, champion, in-game whatever you want. All you have to do is go to Trovo.live with the link in the chat, warm up your seed, share the stream, get ready. Next up, I want to do a big shout out to Wild Rift Competitive Team. Wild Rift Competitive is the central place for all things competitive. They host weekly tournaments events for the community. They also provide an easy way to find a scrimmage and recruit for your team. If you're interested in competitive news, they also provide that and more. So what you waiting for? Find their social media links in description and go follow Wild Rift Competitive. At the same time, make sure to follow our beautiful, sexy, intelligent, charming casters, Maxman and Kasaya. Make sure to follow them in social media links in the chat right now. Make sure to follow them so you can follow their future events as well. Last but not least, all the previous matches are now being archived in the AssassinDave YouTube channel under the Wild Rift Asia Brawl playlist. So if you any games you want to go back and watch, there you go. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a short 2-minute break. And we'll come back for the next match between Omega Esport and Chikaimuk. See who will take us to the match point. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets. Hopefully you're watching with your pets because it's so exciting. Yes, welcome back to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl, the grand final for the winner's bracket. This is it. This is the game you've been waiting for, because this match will decide who will get to the match point and put tremendous amount of pressure on the other side. Yeah, that's right. Make sure to share the stream and use the link in the chat to go to Trovo.live, because after this match, we're going to draw 3 lucky winners who are going to pick whatever they want, and they will receive their prize within 24 to 48 hours. You do not have to wait for a year to receive your prize. You get it right away. So what you waiting for? Head to Trovo.live. With that, the third game ban pick is already underway between Omega Esports and Chakaimuk. So I'm going to quickly send it over to our incredible, amazing caster's desk.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you so much, Dave. Again, we're casters for today. Still, I'm Kisai. With me is Maxman. We're now here in the round 3 match between Omega Esports versus Chakaimuk. We are in a 1-1 score. So no match point will happen as of yet. And you know, during off stream, not really off stream, but what we're talking about in the back end, we were talking about, okay, why is this not a Lulu Kaisa or maybe Lulu Jinx? Why is this a Draven? But yeah, we were frustrated about what happened in the draft and how Chakaimuk executed that play. But now we will be guessing what could be their plan this time for the third game. Seemingly like they're securing a prio pick in here on the Lee Sin as well as the Alistar. Definitely they want to take away Lee Sin from Impressive as well. Any thoughts about this one, Maxman?
I mean, already I'm hoping that I'm going to be seeing a Thornmail this game purely based on the fact that Olaf has been picked up. But I also am seeing that Omega Esports, they just don't want to deal with Akali. Like, I don't know what's happening. They're just like, or we play Akali or we ban it. It's one or the other. We're not going halfway on that one. So definitely seem like they are not a fan of playing against an Akali whatsoever. Might also be a comfort pick of Chakaimuk. I just don't know fully of just yet. I'm seeing Kaisa on. And that should mean maybe a Lulu pickup around the corner, as Gragas was banned away for the side of Chakaimuk. So I believe we might be seeing a Lulu coming up really soon. It is 1-1, and I think that Lulu also might want to try and keep it for like a Jinx Lulu later on. So I think they can still pick some really strong supports if they want to keep that Lulu for the later stages of this BO5 series. But now they got also some good tanky front line with the Alistar for Chakaimuk, paired up with also the good dive potential of a Lee Sin. Now, what are they going to add up on top of that? They got a good building block base. What they're going to build on top of that, I'm intrigued to see what they decide to go for, as they're taking their time for sure. But I don't know, there's so many options available. I would love to know where they're going to go for.
Yeah, we still got a lot of options actually, like the Jin, which they are hovering as of the moment. We also got the Kaisa still available on the side of Chakaimuk, but I'm not so sure if that's what they want to secure. They have been showing up some other champions in this one, the Corki, the Tristana, Ashe has been hovered as well, but I'm not too sure how confident they will be. But ooh, we're gonna be having both Corki and Jin. So Corki in the middle lane having the matchup against the Orianna. What do you say about this?
Overall, like, no, Lulu pickup is not too surprising there. I was expecting that to happen regardless, and nothing too substantial. But they are also going for a pretty nice front line paired up of Olaf and also Garen, so that's going to be pretty decent. But unfortunately, what I'm seeing also for them, the amount of peeling coming up from Omega Esports is not all that significant. And when you're seeing the dive potential from the Alistar, from the Lee Sin, I am starting to feel a little bit skeptical. Compared to when you're looking at the other side, they are pretty slippery except for the gym, but they are going to make up with it with like just raw tanking and also frontline power from the Alistar altogether. And now they're aiming... Oh, I like the Camille, actually. I think Camille would be a really good pickup to try and really catch off guard that Kai'Sa to make sure, even though she does get ulted by the overgrowth of the Lulu, I think that Camille would be a good way to just lock her down in a tomb and allow your entire team to just CC combo that one, especially with the likes of the Alistar, to try and get some extra CC combo to make sure she does not even have the time to dash out some damage. So overall, Ghost drafts are really strong in my opinion, but I do think that here, Chakaimi can have a really strong draft, but like when you're looking at it, you still got a Lulu Kai'Sa, and like you got to keep that in mind. That is scary when it comes down to Wild Rift.
Yeah, and talking about scary, that's what I think about Omega Esports. I'm leaning towards their draft as of the moment. Yes, there is a beefy frontliner from the side of Chakaimuk, but if you talk about the mobility as well from the side of Mega Esports, there's the Garen that can chase you out and just silence the hell out of you in order for you to be stopped on what you wanted to do and maybe trying to go for a curtain call or whatnot. And at the same time, this Kai'Sa can definitely assassinate you from the backline in case you are found to be just trying to be safe from afar. And what more if there's the wild growth, if that Kai'Sa is empowered by the wild growth of Lulu. So there's some frontliners that can just help protect the Kai'Sa as well from free hitting with the Ikathian Rain as well. So basing on the draft, I think I'm leaning towards Omega Esports, but not to discount what Chakaimu can do as well. But they still have the potential to actually even go for a set, given that they got a Camille, can go for the Hextech Ultimatum. At the same time, the Pulverize that might be present in here on the side of Alistar. So, but we'll see about that. I just feel like overall, Omega Esports has a better composition, especially in terms of team fight.
We'll see how the teams are going to be coming on through. But anyways, we are slowly going to be loading on the Summoner's Rift for our third game of this B5 series. Omega Esports versus Chakaimik. So far, it is a 1-1. If you guys did join up late, you have been missing a lot for sure. And the VODs, by the way, do not forget, will be available on AssassinDave YouTube channel. They will be remained over there for the time being. But now, Trovo is the place to be. So join the party if you have not already, as you will try and get some nice giveaways also coming your way. But anyways, this game is going to be coming up onto this one. And I would love to know here which draft do you think would be better here, like not even talking about the games or what we've been having so far. What draft for your personal taste do you think it might be a little bit better? You like Omegas?
I'm liking Omegas,
okay.
Yeah. How about you?
I actually like Omegas too, especially because you know, like as I said, you got Kai'Sa, you got Lulu, it's pretty strong, and you also got Olaf, which is absolutely busted. I'm going to say every single time, but I think that here Chakaimuk, I'm not going to be heavily relying on the Jhin. I don't think Jhin is going to be the big win condition. I think that the win condition is going to be Camille. So I think that if Chakaimuk are able to play this draft, play their cards correctly, I do believe they're going to be a comp that can steamroll and overtake even the combos such as the Lulu and the Kai'Sa. So I'm looking forward to that. So I'm going to be going for split desk once again, because I think it's pretty fun to have a split desk. And I'm going to say Chakaimuk potentially take this game with that kind of draft.
And now we're about to load in a game anytime soon. Again, if you just tune in onto the live stream, again, we are in a 1-1 score in the semifinals round, best of 5 between Omega Esports versus Chakaimuk. So here we go. What I'm more curious about is if there's gonna be an invade coming up from the Lee Sin, and just capitalize on the advantage that, okay, we're more mobile in case we fail to do some invade, then we just go back away, and that's it. But yeah, so far we can see 4 people actually grouping up on the top side. They got the Camille off guard. Is this gonna be a first blood anytime soon? Nope, that's not gonna be it, but at least they sent some information that we're gonna be go aggressive in this game 3.
That was the fastest flash I believe we have so far. 8-second flash it took. that was a pretty interesting one overall. But now we're going to be seeing also the Corki getting a little bit bullied by the basic attacks of this Orianna, which, you know, Orianna basic attacks because of her passive become really, really irrelevant the more she basic attacks. So not too shabby indeed. But you know what? So far also, we're still going to be looking for the Lulu Kai'Sa composition. There are 4 things for sure in life. Death, taxes, Lulu and Kai'Sa being OP, and also people asking for Shinbu to cast in the chat. So we'll see exactly how things are going to be rolling out for us in this game. Hopefully some good action to come on through, but it is still 1-1. Whichever team wins this one will have a lead, but it still will not be over, as these are indeed some BO5s. We do have a little switcheroo, by the way. Alistar and Jin taking a 1v2 versus this... Oh, versus Garen. Well, Alistar takes a lot of damage from the turret for really no reason.
Well, kind of risky on this one, leaving the Garen up against a Jin who can fast clear, and up against an Alistar can actually just CC you. But for the meantime, seems like Omega Esports going to be eyeing on to taking down the first turret ASAP compared to what Team CKM can do on the bot side. So you can see some counter plays in here happening from both ends of the map. JLC, but oh, look at that Shiba, super low on HP thanks to the passive coming out from the Alistar. But then again, the Jin is going to get punished as well down bot. And not only that, seems like Omega Esports going to be securing the first turret of the game. This is a good start. This is a good start for Omega Esports.
It is indeed... Oh, wait. Okay, I thought Camille was going to be spotted away for a second, but that's going to be a turret picked up in the top side of the map.
They're baiting him. They're baiting him.
Yeah, they're trying to be like, hey, come over here. You're missing a loss. Yes, haha. But he's not going to fall for it. He's not going to go for it. But, like, this is really good play. Yeah, he's like, maybe? No.
Come here. And they tried to teleport just to bait him out, but I don't think the Camille...
Oh
just
my
gonna
god.
be falling for that bait, but he's showing himself up. Just a little bit of delayed first turret take by Team Omega Esports. They want to be like, you know, they want to be smooth somehow. They don't want to be that aggressive. Okay, right after taking down the Jin on the bot side, maybe even potentially even taking down the Listen on the bot side, they're gonna take it a little bit slow by delaying that first turret take up top.
I mean... Things are getting a little bit injured. Like, if I was that Camille, I would have took my iPad and thrown it out the window already. I was like, come on, let me CS, boys. Please, give me a chance. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case whatsoever. And also, they do get some extra gold purely off the plates they were able to get on that top lane turret. So they are looking at... Like, we're only 3 minutes into the game. And look at the gold lead. 3,000 gold lead in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Level 5 Garen versus level 5 Camille. What can the Camille do on this one? Because he wasn't able to secure the CS up top a while ago. Real nice play coming from Omega Esports earlier on. But yeah, now they go back to the usual laning, wherein we have the duo laners in the bot side nearby the dragon, and seemingly like they want to contest this another turret down bottom part of the map, and they're going to be going for that engage. Look at that play, 2 man down on the side of Team Chikaimuk, and potentially even taking down the turret. A flow of minion wave is about to come, not without a siege minion though, but I think this is a good play. This is a good way to start off the game. I mean, there have been snowballing since 0 game time.
I mean, you have overgrowth on the Olaf. You have Olaf pop also his ultimate, so he's going to be also getting some really big damage through. Like, what can he do? What can he do at that point? Exactly, you can do absolutely nothing. Chakaimuk are just getting cyber bullied under our very eyes. And now, because they got themselves the first turret on the top lane, and they're potentially trying to do that once again, because they're sending the entire comp once again down in bot, they're going to try and get control, especially of this Drake position of the Drake pit, which it should be their next focus, which is indeed going to be the case. And unfortunately, they are not in a position to contest it. Corki's going to try and join up, but it's not going to make matters easy for them. And that is going to be an easy Ocean Drake coming the way of Omega Esports. Like, it's just been 4 minutes, but like, I can't see them fall behind here. Like, unless a big throw happens, like, they're already just so confident. And with such a big lead in just a few minutes, 5,000 gold lead in less than 5 minutes, like, they are up for victory here.
Yeah, and by the way, this is Jin, who died twice already, forced to make use of his flash to back away from impressive down bot part of the map. Let's see though if Chakaimuk will be able to make a play up top by taking down an outer turret up top.
Outer turret is going to be contested though. Be careful on the Garen. He's going to be trying to go a little bit deep inside the jungle. Honeyfruit going to come his way, but no, he's not expecting it. 1v2 coming his way here. And he's going to be now slowly contested. He's going to go down. Oh, seems like Kasaya is going to be having some issues. Oh, wait, you're fine? Okay.
I apologize on that one, but yeah, in here we can see Garen going down. First casualty on the side of Team Omega Esports, but no worries about that because there's a good push happening down bottom part of the map. Who be very careful because they're getting sandwiched by the members of Team Chakaimuk in their very own jungle camp in here, but back up incoming. They're gonna go for that killer instinct by the Kaisa, but has to back away just a little bit because the damage somehow is somehow going present on the Corki and immediately completing the Triforce for himself. So if there's no Jin that is online as of yet, then there's a backup coming from Corki.
Ooh, man, some big surprises happening there, but once again, showing that Omega Esports, they got the lead and they're not ready to give it up just yet. The gold lead has been reduced to just about 4,000 now, so still showing that Chakaimuk are trying to stay relevant in this game, so still they're not giving hope up just yet, but still things are looking pretty dire for them now. This jungle control is especially pretty predominant. I want to start seeing a little bit more deep vision coming on through from the side of especially Omega Esports to try and keep that lead under their control so they can scout down especially what the Lee Sin is doing, because currently Lee Sin, oh no, that's way too early for Shiba. He's going to be taking some early damage.
Oh, he's going to go for that try to attempt for still here we're going to be Hextech ult. Oh, they actually managed to steal that Rift Herald, but there's the chase coming here from Impressive, the rest of the gang in here. From the side of Team Omega Esports, the damage from the Ikathean Rain from the Kaisai is just also way too much to handle already. Yes, they did secure or stole that Rift Herald, but then again, they're going to be losing their mid turret, and that's going to be opening all the jungle camps of Team Chakaimuk, and that's going to be looking so scary. What more? This is a Corki that needs to back away already before he even gets caught off guard by the members of Omega Esports.
Yeah, like Herald here was just not worth like for you losing like a Jin already. Like you lost 2 of your players. That was just not worth taking it. Oh, of course, also seeing how good the rotations have been of Omega Esports. Even if a Herald comes on through, I'm pretty sure that Herald is going to have very minimal impact because the rotations have been just so quick, so swift for Omega Esports. Unless they win a fight or get them an advantage in some way, shape, or form by finding 1, 2, 3 picks in a nice little fight or find some players out of position, then capitalize on that amount of opportunity to try and maybe push a side lane, which I think would be the good way, as Garen's going to be caught up in a 1v3.
Okay, JLC in here. We'll just be very careful. Gotta go for the tower hug instead of getting poked down by the members of Team Chakaimuk. But for the meantime, down bottom part of the map, you can see that Olaf, impressive, is gonna go down under turret onto the hands of the Corki. But fortunately enough, they get a good flow of minion waves. Even they will not be able to manage in taking down the turret. At least they are able to shove and get a position early on, maybe on this dragon that is about to come up. Olaf is about to come up as well 1 second from now, and yeah, the Garen gonna go for that teleport in the mid lane as well to potentially help out in fight that might happen somewhere, both in the mid or maybe in a dragon pit. I think it's gonna be starting off in this dragon.
This is actually really good. This is actually really well played. They put the Herald in mid to try and take the attention away from it and maybe to go for Drake, but unfortunately the play will not go. The idea was good. Unfortunately, that was something that you can see that they were completely prepared for. Mega Esports, like, hey, do you think we were born yesterday? Like, bro, we know exactly what you're doing. And they're just going to contest it away. And also because Camille is going to be off away, this allows them to potentially force a fight towards this dragon pit, which I believe now they're just clearing the vision, making sure that no vision is remaining around this pit to make that dragon pit, that dragon capture even easier for them. Lee Sin's like, I mean, what do you want me to do? Like, they're taking it. I can't contest it. Maybe a steal. No, not going to happen.
Nice attempt though. Nice attempt. It was so close, but you know, he can't just go in there and try to go for a steal, or rather he died. But I like the sonic blow. I mean, maybe a split seconds just late. But yeah, we'll see about that. For the meantime, there's a chase ongoing onto this Olaf as of the moment. Gonna be making his ultimate to back away. Gonna go for a flash as well. Curtain Call has been used. Gonna be going for the 1 hit, but I'm not yet too sure if Impressive will be able to survive that one now anymore. But that was a good buy time for the rest of the members of Team Omega Esports, because look at what time-lapse is doing in the middle lane as well. He shoved the minion waves and now gonna back up top. Ariana will be securing that kill, and this is a space created for Team Omega Esports. Oh, they're not yet done. Polymorph has been used by Stronger in here, just securing 1 more kill for that Kaisa. And now, again, this is a good shove of minion waves both up top and in the mid.
This is an example of, unfortunately, committing too heavily to a fight, going too deep in a fight, and then paying the price because of it. But Camille, hey, looking to try and contest that red buff. Going to go for the ult onto Garen to keep him around by enemy players, but this is not looking great for the side of Omega.
Definitely, they have to back away. JLC is so low. They have to wait for the rest of the members in here to be ready and be on full health, because you gotta be careful as well on what the Alistar can do in terms of set, and even that Camille as well. And we're talking about two here, Corki, which was their mid laner, as well as this Jhin, which was their ADC on the bot side part of the map. So you still cannot discount that one out, because they're, even though we can see an advantage in the side of Smart Omega, we can still see that somehow, TKM is able to answer.
They've been able to find some pretty decent answers. I 100% agree with that point, actually, right there. But after, is it going to be substantial for the long term? That is going to be the question to be answered. But I'm seeing especially like here that this Olaf and also this Lulu, like it's a better love story than Twilight right now. They're just like hand in hand, engaging the fight. Like, oh, please give me the wild growth, dude. I got you, homie. We're good to go. And then they just like completely obliterate the competition. And you also got to keep in mind that Omega Esport, we have yet to see like a proper 5v5 team fight. And I think that the moment that happens, they will be the team dominating, purely based off the fact that they have that Kai'Sa, they got that Shockwave ultimate coming out also from the Orianna. Their comp is just so well rounding up, and I'm loving to see it. But when I'm looking on the other side, 0-3 Jhin, we talked about bad scaling for Draven. Like, Jhin is in a really similar spot, but if he falls behind, like Jhin, like I think we can both agree that like Jin's comeback potential as a one-man character is not all that great.
Nah, I mean, especially if it's compare about the mobility of that Kaisa versus what the Jhin can do in order to survive a 1-5. But for the meantime, we can see a lot of folks coming in here from the side of Team Omega Esports. Killer Instinct has been used already to chase down the Listen, and the Listen will fall down to 2 fights happening on the top side, as well as somewhere in the middle lane part of the map. In the game, CKM needs to back away. The members on the side of Team Chakaimuk is down with 2 members, and this is a great opportunity for Team Omega Esports to even go for that Baron.
I mean, it goes without saying. That's like the obvious pick. And also, while they have Baron, that's going to be also giving a buff to the minions, so they're going to keep on shoving lanes, and that's going to make also them to give them a great opportunity to just go straight for the dragon that's about to pop, should I say, in the next now 10 seconds. That's going to be a 1v1 Orianna versus Corki. We all know that Corki is going to be no competition. Maybe? No, actually, no, I take it back. No, Orianna's going to win that one pretty dominantly. It was somewhat close, but still, she got ahead pretty nicely. And now, because they got an extra kill on the Corki, Dragon is up for the takings in a 5v4. And you know, once again, the Chakaimuk just can't contest it away. This is going to be another great pickup. 3 Drakes so far. They go Infernal, Mountain Drake, and Ocean Drake. Like, this is just sealing the fate of Chakaimuk in the way that they cannot make this comeback happen with that kind of composition.
It's so hard. I mean, this is a Jhin that still has yet to get at least 1 kill, still on a 0-3 score. But for the meantime, the Baron buff is still up in here, allowing the members of Omega Esports to go for a push in the middle lane, maybe even taking down the turret in the middle lane. But you know, the backup from Corki though is in here. Yeah, on the top side though, we can see that 2v1 fight ongoing. Arise will be able to secure a kill. Sonic Wave connecting onto Arise, but I don't think they're gonna go for it, because this is a full HP Orianna we're talking about. And in the middle lane, you can see that the inhibitor turret has already fallen down. I don't know. Is this gonna be it? I mean,
the finishing.
This is kind of a very dominating game, just in case. And gonna go for the critical. I don't think it's gonna do anything against Omega Esports. And man, this is another 4-man wipeout. Jhin can't do anything. I mean, he's just there in a fountain, just hoping for some miracle to happen for Chakaimuk.
Well, what do you want to say about that? Utter, absolute damn domination coming on through Omega Esports. I mean, yeah, like they had the good draft, they had the good rotation path thing, and overall it's just that they were the stronger team in that matchup respectively. And also like Olaf, Lulu, they picked 2 top tier S, double S, triple S, whatever you want to call it, top tier characters overall. And those are the kind of matchups that when you pick up Lulu and Olaf, you are expecting to win. If you do not win, you're losing a lot, because with how these BF5 series run, right, they cannot pick Lulu and Olaf anymore. So they had to 100% win this one to get their money's worth out of those two kind of picks. But now that that's not going to be available for them anymore, I'm intrigued to see if like the next game is going to be as dominant as this one without like, the god tier picks they had. But still overall, the macro rotations, how they were just controlling the rest of their map and allowing that control to make and capture some Drakes every single time of the like around the board. Yeah, it's just Jackhammer unfortunately getting outdone. They could not do much to fight against that because, once again, it was just such a strong performance and such a strong showing for Omega Esports.
You know what? I'm also just happy that all my 3 predictions in this game is just on point. I mean, my prediction in round 1 was correct, and now in game 2 and 3 was correct. So who's got a better draft?
You gotta flex on me like that. Hey, I'm just trying to make it entertaining on the desk, okay? It's boring if we both go for the same one, okay? I'm trying to make it fun.
You can always be honest. You can always be honest, you know? Well, anyway, you can see in the graph in here, it's just all good start from the side of Omega Esports. That switch at the start worked so well. I mean, the Garen all alone in the bot lane part of the map was kind of risky. Him having to deal with the fast clearing Jhin together with an Alistar and at the same time getting backed up by Shiva. But he knows that, okay, he's got shields for as long as he tower hogs and he can just bait out these aggressive members on the side of CKM. So that was very smart play, and at the same time, what Team Omega Esports did up top to bully the Camille early on. But yeah, that was it. This is now match point for the next round for Team Omega Esports. Let's call back Dave and maybe ask him what he thinks about this match.
Wow. I was just talking to my friends about who are playing on the EU server about like Lulu, Olaf, and like a strong AD carry combo. And I seen it first time now by Omega. Before last game, I mean after the second game finished, the caster were talking about how you pick Lulu, but you didn't pair it with Kai'Sa or Jinx. And then this time, Omega smart, right? Being the smart ass here, right? Taking out the Lulu, the Olaf, right? Lulu also paired really well with Shyvana. We talk about Shyvana alone is really weak, but pair that with Lulu, all of a sudden breaks the meta, becomes really powerful. And then here you pair that with Kai'Sa. Early game, how they bullied the Camille, like Kasaya were talking about. And I think there was really good details that they did. They could have taken the first tower, but they didn't. They really wanted tower to do as much damage, to shove as much wave, to kill as much wave possible. So this way, Camille is truly destroyed. Right? You saw when the Garen was level 5, Camille was still sitting at level 3. Right? There was no way. That's why from that point on, Omega Smart always had 5 people, and Chikamu always had 4, because Camille had to farm. Like, she was so behind. But before we get to the match point, not the match point, the maybe possible last game here, the 4th game of this match, I want to do a big shout out for the War of Asia Brawl competitive. War of Asia Brawl sponsor, Trovo.live. Trovo is hosting a variety of tournaments, events for League of Legends Wild Rift, with sponsored prizes for you to claim, including 30,000 Wild Core giveaway throughout the playoff. In fact, right after this match, we're going to do 3 more draws for all the lucky winners out there, lucky participants out there. So go ahead and use the link in the chat to go to Trovo.live. And also tomorrow's grand final will be streamed on Trovo exclusively. So what you're waiting for, head to Trovo.live now for the incredible grand final coverage. Next up, want to do a big shout out to Wild Rift Competitive Team. Wild Rift Competitive is a central place for all things competitive regarding to Wild Rift. Anything you need, anything you want to ask regarding how to find my team, how to find players, how to find scrimmage, go to their social media links in the description and you will find your answer. At the same time, make sure to follow our beautiful, beautiful casters, Maxman as well as Kasaya, with their social media links in the chat right now. Make sure to follow them up so you can get future events that they will be casting. Last but not the least, all the past tournament matches are now being archived in the AssassinDave YouTube channel under the Wild Rift Asia Brawl playlist. So go over there if there's any game that you want to refer back to. So that will be it. For now, we're going to go ahead and take a short 2-minute break right here. Do not go anywhere. Go to Trovo.live, share the stream, like, subscribe, turn the bell on, follow it up. We'll see you back for the 4th match in this best out of 5 series. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets, welcome back to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl Winners Bracket Grand Finals between Omega Esports and Chakaimuk. We're now in match 4, also the match point for Omega Esports. Are we going to go to a game 5, or are we going to see a 3-1 smooth domination by Omega Esports? The 4th game ban pick is already underway. Make sure to use the link in the chat to head to Trovo.live, because after this match, we're going to do our giveaway to draw 3 lucky winners. With that, we're going to send it to our beautiful caster's desk.
Guys, here with me is Max. This will be your casters for today at the, I think this is the 3rd day for the playoffs. And yes, you are about to witness potentially the match point for Omega Esports, because they've won 2 games already from rounds 2 and 3. Will Chakaimuk be able to make a comeback? We don't know for sure. But so far, Maxman, what do you say about the bans and the prio picks that we've got so far for this group?
And I think Omega Esports have a real issue with the cut. I thought it was already the case, but like, this is kind of like sealing my thoughts in stone. So they just don't want to deal with that whatsoever. We're going to be checking out also what is available in terms of the support position. I haven't seen the Soraka yet, which I think Soraka is a pretty good character. I see Scoundrel play a lot of Soraka, so I think that is definitely a sleeping pick, and I would like to see some players potentially use it and try and bring it into the meta, just like Nami potentially. As though, like, you are seeing, of course, you know, the Kai'Sa again picked up for this one. Not too much of a surprise. Paired up was a really strong composition and combo. There's going to be especially that Olaf and that Orianna. So this is the last, potentially the last game. And Chakaimuk, they know that if they lose this matchup, they are not only losing it, like, they're going straight into the loser bracket, and they've got to play another game back-to-back. 2 BF5s back-to-back, that starts to be a little bit draining afterwards. So I think that here, they want to make sure that they win this, so they put the best composition they possibly can. Can expect to see many more big picks coming out from Chakaimuk. But on the other side, Blitzcrank, which in competitive, Blitzcrank has fallen off drastically, Kasaya, and intrigued to see how that one is going to work out. But like, against an Olaf late game, like, you know he's going to try and tank those grabs.
Yeah, well, this is also the first time that Blitzcrank is going to be showing up himself here at the Wild Rift Asia Brawl. We've been talking about, okay, yeah.
Wow, I did not know.
He hasn't get picked. I mean, there's a lot of Alistar, Braum, and then prio picks on. If Braum and Alistar are not available, then there's the Lulu, or even, yes, Gragas sometimes getting used as being used as the support, even Janna, and we've seen Nami from a while ago. And yes, this is the first appearance. Congratulations, Blitzcrank. You're fun, Mr. Robot. You're gonna be appearing in the tournament so far. And a while ago we were talking, okay, if this goes to a 4th game or even a 5th game, then we might be will we finally be able to see a Master Yi, or no? Is it gonna be a Jarvan? And yes, it is a Jarvan this time. And I think Jarvan did receive some adjustment or buff from the recent patch, if I'm not mistaken.
He did get a little bit of buff. I'm not sure exactly of the stats, so I don't want to go too in depth on that. I do not have the stat sheet next to me, but he has indeed got a buff, a pretty rather like good one at that. So I think that overall he's going to be a really good pickup, and I'm intrigued to see how this is going to be working out. There's no huge combo potential though with a Jarvan. He's going to be kind of there doing his engage potential, and then the team's going to follow up with damage. There's no like big CC combo with like an Orianna Jarvan, which is also a pretty good combo to pull off on its own. But Ziggs might just be the last one, and this is why I love so much this kind of format that Dave set up for this tournament. You see champions like Ziggs that you would normally not see in the competitive scene and getting picked up. So like Ziggs is going to be really interesting in terms of how he deals some good AoE damage. He's got some good slows also. And I think that now going into this, you're looking on the other side, Vi is going to get taken up, which is a great single target kind of engage, but it's going to be somewhat decent against the Ziggs, but against Corki, you don't want to use it. Reason why, Vi is a click and tap kind of ability. The main issue is going to be here if you see this Corki slip away in the backline, and the Vi's just going to be following him through into the backline, Vi's going to get absolutely melted. So I'm intrigued to see how they're going to try and play around this Vi, but I think overall here, if we're talking just in terms of composition, because the Olaf Kaiser and also the I forgot her name, Orianna got picked up. Orianna got picked up with Chakaimik. I think Chakaimik might come out on top because the composition of Omega Esport is pretty out there. It's pretty original.
Yeah. Well, I'm also having a hard time thinking about okay, who's got a better draft one. Both of them got some win. Seems like for Omega Esports, we know that Ziggs he can definitely go for some really fast turret pushes or takedowns, and if that so happens, if they manage to work around with the flow of the minion waves and just capitalize on, okay, if there's a turret that is up for taking to for us, then let's just go for it. They got a Ziggs anyway on their side, but for the meantime, Chakaimik also got a good composition. They got a lot of CC coming up from both the Orianna as well as the Lux as well as the Vi, so that's a lot to deal with, and I'm kind of scared for this Corki on the side of Omega Esports. When he gets caught down by the members of Chakaimuk, then there will be no other source of TPS from the side of Omega Esports. So I don't know, man. If you're gonna be asking me which one I will predict on this, I don't know, because a while ago I was flexing about my 100%, and if I fail on this one, I'm just gonna be jinxing myself. So... We
need a 100% win rate for Kaisai. If he gets wrong, I'm sorry, I'm gonna leave the show. Okay? You gotta guess wrong right now.
Do you want my opinion this time? I mean, my prediction.
Give me your prediction. Come on.
Okay. Chakaimuk. So that means we might see a game 5. So I hope you don't hate me. Fails this time.
No, usually I used to say I'm gonna make a split desk and go for the other team. I'm gonna follow your intuition. You've been good so far. I'm just gonna follow you on this one.
Dude,
I've been wrong the entire
believe
day.
on your intuition, man. Just be honest about what you think.
Like normally, like my intuition is so bad that when I have an intuition, I go the opposite way. That's how bad my intuition is normally. So
but here's
I'm
the
gonna
thing.
follow you.
Okay, here's the thing. There's a lot of factors to consider in this one. All right, so maybe the draft timing is good, but then again, they lost twice already from the previous match. So there's this outside factor that we also have to consider. Okay, are they getting tilted in this one? Will they still potentially be able to come back? But if they are good in mentally resetting themselves, then they might go for a comeback play here in round 4. But we don't know that because we're not physically with them. We don't really know what is in their minds as of the moment. But yeah, if I will just be basing on a draft, their Chakaimuk might have some say in this.
We'll have to see, Ben. Ladies and gentlemen, this might just be the final game of this BO5 series of Omega Esports, taking their toll in this matchup versus Chakaimuk. So far, if you guys did join a little bit late to stream, let me just do a quick recap. We are so far in this BO5 series 2-1 lead in favor of none other than Omega Esports. They have been dominating in the winner side of the bracket, and if they keep on doing, they might just do a grand slam and dominate all the winner bracket and make it straight into the finals without ever touching the dirty waters of the loser bracket. They're staying far, far, far away from it. As now this game is going to be happening, and especially I'm looking down in the southern side of the map, they're going to be also playing with this Blitzcrank that we mentioned against a Lux and also a Kaiser. If he hits those big boy grabs, it's going to be interesting, but also it is Corki in the mid lane while Ziggs is playing ADC.
Oh,
what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I did not actually expecting Ziggs to be in the middle lane and Corki in the bot side part of the map. Something much interesting happening as of yet. But a while ago, we did see that Stronger, the Blitzcrank attempted to go for a pull or a hook from the jungle camp of Vi. I think what Team Omega Esports should have capitalized in the early stages of the game is to annoy the jungle camp or the jungler on the side of CKM, but they did not bother. They just want to mind their own business. Potentially, maybe they're thinking, okay, maybe they know themselves, okay, this is a longer draft compared to what we have, and I think we just have to play it safe than just, going for a much riskier play that we're not really sure of.
In terms of rotation too, nothing to... Oh, I just realized I don't have the field of war. I got it deactivated. There you go. Now I can actually see what's happening around the map. Oh my god, I got eyes. This is awesome. But no big deep vision happening so far. But here it is. Going to be having Sheba taken straight up a one-on-one. But he sees that also is followed up with the Oriana. He's like, I don't want to get too involved with that one. I am going to be taking a rest, a little vacation, and move away from that one. While in the bottom side, this Blitzcrank is giving some good passive pressure purely because of the grab being available, but no grabs that have yet to connect, which makes me a little bit sad because that was an old Blitzcrank one trick, and I want to see some good grabs connect. Come on, give me, please.
Not yet. I think they're waiting for the perfect time wherein a backup is much present on the side of Omega Esports, and it's gonna be something risky because they got a locked in here. You can just get a locked in under a turret, and they're just gonna be taking damage. Cathy Rain off the Kaisa, so it's gonna be risky to actually go for that kind of play, just going so aggressive, even if without the backup coming from maybe the Jarvan or even the Koki from the mid. So let's see how this will go so far. Everyone just want peace at the start of this game.
The start of this game, I mean, this is a very slow pace. Oh, there you go.
Yes, here we go, and we can see the ultimate popped up by that Lux already. A Cathian Rain has been thrown out by the Kaisa, but not enough damage to deal with as of yet. We're just a 3-minute game time, but at least they are sending each other back to the next.
That was a fun one, though. A little bit of a nice fight. The grab did connect, but unfortunately, they hit the grab the moment they were unfortunately They were out of mana, so they were like, oh, well, we got the grab, but what now? Well, nothing. Unfortunately, when you have no mana as a Ziggs, you're not going to do very much work. So they knew that, unfortunately, they could not commit, so they decided to fully disengage and leave the fight, which I think was the best course of action indeed. As though mid lane is going to be contested, you got yourself the 2-man push. You got also Blitzcrank has been stunned to roam, and he's ready to go. You know it. There you go.
Here we go. The grab connect. No, they're not really gonna go for it. Seems like they know, okay, that Oriana is going towards that right side part of the map. Maybe there's a backup incoming then. So let's just be safe and just back away. Let's not commit onto this kill that is not really part of objective. But look at the grab onto the Lux in here. There's the ultimate coming from the Jarvan as well. Have been popped up by the Lux as well. Look at the shields perfectly being done by the Lux as well. And wow, that was impressive. The jungler on the side of Omega Esports going down, and this is a good start for Team Chakaimuk. And at the same time, look at the Olaf actually going for a push up top.
Oh my god, that Lux is floor gang for sure. Like, she barely survived that one. But now that also potentially opens up an opportunity for Drake. It doesn't seem like they're too interested just yet, but that could have been a viable option indeed. Like, that was a good grab. After the single appealing and then the shields coming on through from the entire squad of Chakaimuk was just like, it was good plays from like both sides respectively. So they both deserve a lot of respect for that entire engagement. But the first blood did indeed go the way of Chakaimuk. We're 5 minutes in and there's only been one kill. The gold lead is of only 500 in favor of Chakaimuk, purely based off of that first blood too. This game is taken real seriously because this is, once again, do or die for Chakaimuk. If they lose this, they are out in the loser bracket and having to play once again to fight their way for the finals.
That's for sure. But for the meantime, I think... Oh, look at that grab connecting onto the Vi. Once more, lots of damage in here. Corki sending Sheba back away, forcing him maybe to just go back onto the base, onto the Nexus, and just... Why is he going back in here onto the fight? Oh, that was a risky play. Why did he do that? He could have been, like... go on to a safer route by just, okay, wait, I'm super low, I'm less than half HP. I think what he has in mind is that, okay, there's a backup coming anyway from my teammates, but actually did not happen. I think there's a little bit of miscommunication that one. We can see the final spark being pulled off by the Lux, not gonna be stealing that dragon. Man, I was kind of disappointed what Vi did in that part. Why did he go back? He knows that he's super low.
Yeah, I don't know what the intention was behind that one. We can already see the Vice currently at the blue position. Might be also telling us that they want to try and go for a push on the Herald, but I do not think they're unfortunately going to have the resources to do so. So I'm going to be seeing how things are going to be going. But I'm going to be taking a quick look on the top side of the map where it's going to be actually this Olaf versus this Gragas. So far Olaf has been in a pretty stale fight. 0-0 currently. Same thing also ditto for the Gragas, and he's going to make his way down to help and assist the jungle and the mid lane of Orianna to go for the Herald. It's going to get picked up by the Vi. And now they can try and get some good pressure. But so far, Chakaimik, they've shown that they like to go for some side lane pushes with those kind of heralds early on, which I would not be surprised because top lane has been so heavily hindered already in the early stage that if they want to try and chuck it up there, it could be a good way to do so. But I think that their intention with that is to wait for the dragon to respawn and use that as a point of pressure to attract attention away from the dragon pit so they can potentially take it with very small kind of interferences to go with.
That's so true. But for the meantime, everyone's just going for a reset. Gonna go back on to managing all the minion waves in the lanes. But the Orianna has to be very careful because a lot of... Actually, it is the Olaf that has to be very careful on the top side. Looks like he's gonna get sandwiched anytime soon. But the members of Omega Esports in here, lots of abilities getting thrown down. There goes the flash in, going for the Cataclysm as well, taking down these Olaf up top, but now a chase on who's gonna get the first turret down in here, and the advantage definitely onto the side of Chakaimuk, them having the Rift Herald down bottom part of the map as well.
And we also saw Jarvan just almost died to the turret with like no one around him. He's like he literally almost died just a few seconds away. So that was a pretty close one. But this is a great Herald push coming on through from Chakaimik because they know like there's a big fight happening on the other side. We're just going to push it as Gragas getting dived up so heavily here. Going to get ulted by the Lux and will go down eventually.
That's for sure. And now in here, just as expected, they will try to go for another turret push in the bottom lane part of the map. Not going to be successful, but at least that is a turret that is less than half life already, and also a position for the Olaf to even go for some good flow of minion waves up top, while the rest of the members of Omega Esports will be coming from both the Nexus or even from the bot lane part of the map. We'll see how this will go, because so far I'm still not discounting the capability of Omega Esports in this game. Oh, though, quite an overstay though. I think you should have let the minion waves just hit the turret and just go back when you saw that, okay, there's the members on the side of Omega Esports are no longer present down bottom part of the map, so I just have to back away. So there's some risky plays in here. You can see somehow there is this good draft for the side of Chakaimuk, but there are some plays that they are choking out.
I mean, like, this is their do or die draft. Like, this is the composition was like a lot of top tier. You got Kai'Sa, you got Orianna, you got Olaf. Despite the small enough that happened on Orianna, it's still a strong pickup. They're going to go for the dive though on the Orianna in the bottom lane. As the ult connects though, but she will go down 1v3 and can't do much against it, unfortunately. That should be an extra tower going down. How is the rest of team of Chakaimik going to respond to this? Seems like not by doing too much. Sure, they might pick up the lane in the top side. Olaf is going to get it pretty easily, but unfortunately that is going to be a lost trade going in favor of Omega Esports with that extra frag.
And now in here in the mid lane, and that one Vi with mid as well, but back up in here coming from the Blitzcrank, even going for a kill onto it. Vi shields won't be enough. Corki is in here to back up as well. Flanking on the side though is that Olaf, but it lost a turret, a lot of turrets actually in the bot lane part of the map. Well, impressive that Jarvan the fourth going for that other macro objective for Omega Esports. So, man, again, I mean, I see a lot of choke points in here from the side of KM. They are losing their capability, their strength in the draft, but then again, you mentioned it already, okay? If the Vi actually goes to target a particular member on the side of Omega Esports and just get baited, probably under a turret, or maybe even if it's a Corki target, then the Corki is just gonna go back away, far away, and allowing the Vi to just go deeply, then they're gonna CKM's gonna suffer. But for the meantime, they're gonna go for a steal onto the Ocean Dragon. They're gonna go fight as of the moment. Shields coming here, and they're coming from both the Orianna as well as the Lux. They're trying to manage all of the... Look at the damage coming from well, taking down the Vi. The Vi unfortunately has to take down some of the turret damage in there while he was under turret of Omega Esports. But if you take a look at the Ziggs, he's doing a lot of good job in clearing the minion waves, not allowing the members of CKM to go for it.
And this still almost happened there, but Chakamik were able to hold on strong and secure it. Nicely smited by the... Oh my God, talk about getting melted. See you later, Alligator. Oriana just got sent in the 4th dimension. She's off the rift entirely. No. And Baron is up for the count. They got the man advantage now, 5v4. This could be a first Baron pickup in this game. It goes without saying. That should be the obvious decision. But Jarvan is more interested with a red buff, apparently. He's like, red, please, give me. Yes.
Lux just made use of her final spark. So we have to wait around 23 seconds in case they want to go for a Baron still. But anyway, Omega Esports doesn't really want to go for that risky play, knowing that they still have to... It is just 11-minute game time, and they still have to respect that the death timer cooldown is not that heavy as of yet for the side of CKM. So basically, the response time from CKM is still present. So they gotta be careful in taking down objectives, whilst the members of CKM might still be able to respond. And in here, surprisingly enough, though, you can see that the gold lead is now on the hands of Omega Esports because a lot of chokes that has happened from the side of CKM. They're now getting punished for all those kind of plays.
They are getting punished really heavily. I fully agree with that point. I want to still see Blitz try and go for some nice grabs eventually, because that's the entire point of having Blitzcranks is getting some good initial engages and having the team follow up on that. I want to see a little bit more of that potentially, but here it is, the 4-man push happening pretty heavily, while Olaf and Corky are just like, we don't want to really get involved with that fight. We shall take care of the bottom side of the map. But here might just be an opportunity to pull off a bait towards the Baron pit. They cleared all the vision earlier. They would be going in pitch black darkness, and Chakaimu have no idea what the hell is happening on that side of the map. They might be doing Baron. They might be doing something else. We have no clue, but now they make their way back into mid. They know for sure it's not going to be the case.
Oh,
man.
They
group in on top of the Vi.
Oh, man. Here we go again with a grab connecting onto the Vi. Back up and come from the Lux. The final spark is going to be connecting onto one target from the side of Team Omega. Down that Gragas. One man down for both sides of the game, but the map control, we can say, is currently on the side of Omega Esports. They caught this Oriana of in the bushes as of the moment, and definitely the chase is gonna be a point in here. Gonna go for that ultimate onto anyone, and I think this is gonna be a dead Oriana anytime soon.
I mean, I think I'm gonna tell you, I'm sure that's a dead Oriana, but ultimately, I mean, hey. Your boy needs some gold, okay? I get it. It's a hustle right now, but come on, don't ult the minions like that, please. Even though it was the last result, maybe a little bit of a misclick. Olaf is going to Ragnarok himself out of that one, make sure he can't get his CC down. And he's going to peel away from that fight. But man, Corky's chasing. He's feeling damn aggressive as the flash comes on through, but the grab misses.
And here we go. In here we can see how Chakaimuk is trying to manage things macro-wise. We can see the Olaf's going to try to go for that split push work, but yes, he has the teleport available, but I think he hasn't been utilized that well in this game so far, because many times he just tried to walk through towards his teammates, but you know, not really utilizing the split push potential coming from the Olaf. So let's see what will happen in here from the backside of this Baron. We can see the Vi attempting to go for it still. The grab has been used already, and seemingly no steal, but they're gonna go all out onto this team fight as of the moment. Impressive so low, he's gonna be falling down onto the hands of the member of Team Chakaimuk. Stronger, super low, not really super low, but he's getting chased down by this Olaf as well. And on the top side though, still making use of that GA. There goes the hook. There goes the silence. Let's see if they're gonna be surviving. They are under the turret of Team.
What?
Oh man, what was that? What was that? They're not respecting. They're not respecting the turret of Omega Esports. Man, that is a turret that you have to deal with. Yes, you got. Man, I mean that was so questionable. Why?
Good. Why? That's the question of the hour. Why? Why would you do this?
And you don't really have a good flow of minion waves, man.
I'm gonna dive now and then like, to be honest, like the peeling that came out after, so like his system was really strong, but like guys, I'm telling you right now, Ziggs
we have it on the
secret
replay.
OP. Ziggs is secret OP. I'm telling you right now, like you're gonna pick that one all the time now. That's gonna be coming meta in the rank games. But now they're just going to be just prying down the mid laner position, especially because of Ziggs. He can just chuck down turrets when they're towards 20% HP, can just melt them down and put down some C4, and the FBI will be cracking this one open. And there you go. That's going to be Sandan. Ziggs connects it, and now it's just a Nexus open for the count.
Oh man, I mean, this is now turret no longer present on the side of team Chakaimot. We'll see lots of ganks potential might happen in here. Impressive, gonna go target this Lux, which making it hard from him a while ago. Corki though will fall down, and now Impressive is locked in his very own cataclysm in here, and a chase flag on the side as well. Stronger, super low, gonna making use of that blast cone to save himself, but the chase is still there. Gragas, might he be locked in here? GA still present on CKM as well, but in the middle lane you can see what the Ziggs is doing. Gotta be careful on that one, because Ziggs, you know, he can definitely clear the minion waves super fast, while the Vi is actually working towards securing the Cloud Dragon. And okay, that was not the Elder as of yet, but yeah.
So we see Chakamu throw, then after that we see Omega Esports throw. Game of Thrones, more like Game of Throw. This is what I'm seeing happen right now. These teams are kind of having a hard time staying consistent, as Vi's going to be taking a 1v1. Ziggs, how dare you not get tower dive by me earlier? I'm going to get vengeance. He has his Vendetta on him, so there you go. That's going to be all set and done, setting the score straight. As now it's still 13-13. There's only a 2k gold you get in favor of Chakaimuk. Like, things have just been going so heavily back and forth that, like, I don't know who's going to be taking this one potentially, because things were going pretty normally at start, but now this game is going... This is a weird game. I think Campbell agrees, Kasai. Like, things are getting real weird.
Yeah, it's so weird to the point that you don't know that. Actually, I did not expect. I think not. It wasn't really that choke play coming from the side of Omega Esports. It's more like they know who to target. It's just apparently they got caught off guard. They kind of like disrespected the CC potential coming in from the side of CKM as well. You know, they got to deal with a set that might be coming up. But hold the thought, because we can see another fight ongoing in here. Super low. Was it Vi? Yeah, super low Vi right now. But look at the damage coming from the Ziggs right now. But then again, it is Team Omega Esports losing one member on their side, and they have all the right. And even decided to actually go aggressive in the middle lane. But you know, they gotta be careful again on the turret damage, just in case they choke out once more.
I mean, even a good grab from the Blitzcrank, they were still not able to capitalize and find the frag. Like, this is just Chakaimuk really trying their best to survive it, and they were able to do so. But now they're going for the Baron. Wow, Jarvan, what are you doing, Jarvan?
What
He's
is
going to try and go
this,
for the back door. He's going to go for the back door right now.
I mean, is this really a back door?
Everyone's
just going for a teleport. This is a back. What's going from Omega Esports? This is gonna be it. The game of the day, really highlight worthy. You guys made our day so amazing. I mean, that one. Oh, this is why you really have to take a look at the itemization. Are they changing to teleport? And then we can't expect a backdoor, and that's so frustrating for CKM.
Oh, I don't care if that's frustrating. That's goddamn entertaining. Hell yeah, give me more of that backdoor, baby. That was awesome. I mean, that reminds me, that takes me back to the good old Vainglory days when they have, like, people just go full teleport to finish the base. And this is what you love to see, man. It feels good. I'm going down memory lane right now. And it's a viable strat. I thought we were going to see it earlier, but it happened right now. Full TP in the base. And it was worthwhile. And here it is. We are going to be seeing Chakaimuk losing that one, and that means we are so far 3-1, ladies and gentlemen. The series shall indeed go the way of Omega Esports as they make it straight into the finals.
Again, you gotta respect the Ziggs. I mean, he doesn't get picked a lot, but his damage and the structures are just on point. And him teleporting directly towards the base with the help of the Koki as well as the Jarvan as well. It's just so impressive. Even I think I did not see it, but did the Blitzcrank also join? So that was a 4-man backdoor in the base of CKM. That was so impressive. Omega Esports definitely deserved this win. I mean, they deserve to be in the finals. So congratulations to Omega Esports. You are now gonna go on to the finals match. Yeah, I mean, the graph, it's playing up and down in most of the parts.
The comeback was happening. That goes to show, like, the comeback was really happening for the side of Chakami. They're like, hey, we're slightly making there. And the other side of Omega
the answer is
like,
the back door.
We're starting to lose. What do we do? Haha, teleport exists. We're going to go teleport back into the base and finish it. If they did not do that, I think that the game would have gone to Chakaimuk and we would have gone to a game 5. Which, you know, maybe not a bad thing because we are a little bit behind on schedule. So this is actually decent for the entire stream. Like that, we're going to catch up on the broadcast. That's fine. But still, like a strong trend from Omega Esports. Even though they had like a draft that was original for sure and didn't have great late game scaling, they showed up strong and that was a great performance here. We'd love to have the input of Dave because that was one of the most insane finishes, I would say, throughout the entire tournament so far.
Oh my god. I was ready for a game 5. I was emotionally, physically, I was setting everything up for game 5. I was about to create a new match for game 5. I was creating the band pick lobby. I was doing everything because I thought it was game 5. And then I was like, where's this Jarvan going? So we started moving the camera towards Jarvan. And I saw the item changer like, oh god, this is... But literally, I didn't think it was possible. I didn't think they're going to do it. The Nexus was full HP. They had 3 people on it. Like, it was just... I mean, I guess Ziggs, right?
So, he was MVP.
Yeah, it was definitely Ziggs, yeah. Ziggs definitely, well, you know, the good thing in here on the side of Omega Esports, they know their power, so they're just capitalizing on that one.
It has to be Ziggs, right? Like that Ziggs, you saw the crystal. I thought the Nexus was like full HP, and then people were hitting it, and all of a sudden, boom, the Nexus just went to like 0 HP or something like that, almost, and they just did a few more auto attacks to kill it. That was impressive. It takes a lot of guts and obviously. Quick reaction to think in those scenarios because you saw the graph. Chakaimuk was coming back and they were coming back strongly. You know, both teams made quite a bit of questionable plays in that game, but still, what a smart play from Omega Smart. Congratulations for making it to the grand finals. Our first grand finalist is Omega Smart. Big congrats to them. Pros, but don't count Chakaimuk out yet because they are just dropping down to the losers bracket. We still have one more game, and then before we say who is the actual winner here. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure to head to Trovo right now and type your information in the chat because we're gonna do our second giveaway of the day. We're gonna draw 3 winners. Head to Trovo right now if you're watching the stream in the chat with the link provided in the chat. Go to trovo.live and type your information in the chat, and our moderators will pick 3 winners. And those 3 winners get to pick whatever they want. Lunar Beast, you got it. You know, Galaxy Skin for Jing, you got it. Whatever you want. And ladies and gentlemen, we do want to do a big shout out for the sponsors of the Wild Rift Asia Brawl, Trovo.live. Trovo is hosting a variety of tournaments and events for League of Legends Wild Rift with a bunch of prizes for you to claim, including 30,000 Wild Core giveaway throughout this tournament. Without their support, this tournament simply would not be possible. So if you're watching the stream right now, the grand finals tomorrow will be streamed on Trovo exclusively. What you're waiting for, head to Trovo.live right now, join the giveaway, and get your seat warmed up. Big shout out to Wild Rift competitive teams. Wild Rift Competitive is the central place for all things competitive. They host weekly tournaments, events for the community. They also provide an easy way to find scrimmage and recruit for your team. If you're interested in competitive news, use the social media links in the description and follow Wild Rift Competitive. At the same time, most importantly, follow our beautiful casters who have been working really hard. The hardworking, the talented, the charming, the attractive, the all-together people.
Keep it going. Keep it going. Yes.
I mean... well, like the Superman is super woman, Max Man. I mean, I want to say Max Woman, but it's not. It's Kasaya, but she is a Max Woman, if you know what I mean. Make sure to go follow their social media with a link in the chat. Do not hesitate. Last but not least, all the previous matches for War of Asia Brawl are now being archived in the AssassinDave YouTube channel. So go over there and then. Under the War of Asia Brawl playlist, you'll find all the games you're looking for. With that, guys, I think we're going to end our giveaway on Trovo for the day. Okay? If you're watching the stream right now, and then we're going to go ahead and end the giveaway. Stop typing information because the giveaway is over for now. Don't worry. Tomorrow, during the grand finals, we're going to draw 10 winners. Yes, 10,000 Wild Core will be given out tomorrow alone. Do not miss the grand finals. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. We'll see you back for the last match of the day, the grand final of the losers bracket. Chikaimuk taking on Next Play Esports. What you waiting for? Share the stream. See you soon. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl, brought to you by Trovo.live. We're now in a grand final of the losers bracket to determine the second grand finalist between Next Play Esports and Chakaimuk. Chakaimuk had just went through some really tough best out of 5s, losing to Omega Esports. So coming to go against another giant in the Asia region, Next Play Esports, who is gonna be proven to be the better team tonight and taking the last spot of the grand final list. We shall find out. Make sure to use the link in the chat to head to Trovo.live right away to warm up your seat, get yourself ready, share the stream. This is do or die. Without further ado, I'm going to send it over to our caster's desk.
Thank you so much, Dave. We're serious casters for today. I'm Kisai. With me is Maxman. Go bracket, not really grand finals match, but this is gonna be still a best of 5, just so you know. And yeah, Maxman, any thoughts about this 2 teams so far? A while ago, we're talking about how exhausted might be Chakaimuk is. Do you think they got still the the opportunity, the power to just go for a reset? I
think that the mine might be at a little time low. Reason why, when you lose after a backdoor like that, if you guys join late and you missed that, you just missed potentially one of the best plays of the entire tournament. Go back on the stream and check it out. I recommend you. You're not going to be regretting it. Like, when you get backdoored like that and you already played 4 games in a row, I think that slowly but surely, like, the mentality, the mindset's starting to be at an all-time low. And Chakaimuk, we got to give a lot of respect to this team. They took down DR Esports on the first day. Then they took down also Sengoku Gaming, which is a team that I thought were going to go straight to the finals. So Chakaimuk, they are still a team that has been proven to be able to pull some really big matches. They even took a game off of Omega Esports, which is no small feat to achieve. And they were almost getting a comeback on that final game. So I think that Chakaimuk has already proven that they are a strong and talented team. And I think that, an extra few games is not going to hurt them that heavily. So hopefully the mindset won't hurt them too much. But I do believe that they can still take the series up against Next Play. But then talking about Next Play, they took down 16-Bit Gear. That was a team that I was potentially expecting to go straight to the finals too. Like, there's so many talented teams. The Next Player has been this newcomer that has just been rising up to the occasion. And if you ask me in this matchup, Chakaimuk versus Next Play, who do you think is going to win? I'm going to say I have no goddamn clue. I have no idea, because these 2 teams are just so damn good that I'm just going to have to wait and base it onto the draft and base on what happens in Game 1. But now we're going to be focusing on the draft itself. Lee Sin and Shyvana both going to be taken off the table, while Akali will be the first pickup of Next Play Esports. Show me that they do want to maybe go for some of a dive aggressive composition, but on the other side, it's going to be the wombo combo once again of Brawl and Miss Fortune, which is a very popular combo. And I believe, Kosai, you brought up earlier to me that actually Miss Fortune is the most picked character almost in the game, right?
Yes, she is, and she is still having, not only getting picked a lot of times, but also she got a good win rate, given that 53 picks, well, from yesterday's data. So having that win rate of 64 as well. So there's no wonder that she is actually getting prioritized on this one. But to start, there's still a lot of options to actually match her one up, and it's super important as well that you know who you're gonna be circling this misfortune with. So Braum is fine, definitely, and there's still a lot of options since we're still on round 1. And yeah, I just want to go back on that part when you were talking about how strong these two teams are, and I do agree that both of them must be respected. I mean, there's a reason why Chakaimuk actually was standing up in there in the upper bracket. And at the same time, Next Play Esports managing a lot of teams in the lower bracket as well. But, you know, if we set aside the fatigue that might still be present on the side of Chakaimuk, they're both strong. So it's totally understandable why you also said, okay, I'm totally clueless who's going to take the win. It's definitely going to be depending on how they're going to be executing the play. But to give our audience a little bit of trivia on what has happened between these two so far in the totality of Wild Rift Asia Brawl, they already met during the open qualifiers. So it was Chakaimuk beating up Next Play Esports from Group A qualifiers. So it was a total swipe win by Chakaimuk, getting that 5-0 score up against the rest of the teams that was part of the open qualifiers. But Next Play Esports made a comeback up against Chakaimuk during the group stage. So you saw the difference. So they have been answering from one point to another, and now it is a question of whether who's gonna take it again here during the playoffs. So yeah, meantime though, something really interesting we can see in the draft of Next Play. This is a Lulu Jinx combo you can see there. Alright.
They're going for some big drafts for the sort of Next Play. And also I think that they know that like Chakaimuk, they're traumatized after that Olaf Lulu game that they had earlier in their BA5, and they were like, oh no, Chakaimuk gonna have to deal with that one once again. So a little bit unfortunate. But wait, yeah. No, they're not going to go for Yasuo, no way. I mean, Yasuo can combo with a Brawl ultimate, but that's the only ability you can combo it with. You also got a little bit of CC can potentially combo with on the Jarvan, I do believe, but like, I don't believe Yasuo would be that good of a pickup. Now, that sounds like something a little bit better. Gragas, I fully agree with. It's got great follow-up with the likes of the Jarvan, the Garen, and also the Braum while still on the back line. You do have that strong misfortune, but I think a mage might be a little bit better, but they are indeed going to commit over with the Gragas. Orianna, in my opinion, would have been the better pick. Orianna Jarvan, it's a really strong composition, but I think they might want to keep Orianna for a later date, because here they're going up against such a strong and solid composition. Olaf, Lulu, Jinx coming on through. I don't think they want to waste, I would say, an Orianna super early on, where you're against a draft that tends to win more than they tend to lose.
That's for sure. Now we're just setting things up in the lobby, and I think the reason why we can see Jarvan early on in the game as well is because it seems like they want to reserve something later on. They can make this work though. It's not for the fact that, okay, we're gonna be pick Jarvan because we're really into this game. Definitely not. As much as possible, you want to secure a win early on if you can, and if you actually won that game with having to make use of a meta hero or prio heroes that has been being picked here at the Asia Brawl, then you're in a good spot because you got a lot of reserves later on that are still part of the power picks in the current meta. But then again, what I'm scared about is even during the late game time, this is a scary Jinx later on that's just gonna go Excited and maybe even gonna get the wild growth from the Lulu. So I think Chakaimuk must be very careful on that one. Still gotta respect what the capability of that Jinx in the late game. But I think early game time, if Chakaimuk is actually able to give that power spike onto both the Gragas as well, Fortune, they definitely still has some say into stopping that late game potential of the Jinx. But it's easier said than done. Let's just see how they're gonna theirs.
Wow, Cindy, I just cracked my knuckles, and I didn't think my mic would pick it up. It actually did pick up my knuckle crack, so that was weird. Anyways,
I didn't
diving
hear it,
in.
So it's
it did pick up for a second. I was like, oh man, that actually did way more noise than I thought. But going into this one, of course, you know, we do have to also set the pace, set the scene. If you guys join up late, we also find the finals of the loser bracket. Whichever one of these two teams of Next Play Esports or Chakaimuk take the win, will be going into the finals versus Omega Esports for BO7. Yes, not BO3, not BO5, the BO7 for the finals happening tomorrow. So they'll be facing up against that team. So it might be Chakaimik or Next Play facing up against that deadly team. And whichever team loses, unfortunately, will be out, but still will be able to flex. They are indeed in third position. So here we go. The drafts are set. I'm not going to ask you which one because I think we've both had an L last time, so I'm not going to ask which draft you think is better. But we'll be taking a cool game into this one. But also, I'd love to know in the chat because I think it's cool to have some Trovo chat interaction with all you Trovers out there. Tell us in the chat which team you guys think will be winning this first game. Do you think it will be Next Play or do you think it will be Chakaimik? I would love to have your interaction in the chat so we can create a little bit of a bond with you guys over there.
I think for me, though, they both got a good win condition. If I just gotta choose one, I'm leaning toward more on the side of Next Play. Primarily, again, because of the Lulu Jinx combo, they don't really worries on the late game time. What more? Actually able to empower the early. For the meantime, that is a first blood onto the Akali. While I was talking about what my prediction is, but yeah. Wow, I mean, he got caught off guard on that one. And I was talking about, okay, what could be the win condition for CKM? You empower the Misfortune. And Misfortune getting an assist, well, unfortunately, that actually went to the Brawl. It could have been better if it the Misfortune. But then again, I mean, that was the first side. So better than nothing. And actually, it's a good start.
Yeah, it was a little bit deep, you know, still first blood coming the way of Chakaimik, so they're going to be pretty happy chappy about that one. Was already 500 extra gold up their sleeve, though. Got to be careful, because so far you're going to be seeing the rotation. Jarvan was in the bush, going to try and flash away. He's going to be taking 2 tower shots. Might go... Oh, no! He survived. Oh, I take it back. He does not survive.
He did not survive, and it looks like there are going to be 3 casualties on the side. Team Chakaimik totally disrespecting the death timers that are not that much present as of yet on the side of Next Play. So yes, they did get the first blood away from Next Play Esports, but man, those are 3 kills they just gave early on to empower the Jinx at the stage in the game. Oh man.
Oh. Man, I'm liking this so far already. 3-1 in favor of Next Play. And I'm seeing also in the Trovo chat a lot of people saying Next Play. They thought Next Play was going to be winning that one. So you know what? Seems like the chat has decided and has sliced down the cake. Let's see if there's going to be the good or the bad part, though. We're going to have a nice replay coming on through of that fight happening in the top side of the map, as that was a great pickup initially coming down to the Jarvan. Unfortunately, he could not make his way through. The flash through the tower was... a nice attempt, unfortunately a respectable one, but not an efficient one, as he did go down initially. But also Gragas in his lane matchup versus Zed, like, he can win that one pretty dominantly, because also Zed, if he goes for the ult engage, then Gragas can just bump in, like, go for the body slam and be good to go.
That's for sure. And now in here, they're just going to be buying their own time into going back on their very own lane, but CKM JK though must be very careful on the top side, because the Olaf can actually help on sandwiching this guy. Gonna go for the flash under the turret, gonna go safe. At least they popped the ultimate coming from that Olaf though.
Why?
So...
Why? He's against Garen. He's got nothing to do. He's like, I don't want to get stunned by Garen. Wait a second, he doesn't have a stun. That was not really necessary, but seemed like dive V2, giving it another shot on Garen.
We see that fight ongoing on the top side right now. 2v2 situation. We can see even a backup incoming from that Jarvan Shiba. Looks like he's down the second time in this game. This is looking bad for Chakaimik, and I don't know what Gragas in here. He's gonna go for that kill, double kill indeed, but he is totally fine. I mean, he's fine with giving away that flow of minion waves towards the top side, and he's able to answer back anyway. 5-3 score in terms of kill score, but if we take a look at what's happening in the bot side part of though, look at that. I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming up from the Misfortune, and we about the how fast can clear this marksman ADCs we got in the game. Definitely the Misfortune got an advantage, because you have to wait for the TPS to come through that Jinx before he can match up into sometime mid to late game.
I mean, the thing is also, like, early game, Misfortune is in a really good spot with Bromchi on her side, mainly because that ricochet ability is just so damn good. The range is insane. Damage that comes out is pretty insane. It's very low cooldown, and his also the mana cost is not all that insane. So pretty much, like, you are asking with the Misfortune in the laning stage to dominate the early game. If they can do so, it should be good. But they're going for Drake, while in the top side, we're going to have 1 kill on top of the Akali.
Yeah, actually, that was a 1-for-1 trade. Everyone's just going aggressive for some unreasonable unreasonable thing. But for the meantime, anyway, this is a contest on the side of NXP. So I think taking the dragon and at the same time taking a kill despite a Ryzen dying on the top side is still much more good profit for the side of next play. In the middle lane though, you just see that Gragas getting bullied by Chuli in the middle lane. Chuli was actually less than life, so it's kind of risky play, but you know, sometimes you'll never know if you're not really.
Oh, your voice cut.
What? Am I still here?
Oh yeah, they, like your voice cut at the end. I didn't know if you were done, but you know what? Got a fight, so that's gonna be for you again.
All right, a team fight happening in here. Of Team Chakai, because of the moment, lots of members from the side of NXP actually going solo, but backup coming from Chile, but they're not gonna be sitting on that one since that's 4 members we're talking about from the side of Chakai Mook. So lots of answers, 7-6. We can't say. I mean, we almost saw that lead from the side of NXP, but sometimes they go for display when they should have not done anymore. Like, okay, they tried to go for it, or maybe they just got caught up. Meantime, on the top side, you can see that Garen is getting punished by a Ryzen right under the very own turret, but he has to be very careful because the backup in here, or the answer in here, coming from the Misfortune, slowing him down would make it rain. Gonna go for that dive. Well, thanks to the protection coming from the Braum. But everyone's just currently just scattered in here as of the moment. Ultimate coming out from that Olaf though, gonna take down that Misfortune as well. Braum can't do anything but just hide under the turret as well. But the position for the Rift Herald is in the hands of Next Play Esports.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice, easy Herald pickup, so that's not going to be too much of an issue. Unfortunately, Garen was not there to back up the fight, so that makes matters really, really bad for them. And Herald is indeed going to get picked up by the Olaf. Now, the question is, what are they going to do with this Herald push? Of course, normally you want to try and crack open the first mid lane turret, as I always say. Yes, I know I say it every single time, but because it is that important. And I'm intrigued to see if they're going to try and potentially use it for that, or if they just want to try and use it as a point of pressure. Once the Drake tends to respawn, you've got so many different ways to use Herald. I want to see how next player going to try and use it, but seeing how they have such an emphasis and focus on taking jungle objectives, I would not be surprised to see them use it pretty late in the time of that Herald overall. But now a lot of players are going to regroup in the mid lane for the subject Kaimuk. Seems like they're somewhat maybe preparing for Herald push to be like, okay, we want to make sure we don't lose this one, which could be happening pretty soon. But so far, this game is taking a little bit of a slow pace. Still, though, we have a 3.5 to 4k gold lead so far in favor of none other than Next Play themselves. And they've been on a lead. They won their matchup early versus 16-bit, dominantly 3-0. And seems like they want to try and do another one, as Misfortune is going to get dived up here.
Oh, man. Somehow there's already this jungle difference already. All of this wild in here, but they gotta be careful because the Gragas answered back and some of the members in here from but I mean they gotta deal with a lot of damage coming up from who's in here being empowered by disaster. He's gonna fall down. I mean this Gragas is Davis teammate. You can see 4-2-1 score for him so far, but unfortunately though this turret is gonna fall down. So in the end, I mean that is also some map created for a Next Play Esports. But despite we can see this number going in favor in terms of gold for the side of Next Play, somehow we can still say that okay, Takaima can still answer back. But they are when team fights happens, they're just not in a good position. I mean they are scattered and it seems like they're not organized. I don't know.
I mean, I'm just thinking, how did those 3 players survive in the tower there? I was like, there's no way they're going to survive. And then they pick up 2 kills right after. Sure, they lose the turret, but like, that's so impressive. But now we're going to have the fight over the Cloud Drake into the pit, as the Jarvan is going to go for the engage.
Yes, they're going to go all out in here. But look at it. That Blaze just targeting, focus firing onto the Misfortune, and this is the perfect play that you're going to be looking for from Next Play Esports. That's almost a wipe out, and Gragas in here, I don't think he can do anything unless the members from the side of Next Play Esports are going to be throwing themselves in here under the turret in the mid. But then again, man, that was a 4-man wipe out. Going to give more gold, 7k gold lead so far onto the hands of Next Play Esports. I think this turret is going to go down anytime anytime soon, unless there's a miracle that would happen in here as the backup comes through from the Misfortune. And yes, they're gonna be saving this turret one up, but they'll lose a turret up top.
I mean, next play just pulled that one off perfectly. You remember the game we had earlier where it was actually the Camille that was stole away the Drake? Sorry, not the Drake, the Baron. Just a few games ago. And actually, this is how you avoid that happening. You bait the fight by forcing the objective on the Drake. Then the moment they try and get too close, you catch them off guard and you reverse the fight, take the engage, and once the fight is taken, then go back to the Drake. That's how you do it. That's how I was expecting the Baron fight a few games ago to happen when the Camille stole it, and this is how you avoid that from happening. So overall, really well executed from next play. They are shown once again that they are one of the best teams in the Eastern region as of yet. As I'm going to be having Harrison just getting a little bit deep there, a little bit split away. Almost got the farm to Garen, but Garen goes back to base as now Baron is spawned on the map. And whoever wins the next fight might be able to get himself a sweet Baron up their sleeve to make things even easier for them in the long run. But also, we did not talk heavily about the Herald push, actually, Kasaya. Like, the Herald push in the bot lane was really intriguing. And they were able to get themselves one extra turret off of it. But I think that overall, they got very little off of one Herald. I think they could have got way more, as Zed is looking for maybe a little bit more than he can actually chew. And he's just going to be swooping away from that one, making sure he doesn't get caught off guard.
Yeah, for sure. But on the composition, basing on the composition of Team Next Play Esports in here, you can see that both the Kali as well as Zed is starting to go on a prior push on the side lanes. And this is just the Lulu Jinx. Oh, Baholothop, we talk about the getting caught, but the laser coming from the Jarvan. But fortunately enough, though, he got a flash of it. And here to back up from the rest of the members of Next Play Esports. They're gonna go all in, even on the turret of Team Chakaimo. Gonna go for that play from the Gragas, but it's not gonna help. Are you gonna give him a pen to the side? Okay, looks like they're fine with the Quadra, but that's looking so great for the side of Next Play. And there's no questions asked. Of course, they have all the right to even start off this Baron.
I mean, 12k gold lead, like, in 11 minutes, slowly making our way to the 12-minute mark. Like, how do you come back from this? You just can't. Next Play have already won this. I'm going to point it out. They are just so damn far ahead. They got 10 kill lead, which is not, like, insane, but, like, the conversion rate from kills to how much gold lead they currently have is just astonishing on its own. Well, Zed really likes to invade, though. He's just going solo. I mean, he is super slippery, so I can get it, but, like, he is going for that one. He's going to be ulting on top of the Gragas, but he's now caught up in a really bad spot.
Well, the Zed, what he's been doing in here, he's just got one FF in here. He just finds where
he got them all low.
The Misfortune is. Yeah, when he gets a FF onto Focus Fire onto the Misfortune, but Homophobe, because we talk about the bullet time connecting onto a lot of members on the side of Next Play Esports in here. Here we go with the Garen falling down as well. That shield from the Braum will be able to do anything. Yes, it's going to give some protection. But then again, that's a lot of damage we talk about. I mean, this is a Jinx, okay, for as long as she's fine. She already gets excited for as long as whether she gets a kill or an assist. She's definitely fine with it. And you got to be careful with that one. But for the meantime, here we go with two fights happening in the map as of the moment. The Gragas are going to be making use of that Stasis enchant. But then again, it's just going to fall down on the hands of the excited Jinx. As of the moment, lots of members on the side of Team Chakaimo just falling down one by one. I don't think the Jarvan, if he shows himself, can do anything about it.
So you remember a few minutes ago when I said 12,000 gold lead? Now it's 16,000. And they're actually looking for a little bit more now. So they are they built up a lead and they're just increasing that lead all the time, which is usually what you do. You get a lead and you keep on increasing that lead without doing any mistakes. And so far, Next Play have made 0 mistakes. They crack open the base in the mid lane. They got full control over the entirety of the map. They got the Baron push, like the Baron buff too. Like, they got everything in their arsenal that they could potentially ask for. The next thing they want to go for is potentially this Mountain Drake. And then they're going to try and finish off the game. Their next focus should be Mountain Drake, force a fight if they come. If they don't, just get a Mountain Drake, then try and look for a fight, and then close the game after that. That is exactly how they should end it, and knowing how they tend to play, Next Play are going to do exactly that in the seconds to go. But Zed, solo diving on top of this Gragas. A shield is going to be required to keep him alive. But man, this Zed, he does not give a damn. He's just invading every time. He's feeling like a tank, but no, he's squishy as hell, and yet feeling so confident.
This is where you want to make sure, before you go in, make sure you have a way to go. For the meantime, on the top side, we can see the one V1 fight happened between the Akali as well as the Garen, with
1v2.
Garen falling down. And then again, a backup came in here from the Jarvan, but apparently will have to fall down with a backup that just came in from the side of Team Next Play. And even that, Akali just securing that kill. Look at that, going wild! Jinx in here, gonna go for the killing spree as well. She's just so excited with the passive, just capitalizing on that one. And I think this is gonna be it anytime soon. I mean, that was an ace, man. So here we go. Congratulations to Next Play Esports, just showing some dominance from that game.
I gotta say, I've been casting Wild Rift for very little amount of time. And one team that's been always standing out to me is Next Play. And I think that Next Play currently are my favorite team when it comes down to Wild Rift competitive right now. Like, they're just, like, especially if I want to talk about their players, like, Arisen is my favorite player currently. That guy is absolutely insane on any character he plays. But it's just the entire team has been playing really strongly. Their macro is really good. Their map awareness is really strong. Their team play is on point. Every single aspect of the game they touch upon, or they're just good at it, or they're just perfect at it. And there's nothing to do against that. And looking on the other side, sure, Chakami, they're still a really good team, but they've still got things to improve on. And when you're going up against a team like Next Play, they're just so good on every single point of the game. What can you do? Literally nothing. But also, like, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt also to Chakami, because we're looking at the draft, they got an Olaf, they got a Jinx, they got a Lulu. This is a deadly composition, but let's not forget that because of how the rule set is set up, they cannot play those characters again. So that's like 3 characters that are like on top of the current pick list on Wild Rift that they cannot bring back into the game. So now they're going to have to go for slowly start going for some more unusual picks, which might allow Chakamuk to make a comeback and clean sweep their way back into the lead.
That is for sure. And look at that.
Oh, that god, wow. That's a staircase.
Yeah, it's steady going up top, and we can see the small red at the start, and I think that came from the first blood that happened a while ago onto a Ryzen go just rising up to redeem for his name and just answering here and there. And I think it's overall, the team synergy that Next Play Esports has is just so great. They know what to do when they pull off a composition. They know where to go. Okay, we got a 2 assassin in here. What should 2 assassins do? They're just gonna go for a split push work. Who is gonna be your focus fire for the Zed? We have been seeing that he's just going for the misfortune. You can see that the 7 kills of Chuli, it might just be on that 7 death of misfortune. So yeah. Regardless, that was a good game, well played for both of the teams. I think we can call Dave back and maybe try to just take on his opinion this one.
I mean, it seemed like there was a sliver of a hope for Chakaimuk in the beginning, the first blood. But guys, you have to understand, Chakaimuk's under a lot of pressure here. I mean, they just played a best out of 5, right? And it's not like 3-0 ended. It was best out of 5. And then you win the first game, and then you lose like 3-0. Like, that's a lot of mental pressures. Like, build confidence and break it down. So the players are under a lot of pressure, so we gotta give them props for still putting a fight against a team like NXP, like Next Play. We talk about how this team, we touched up on multiple times about how this team is absolutely dominating, just destroying everyone in their path, except for a little bit of hiccup in the beginning. But they're definitely getting better and better, slowly but surely growing into that big tournament team. So I cannot wait for the official tournaments in the future and then for NXP's participation in those tournaments. But before we get into the game 2 between Next Play Esports and Chakaimuk, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to go to Trovo.live, because Trovo is a sponsor of this tournament. Trovo is hosting a variety of tournaments, events for League of Legends Wild Rift. If you're looking for the biggest hype, the biggest community for League of Legends Wild Rift, look no further than Trovo.live. Your favorite team all going to be streaming on it. What you're waiting for? Head to Trovo.live. Big shout out to Wild Rift Competitive Team. Wild Rift Competitive, the central place for all things competitive. No matter looking for a player, looking for a team, looking for scrimmage, all you have to do is follow their social media links in the description, and you will follow Wild Rift Competitive, and they will get your question answered. At the same time, follow our beautiful, sexy, talented casters with the social links. With the social links in the chat. Kasaya and then Maxman30. I just had a little bit of too much meat and it was making me burp. Doesn't matter. Make sure to follow our 2 beautiful, sexy casters in the chat with the link in the chat. Do not hesitate. Last but not least, all the previous game matches are now being stored in the AssassinDave YouTube channel under Wild Rift Asia Brawl playlist. Make sure to go follow. Make sure to go watch that playlist for any games you want to refer back to. It's been a really interesting day, guys. It's been a really long day. So big props to everybody who's working on this tournament for putting on such a incredible matches. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and take a short 2-minute break. We're gonna come back for the game 2 between Chagaimuk and Next Play Esports. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back! It's been a long day, but welcome back to the Wild Rift Asia Brawl 2021, brought to you by Trovo.live. Despite the long day, the momentum continues, the excitement continues, the domination continues, right here in Wild Rift Asia Brawl. That's right, the coolest, greatest, the baddest you ever watch. Now, before we get into the game 2 right here, make sure to head to Trovo.live with a link in the chat. Do not hesitate, because a lot of prizes are waiting for you on Trovo. Join the coolest club in the block. I'm looking for the right English words. So without further ado, the second game ban pick is already underway, so I'm going to quickly send it over to our beautiful, sexy, talented caster's desk.
Thank you so much, Dave. And yes, we are back in here. Guys, Saya, after service with me is Maxman. Maxman, here we go. I actually was expecting this one. A Lulu ban, which was by Next Play Esports. I was totally expecting this one. Definitely, you usually do not want to give that one to your opponent right after you use that successfully from your previous game.
Yeah, the thing is also when you ban away Lulu, you're basically like soft banning away Kai'Sa Jinx in a way, because like those are like the most viable characters with the Lulu. So you can wait. I asked for Soraka to play. No, come on, you can't tease me like that. I wanted a Soraka. Give it to me next play, please.
Do you play that?
No, I don't, but I love seeing people play it though, because like especially Xscandal did a video on it, and it's such a fun character with so much potential. Yes, I am an Xscandal fanboy, by the way, if you have not already realized. But I would like to see one eventually, but they're going to go for Lee Sin, followed up with also a Aurelion Sol once again, mid lane. That's some really good rotation potential, can easily roam around the map and assist the side lanes and the jungle in case they need to get an early Herald or an early Drake position. On the other side though, you're going to have a Alistar, but Alistar is a great open pick. You can combo Alistar with everything. A squishy comp if you want good peeling, a good engaged comp if you want to go and dive on squishy targets. Alistar is a good first pick to open up a lot of opportunities for the rest of your squad. As Kai'Sa, I said might not go for Kai'Sa because Lulu got banned, but they're going to lock in the Kai'Sa. And that's going to be Kai'Sa and Camille on the block, ready to go. So that's a pretty good one overall. Like, so far, I'm not seeing any big issues on both drafts respectively. Yeah. They're both extremely solid. So I just want to see what they look like once both drafts are going to be finished up.
Yeah, especially if that Alistar is actually able to set something for the Kai'Sa. Even the Camille can do that job for the Kai'Sa. So the Kai'Sa will just be happy about free hitting the Icathean Rain onto targets. But they must be very careful because there's a lot of good zone potential coming in for the side of Next Esports because they got an Aurelion Sol from their end. So you can't just go in onto a target, especially if the Aurelion Sol is around just showing off his stars. And at the same time, look at that, Ajana is actually being shown here and being locked in here by a Next Play Esports. They really want to shove away that Kai'Sa and potentially diving onto the back line by making this Janna available on the draft of Next Play Esports.
I mean, they just couldn't counter. Normally, Camille was like the main counter that would tend to be an Alistar. But like, Janna does exactly the same thing with the ultimate. So that's overall a pretty strong pickup, I do have to say. What I'm seeing, unfortunately, lacking right now for next play is a good beefy front line. Sure, they got Lee Sin, but Lee Sin is not a tank. Lee Sin is an initiator, just like a Camille would be. So I want to see some extra tankiness, or otherwise they're going to have to be relying in heavily around their peeling. Sure, they got some peeling, but it won't last that much, especially when you have a Camille that can easily dive you, and with an Alistar also. So looking on the other side, they want something to dive, and as I say, they want something to dive. Vi does exactly that. This is actually one of the scenarios where I think the Vi is the perfect pickup with the kind of team that's ready to follow up on your engage. Corki too, you know, you're going to add some good poke into the list, followed up with also that Kai'Sa. But I don't know what you think at Kai'Sa, but I personally believe that here, Vi fits perfectly in the type of enemy composition next play decided to adapt to.
But I think what I want to take notice is what next play esports just locked in the Baron lane. A Fiora gonna go for a matchup up against that Camille. I think we've seen this from yesterday, you know, the matchup between these two ladies on the top side. Well, Lady Brawl. So on the top side, on the Baron side. So we just see how this will go, because potentially we can see that the next play esports lineup is not really built to really go for a 5-man engage or 5-man. Like they want to go for a similar strategy they have done in the previous game. Not really gonna go for a 2-man split push, but instead they're gonna be letting that Fiora do that work, while at the same time the rest of the gang on the side of next play esports will just be zoning out, creating space for that Misfortune go for a free hit. But I'm still not discounting on what Shikaimo can do basing on their draft, because again, they are team fight reliant. If they actually find an opening to do that, maybe even actually going for bully play up against Fiora, then that's gonna be their win condition. They just have to capitalize on that one and just keep on doing that kind of play. So let's see, both of the teams got a win condition in this game. It's just a matter of how are they going to be stopping their opponent in securing their win condition. But yeah, that's about it. How about Maxman? What do you think about the drafts of these two teams?
Well, I'm happy because you got Luna Beast, Alistar. So
I like
that's
the
a win.
Sword Fiora too.
Those are like, they got some really good skins in the new event. I do have to agree, but like especially that skin of Alistar is looking damn sexy. But if we're talking about gameplay itself, I know about skins and cosmetics because I'm a child and I like shiny things. I'm looking at like two drafts that are really solid on both sides. But I said it, the dive potential of Chakaimuk is just so damn strong that I think that purely based on a draft, they could have the edge. But like the Janna especially is going to be the character that I'm going to be looking out for. Disaster, if he's able to counteract both the Camille and also the Alistar alone and counteract the entire dive potential with a good placed and well-timed ultimate, I think that that could really turn the tides in favor of next place. I think at the end of the day is going to be mainly down to skill, whichever team executes their comp best. But I think that purely in terms of comp, I think that Chakaimuk could have more of an edge if they do get in a similar position compared to the side of next play, because their dive, especially that follow-up dive from the side of Vi, is going to be just that much more reliable for the rest of the team.
Yes, that is so true. For the meantime, no invades has happened, as you can see in the map. Everyone's just want to cool down. But in the middle lane, look at what Chule is actually able to do up against Archetti, forcing him to make use make use of the honey fruit early on, and potentially might be just a little bit pressure. I mean, knowing that the Corki is actually getting pressured in the middle lane, and then, you know, in case team fights or ganks might need to happen, then we know that for sure this Aurelion Soul can help out in whatever invades they want to go for. But for the meantime, we can see that seemingly this Lee Sin got an information that Vi is already in the blue buff, and we're not going to be seeing any far. But instead on the top side though, we can see again the matchup between these two. We talked about it already. From yesterday, we see some matches that showed to us that, okay, this is a Fiora getting definitely an advantage up against Camille.
I mean, Fiora is just dominating that one so far. She's going to try and crash the wave under towers to try and deny some CS away from the Camille, which she is going to be losing a little bit at the end of the day. We're talking like purely in terms of gold here, you're going to have yourself the Fiora that's standing so far with 1.7k, and on the other side, Camille is like up to 1.3k, but then there's going to be a jungle invade onto the Vi, and she is going to get locked down.
Yes, Shiba, what can he do? He has to take in a lot of damage. starts connecting onto that Vi, the very own jungler of Team Chakaimok, already falling down this early on, and that's not gonna look good for them. But fortunately enough, though, the duo laners on the side of Chakaimok are actually doing good, and so far putting a lot of pressure up against that Ooze. But then again, I mean, man, he's safe. I mean, you are not able to take down any turrets. There's no ganks that is about to happen in there, but instead, your jungler actually has fallen down onto the top side part of the map, or your jungle top side part of the map. Let's see how this will go. Seems like there's another plan to actually go for a gap. Everyone's just diving under the turret right now. Seems target is gonna fall down. Time Hextech's ultimatum has been popped in by the Camille. As of the moment, Chuli has made use of his ultimate as well, and double kill going on to the Vine. They're not even because they want to get a kill, a triple kill potentially up against a Ryzen. Well, that wasn't secured for the Vi, but then again, that was a kill secure for the team.
Yep, nicely done overall. Good rotations coming on through from Chakaimuk. They will be able to pick up a few extra frags along the way, up to so far a 3-1 kill lead, with a gold lead of just about 1,000, just shy of 1,000 actually, in 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which is pretty dandy, but nothing to be scared of if you are indeed on the side of next play. Drake is the first one is going to be an Infernal Drake, which is great if you can pick it up. Even though the Infernal Drake does not have great early game impact, the later on you get into the game, that is when the Infernal Drake really starts to pull its way into the action. So we're going to see if they are going to try and put themselves a little bit of a focus onto that one. But I'm seeing a backport from Johnny, I'm seeing a backport from Lee Sin, and also from the Aurelion Sol. But unfortunately, because of the lack of vision, especially of deep vision, they do not know that. So if they had the information, this would be an easy Drake. But unfortunately right now, they just don't have the intel to know that this would be a great pickup. So they're not going to commit to it just yet. As now, they're still going to make their way back over there. And a fight might be happening next to the Dragon Pit.
Yes, but the early content, well, that Cutler was secured by Team Chakaimuk, but seems like they're gonna go for a reset. They're gonna be leaving these off this area of this time. Seems like okay, the humans has been picked up by the Vi already, getting prepared before a team fight happens in this Dragon Pig. By the way, just butt in if in case I suddenly caught up the cast, because I'm not sure what is happening in the internet in the Philippines as of the moment. So yeah, this is now a well-contested Dragon Pit by Team Chakaimuk. Let's see how Next Play Esports is potentially going to be answering that one. No, looks like they're going to go on to the back line. Ultimatum did connect, but unfortunately they have to transition onto somewhere else. Bullet time has been committed as well. Gonna be taking a lot of HP bars up against Chakaimuk. Ryzen trying to target Xenia in here, but then again, Chuli will just secure the double kill for them. Chakaimuk members, they are scattered. They are scattered on that team fight. They got an upper advantage in securing the dragon, but then again, seems like they do not know, or they are not really sure on what they want to do. Are we gonna turn, or are we just gonna focus on the dragon? I think they should have turned instead. I mean, that was 3 kills a while ago up top for the side of CKM, but I mean, they suddenly just did not capitalize on that one and just allowed Next Play Esports to go back for a play.
Yeah, but at the end, what we can keep from that fight is a few frags coming on through. 4-4 so far in terms of pure fragging power, but the Infernal Drake was indeed picked up by Chakaimuk, as though they're also going to try and pick up not only the Infernal Drake, but also the Fiora, apparently.
Oh man, they're not yet done with team fights in here to take down the Alistar from the side of CKM. And here we go with a lot of damage coming up from the Aurelion Sol as well. Icathian Rain's not going to do anything as well in here. For the side of Team Chakaimuk, a 4-man wipeout, and them gonna go for the Rift Herald take plus a turret take. And that was the first turret. Unfortunately for JK, he wasn't able to go for an early secure of the first turret for Chakaimuk.
Right, next play, going to get the Herald picked up by Lee Sin. So now, once again, they did it in very similar fashion where they decided to go for a turret dive with the Herald. So that's a good way to enable it. Also, they're going to go for the backstab onto the Aurelion Sol. Going to be caught up as the bullet time comes on through. But that is going to be the end, unfortunately, of Aurelion Sol as he gets chased on down. And that's going to be an extra frag coming on through, going in the way of Chakaimuk. But they're looking for more. They're looking for the Fiora down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, Fiora, he was just having a good time having a 1v against Camille, but unfortunately Camille is able to take advantage of the turret that's still available down bottom part of the map as well. That was there, and unfortunately for him, he got caught off guard, or he got sandwiched by the Alistar and the rest of the gang in here on the side of CKM. So let's see what's gonna happen next though. Everyone's just going for the fight whenever they see each other. They want to bully each other this time, but the Corki a lot of damage, as well as the Janna on the side of team Next Play Esports. Could this be the potential comeback, because they got an opportunity to even go take down on the turret in the middle lane of Next Play, but no, they're just gonna fall back and just go for a reset. Anyway, a lot of them are actually on low HP as of the moment.
But while this game is combusting in a burn of glory, I just want to say also thank you everyone on Trovo for allowing us to hit 700 viewers and still counting as I say this. Thanks so much. Really appreciate the support that everyone has been sharing on all social platforms, especially on Trovo, as Trovo is one of the official partners. So thank you so much for that. That's a great milestone. Hopefully we can have even more, but without you guys, this would not be possible. So mucho apreciado. But with that said, keep on focusing down onto the game, because that is indeed why we are here in the first place, as Herald is being popped off into the mid lane, but Lee Sin is having a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, JK just made use of his ultimate for that Lee Sin, but apparently Lee Sin not fall down. Plus, at the same time, Dexboy Esports still got the Rift Herald bumping on. Well, they didn't. I think I'm not too sure if it was already like. No, I think they just placed it down there at the wrong time. So I think they weren't able to capitalize that Rift Herald that was on their hand, and they're gonna be losing this position in the dragon that is about to, and it is a mountain Drake, so they have all the maybe if they want to take advantage of the buff that will be given to them. But for the meantime, another fight is going in here out up against the members of Team Next Play Esports. I think this is gonna be a win potentially on this particular fight for the side of Chakaima, but the damage got from the Aurelion Soul is just way too much to handle as well. Okay, fortunately enough, he's got the honey fruit in here, still allowing him to stay alive. Gotta be careful in what JK can do, but the damage coming from the misfortune is also in there. And way too much to handle as well. So here we go. The mountain trick gonna go onto the side of Next Play Esports. Man, you know what? I think we know that the composition of Next Play Esports is really not meant for a team fight. But this is CKM just capitalizing on what their team fight is built for, which is okay. If there's a chance to engage, just go all out in here. We got an Alistar and we got a Vi, and we got... well. But at the same time, we don't see yet Team Next Play Esports really going for the split push work. Well, Ryzen has been trying to do that in the map, but has been failing to do so. And now, as this things, we got a team fight again happening on the top side part of the map. Joshi will be taking a lot of damage from the Corki, but meantime, gonna be saving the day. This Aurelion Soul is, I mean, that's a lot of zoning capability and a lot of damage to deal with. And them gonna be capitalizing on Baron opportunity that they got, while them sacrificing some of the turrets down bot and potentially maybe even...
Man, we've been having some fights left, right, and center. Unending action, which is what I live for. But though, they're going for Baron, but they're losing one turret mid, potentially even losing two plays, and only one play will be lost. But here it is. Aurelion Soul going to go for the rotation, trying to catch out also this guy's midway. She will be able to flash away to safety, but unfortunately, I don't think I can say the same about this Camille, as she is seeming to be locked down in place and potentially taken down. But she is very slippery, but Lee Sin, he's chasing it down for the frag.
Man, look at the itemization as well of Aurelion Soul. I mean, 11k gold? That's like just half of what the Alistar has as well. So they gotta be careful on whenever they try to decide to go on a fight. We know that, okay, Chakaim is built to go for a fight, but then again, if there's Julie, and he just actually picked up that death cap, so he's gonna be a lot scary. He was scarier, or he's looking scary already a while ago, and he's even looking scarier with a lot of damage, and he's got this, he got the stasis enchant as well, so you gotta be careful on that one. But for the meantime, on the bot side part of the map, are they really gonna be going all in this one? Joshi going slow, but the backup, a flag coming from the side, stunning some members from the side of Team Chakaima, plus the bullet time coming from Miss as well. Gonna be taking down that Camille, who has been greedy, trying to target a member from the side of Next Play Esports, not gonna do anything. And I think they might be able to take a turret or two in this game, given the fact that they almost wipe out members of KM.
I mean, that Celestial expansion that was coming on through from the Aurelion Sol was top tier. It separated the entire team of Chakaimuk, and at that point onwards, it was just like pick and pick and pick and pick and just take kill after kill. Like, really, Next Play used this Aurelion Sol in such good ways that it's so hard to fight up against. So really, big props over to Chili. That guy is legendary when it comes down to playing a good damn Aurelion Sol. But so far, the Drake is going to be on the menu. It's going to be a Cloud Drake in the next 45 to 50 seconds, so you got to keep that in mind also. But here's just Chakaimuk, like, no, starting to fall behind heavily. Their composition is very dive-focused. The moment you lose that edge is when you start to get bursted down heavily, especially by the likes of this Miss Fortune, that's currently in 3-0 and 10-2 Aurelion Sol. I'm just, like, Chully is just really stepping up to the occasion. I'm loving it. Next Play, I said it, they're one of my favorite teams when it comes down to competitive Wild Rift, and it's for a reason. They play everything they pick just at such a good level, you can't do anything.
Look at the stars coming out from that Aurelion. It's just so massive already. Damage. I mean, it's not just the Aurelion Sol champion itself, but how Chuli himself is actually flanking and getting the opportunity. But for the meantime, talking about some opportunity in here, we can see the Hexx ultimatum committed onto the Janna, but I don't think he's gonna be making plans as he dies onto the hands of the members of Next Play Esports. And again, one by one, the members of Next Play Esports, whoa, gotta go for that killer instinct to secure one kill, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. Yes, Chuli died, but in the end, this is gonna be a wiped out CKM, wiped out Chakaimuk in the end. And I think this is gonna be sometime soon.
Lee Sin? You good, Lee Sin? Hello? Okay. But then they're going to have the manpower anyways. The wave is going to be okay. Yeah. And that is going to be game. GG, well played. Will be taken over by Next Play 2-0 in this BF5 series. One more win and they shall make it into the finals to face off against none other than Amiga Esports themselves. But I don't know, like 14-minute win. That like they're just clapping the competition. They're just like, get out of my face. We want to go straight to the finals. $2,000 in the prize pool. Thank you very much. That is mine.
We want to go home. Oh, they're in their homes, but we want to go back. But yeah, let's take a look at the graph right now. The damage output. Let's go back to the damage output of this Aurelion. Where is that? There you go. Look at that. Yep. It is a full bar damage in there. So he did a lot during both the team fights and whenever he has to flank from the sides and help back up. Whenever his teammates are actually getting bullied by at least one of the members of the team, Chakaimuk. So it's just, I mean, in the middle lane, we were already seeing at the start, like, Archony was already having a hard time dealing with Aurelion stages of the game. And again, we talk about if that Aurelion Sol is able to shove the minion waves really, really fast in the middle lane, he just go Dora the Explorer. Just go from one part of the map to another and just back up, just deal some damage, and you're gonna be shoving your opponents away. And that's it. I think that was the... I was expecting some other playstyle wherein the Fiora might be going for some split push work, but then again, Chuli was just super powerful in this game, and the Aurelion Sol, they capitalized on that zoning capability as well as the damage that they has. But the graph, what do you say about this graph that we can see so far, Max?
I mean, Chakaimuk, there was like two times they're like, oh, maybe we can start getting back into the lead, but unfortunately, it was just not going to be enough when you were just seeing the steamroll of a composition, especially how present they were present, especially with that Aurelion Sol. So at the end, it was just a dominant game coming out from the side of Next Play. I was not expecting any less, but we're going to be bringing back our man, our banner man himself, AssassinDave, on the desk to talk a little bit about that game because, I mean, what do you want to talk about? Just Next Play winning games? Like, we're pretty much used to that by now.
Yeah, we are. But at the same time, like, you know, you guys have already talked enough about Next Place. I want to give props to Chakaimuk. If you look at a graph just now from the last game, they were actually, for a big chunk of the game, it seems like that Chakaimuk had a really good chance. You know, it was just Next Play ended up pulling together. Also, we said, like, Chakaimuk as a team is under a lot of pressure right now. So, again, I think they are absolutely giving a run for the money for Next Play right here. Definitely amazing jobs. But before we go to the third game, between Next Play Esports and Kaimuk to determine who will proceed. Is Chikaimu actually going to take a point back, or are we going to see a smooth transition, 3-0 domination to the grand finals for Next Play Esports? We shall find out. Before we cut into the break right here, ladies and gentlemen, big shout out to the sponsor of the Wild Rift Asia Brawl, Trovo.live. Trovo is hosting a variety of tournaments, events for League of Legends Wild Rift with a bunch of prizes for you to claim, including 30,000 Wild Core giveaway. And in fact, we have already drawn 20,000 Wild Core, and we're gonna do 10,000 tomorrow. So what you're waiting? Go to Trovo.live right now. Warm up, receive, share the stream for the game 3. And big shout out to Wild Rift competitive teams. Wild Rift competitive is a central place for all things competitive. They host weekly tournaments, events for the community. They also provide an easy way to find a scrimmage for your team and recruit for your team. So follow their social media within the description. Do not hesitate as well. Big shout out to our beautiful casters, Kasaya, and a handsome caster, Maxman30. Make sure to follow them with their social media links in the chat right now, so you can follow their future events as we step into further and deeper into the Wild Rift competitive scene. Last but not least, all the previous matches are now being archived in the AssassinDave YouTube channel under the Wild Rift Asia Brawl playlist. Any games you want to look for, go to that playlist. You will find them. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a short 2-minute break before we come back to what might possibly be the third and final match tonight, or the biggest upset of the entire day for Chicago. We'll find out in 2 minutes. See you guys soon. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. and the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl Playoff, the grand finals for the loser bracket. The winner will become the second grand finalist to contest for the big boy prize pool tomorrow, and the loser will be the third place for the tournament. So, more than the prize money, I think it's pride and honor. You gotta fight till your last breath, and that is going on in this match. If you're watching the stream, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells, and share the stream with your friends on Trovo.live. Happy Trovo. With that, we're going to quickly send the stream to the caster's desk.
Next Play Esports is now on a match point on this round 3. On this round 3, up against Chakaimuk, who just finished a best of 5 match a while ago up against Omega Esports. Will there be a chance for Chakaimuk still on actually getting a win, or maybe a reverse sweep up against Next Play Esports? We don't know for sure, but they're doing their best in here, even though they are exhausted. I'm Keisaya, one of your casters for today. With me is Maxman. Maxman, looks like they're not letting that Lulu slip off the hands of Chakaimuk.
Yeah, they picked it once, and now just like, we are never dealing with Lulu because she's absolutely toxic, which I understand. And talking about toxic, Teemo's going to get picked up on the other side of Chakaimuk, and they're going to try and play around that
I think they're just hovering that one out. They find Teemo cute, but I haven't really seen him.
Are they?
Yeah, I think they just don't really want to give that much idea as of yet. While I think they're discussing and thinking, well, I mean, Teemo's
for the
cute
memes,
anyway, so never
come
mind.
on. There you go. I know you had a soft spot for Teemo. There you go. There it is. But like, hey, for the full memes, why not? You never know. It could be working out. But they are going to be going over it, and Akali is going to be hovered also. But that's not funny. Come on, no memes. I wanted some memes. Where's Monkey? I haven't seen Monkey either. I want some Monkey. I want some Wukong. Please give me. I would be a happy boy. Although Jin's going to be picked up on the other side, meaning that like this is going to be an easy character to dive onto for the likes of Akali and also for the likes of Lee Sin. So overall, they got a mindset of going hyper aggressive. I was going to say they could go for Camille, but Camille already got picked up for them on game number 2. So Alistar ban is really just to make sure that they don't have too much potential peeling or engage. Like Alistar is just such a good rounded support in general. As Camille, whoa, that's a interesting draft. I don't know what to think about this. This is a weird mix up of like champions. When I look at the draft on the side of Next Play, but they picked already so many strong characters that now they just got to pick what remains, and what remains are, of course, Orianna being one of the best, if not people call her still the best mid laner mage currently, and then followed up with Camille and a Jhin. They still got to look for support and a jungler, unless that is a Camille jungle, which we have seen today. So we still got to wait a little bit and see exactly what Next Play want to do. But I'm intrigued also for Chakaimuk, what is going to be the follow-up of their draft? Because if we look at what supports are currently remaining, I don't know if Dave can show what supports are still on the table for them. But Aurelion Sol, they want to try and snatch it away from Chile without too much of an issue and see if they can play it as good. Also, but Draven, seems like that will be the one. But these are all the supports remaining currently. And we still do have then a Nami. That Nami was played so good with the Wukong earlier, but they're going to go for Draven and Aurelion Sol instead, which is interesting to say the least, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, that Draven pick on the side of Chakaimuk. I mean, a while ago we did see a Draven get into teams that we've casted for today, and it kind of failed, especially primarily because they weren't able to capitalize on the passive there. for Draven. League of Draven, if you do not give him early item, then you're going to be losing. And if you talk about the matchup in the middle lane as well, these stages of the game, if you talk about fast clearing of minion waves, definitely we can say that Orianna got advantage. So it most likely will be the Orianna will be able to help rotate and together with the Graves. I'm kind of scared as to what actually Chakaimuk has put into the table. So they don't really have a good front line as well. Question is, will they be able to go for a good execution of play that they're going to be picking up targets? But in terms of CC as well, that's also what they are lacking. Yes, they got a stun coming in from that Aurelion Sol, but that's about it. It's not a hard CC we're talking about. So they don't have that presence in the composition, so they should be in the position into avoiding fights that might be started of coming from that next place. So with that said, I think it's kind of obvious as to where I'm leaning towards to in terms of the draft. It's obviously inside the next play esports, especially they got both good engage potential and zoning potential, given that they got an Orianna as well.
Did you say they both got good engage potential? That's really funny.
For the side of next play. Yeah.
There you go. Oh, I think your voice cut actually for a second if you were still talking there. Oh, unfortunate. But also, what's not unfortunate, I do like the fact that they did pick up a Janna. One, Janna's really good to deal once again into the Camille's and make sure they can counter the Hextech ultimatum. So that's a pretty good character to have right off the bat. And also looking at Draven, when you mix those two characters together, they are both known as being really good early lane bullies. So especially with the Janna's going to have that shield and that good also slow, that's going to allow Draven to inherently add extra more damage to the mix. I think that the laning potential of Janna with a Draven together synergizes really well. So I think overall, if they can win the bot lane, they might be able to just steamroll through the Draven and Janna combo. And then have, of course, the really strong rotations coming on through from the Lee Sin, from the Aurelion Sol. But I'm especially looking for Janna Draven because I think that they can be the hidden deadly duo for the composition of Chakaimuk.
I kind of have a feeling that Next Play Esports has all the skins on. I mean, not every single moment when we are on the loading screen, we don't see at least one member not have skin of whichever. But yeah, anyway, that's some of the perks that you got, that you will definitely get when you are part of an organization. But for the meantime, again, if you just tune in on the live stream, this is already match point for Next Play Esports. But do not discount Chakaimuk as of yet, because this is a best of 5 match and they still have a chance on going for a reverse. But we'll see how. For the meantime, that was an aggressive poke coming in against the mid laner of Team Chakaimuk, and they're really going for an invade.
Orianna can't join the mix though, unfortunately. She's getting cut off by the Aurelion Sol and also by the Janna, so they're going to try and contest it. But I think they understood that now Janna's going to be in a world of trouble, and they clap straight back, rotate on top of the Janna, and she's going to flash really so that's already a few resources away, taken off the board for Chakaimuk, unfortunately. And like Next Play, they are wanting to finish this 3-0. They're not messing around. Doesn't matter if their comp is not like the main comp that they usually play. Like, they're going ham on this game, and they want to try and close it off real damn quickly. So good stuff from them. It did delay a little bit, the rotation coming out from Jushi on that Graves in the jungle. So might have a little bit of a delayed rotation from that. But Janna's going straight for rotation into the mid lane with the Lee Sin. But unfortunately, that means that Janna's going to be missing out on a little bit of CS, unless the intention is to get Draven hyper fed in terms of like gold and CS early on to make sure he can be a level ahead and actually do that extra damage, because Draven early on does an insane amount of damage. That might be a viable strat, but as I say that, apparently Janna's just going to be... What's Janna doing here? She's just all over the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is them just trying to give some bits of assistance onto the Aurelions, especially we know, okay, maybe it actually the Orianna gonna get the advantage into clearing off the minion waves, and we gotta be very careful, especially if that Orianna, just like what she's doing right now, gonna go for an assist in the invade that they are currently doing onto the jungle camp of Team Chakaimuk. Fortunately for Chakaimuk, they were able to secure their very own blue buff on that side, so it's safe. So it is again a failed invade coming in from the side of Team Next Play Esports. So you can see in the total gold count, they're kind of missing some bits of gold in here. Not that huge, but we can see that Chakaimuk is really hoping for a good play on this one. Ooze in a dangerous spot right now, gonna go for a flash and just go safe. So There's also a good flow of minion waves up top, but I don't think they're gonna be taking this turret down, especially that we're just below 3-minute game time. So that protection in the turret is still up and running. So basically lesser damage that you can deal with, especially if there's no minion waves available.
This is a game for the textbooks for sure, though. Orianna going to take a nice little bit of a trade. The CC does not connect for the Celestial expansion, unfortunately. I like it. Both teams are playing really aggressive, and both teams are also finding responses against that kind of aggressiveness. So I think that both teams are definitely on their A game right now, especially Chakaimuk. Like, the two first games were maybe a little bit off. They were doing a few mistakes left, right, and center. But I think this is a game where they're in the mindset. I feel like they actually got a game plan here, and they are not ready to give it up without a fight. So sure, they're 2-0 so far in this BO5 series, but they still have not given up hope, and they're still going to give it their best shot to try and potentially make the comeback. And if they can make a reverse sweep versus next play, they would be making history in the early days of Wild Rift competitive scene in the eastern side of the world. So great stuff to see. Hopefully they can get a good game, but next play are also not going to be messing around in this game, as the CC's coming out from Brawl, maybe, but Graves is going to be too far away to assist it, as now Drake is 30 seconds away from spawn.
That is for sure. But yeah, for the meantime, we can see that the ADCs are now going back onto the bottom lane part. Actually, yes, they just started off with the switch, but then again, they go back right before first Infernal Drake is about to come up. So there's a reset in here by the Jen as well. Not really reset, but of course he wants to get some items for herself before even a fight might come in here in the Dragon Pit. So we'll see about this one. They gotta be very careful in the position though. Chenny seems like, oh, but hold a thought. Here we go with a fight already initiated by the side of Team Chakaimuk. We can see a low members on the side of Team Next Play Esports already chilling, just gonna get sandwiched by the members of Team Chakaimuk. Now, is this really the comeback play that we're looking for? Seems like the members of Next Play Esports will just have to fall back and make sure that no more casualties will happen right after this. But wow, what a play coming from Chakaimuk from that fight.
I mean, sure, it was a good play from Chakaimuk, but I think the next play did a weird engage tree. They went one by one. As talking about one by one player is going to be alone. It's going to be a resend for a second, but though Lee Sin instant flash is going to be regretting that decision pretty steadily. But yeah, it was really weird how they tried to contest that Drake, going in one by one, allowing 3 frags to go the way of Chakaimuk. I did not quite understand the reasoning behind that and why that play happened. I think it was just a lack of communication from next play, but those happen from time to time. It's all good. We are going to be looking over that one without too much of an issue. But though the gold lead is already up to almost 5,000, shy of 5,000 actually, in just 5 minutes, so they are definitely up to a really good standard. But you all know that next player are going to have a few tricks up their sleeve, especially when you saw how impactful Arisen was in that last fight. Despite not picking up any frags, Arisen was still putting up some really good work. But the next fight might be the deciding one. And there, especially Draven, I'm looking out for him. Like, he has yet to get some frags. Draven, early game, should be the broken one. And unfortunately, he's alone in lane a lot of the time. And unfortunately, Draven is not great when it comes to 1v1s.
Yes, for sure. That's why the backup is in here. Curtain call has been popped up by the Jin as of the moment. And everyone's just in. Oh, Jana. But the backup coming from the Aurelian Soul as well, taking down a lot of members from the side of Next Play Esports. We're not gonna let you guys down because the backup is in here. Team Next Play Esports getting punished for what they have done onto the Draven. Yes, Draven's not getting a lot of kills, but are not getting any kills as of yet. But look at what is in the Aurelian Soul as of the moment. 403, man. 403.
Alright, 7,000 gold lead also, and it's still counting. Next play, they are falling behind steadily. They can still have some game plans, but I'm starting to say that Chakaimuk here, as I said it earlier, they have not given up on hope, and they are still hoping to take this series if they can, to make it to the finals, to make that fight, and potentially get vengeance on Omega Esports backdoor that they suffered earlier, unfortunately. So they are going to give it still their very, very best shot. Mid lane, though, no pressure coming on through from both sides. Still, one turret has yet to fall down. This is going to be a game that's going to be slowly taking its toll on these teams. Slowly, they're going to regroup into the mid lane. But I got to say, Jin and Brawl have been all over the place. They've been in bot lane, mid lane, top lane. Like, they are the true roamers of the map. They feel like Aurelion Sol almost.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is, I think, Next Play Esports relaxing a little bit in this game. And I think they, you know, they should have been mindful still on the capacity as players from the side of Team Chakaiba. But hold on, thought, because we can see another engage get off on the face. Horizon looks like he's not gonna be surviving that at all. And again, another man down for the side of Next Play Esports. They're definitely in no position to actually go for an engage, given the fact that they just lost Horizon from that game. And now, I mean, Chakaimuk definitely has all the right to go aggressive in this game at this certain point in time.
I agree, but Herald is going to be taking down the first row in mid, and once again, that's going to create a lot of breathing space for the side of Chakaimuk to keep on putting a toll on this team. Astronomia coming out from the Draven, a lot of take damage down onto this Brawl. They will be losing the Herald, not the plates getting secured, unfortunately, but the Drake is going to be up in now 15 seconds, just about. And they're going to try and potentially just go back to base for the time being and just get their items, get all that good stuff. We're going to see some good items getting purchased now. Some armor penetration coming out from the Draven also with some extra boosts. We're also going to see an item purchase for the Akali. She's finally going to get herself also that Zonia, so she can actually cleanse out the damage. And the big burst potentially coming out from the likes of the Orianna or still that Jhin coming on through. So that's going to be great for the Akali to remain just a little bit more reliable in those fights overall. But now the Drake is going to be a Cloud Drake and is just no one to be positioned to counteract that position. Sure, this Graves and Orianna pushing in the top lane, trying to get those turrets, but what's better, a turret right now or one Drake that's going to be super good, especially for Chakaimuk that are currently in the lead, and they're going to try and counteract that by pushing in the mid lane to maybe crack an extra turret.
Let's see, I mean, Jhin anyway has the capacity to go for a fast clear of minion waves. Look at the damage. I mean, that kick, well, that was not a well-positioned kick. I think he was still trying to go for that pick-off from one of the members of Team Next Play Esports, but didn't manage to do so. But for the meantime, you can see the members of Team Chakaimuk just trying to go for the defensive play on the top side. Next Play Esports might not be taking down the tier 2 turret up top, but then again, that's a good way just to scare off the members of Chakaimuk. Okay, please, just get off our base and defend your top side and just leave our members alone.
Please leave us be. Let us be. That is all we're asking for. Please, we're asking for a truce right here. But 39k, like already 9k gold lead at this stage of the game in like 9 minutes, almost getting into the 10-minute mark of this game. Things are looking very dire, I would say, for Next Play. There's not many options for them to do the comeback. The only way they can potentially do it is because of this Camille. They can't try and abuse that kind of pickup and try and find some characters out of position that are alone and try and play on that. But Camille keeps overstepping. The welcome pushing so deep, and she keeps getting like ganked upon so heavily. She might be able to survive it. Nice ultimate. But yeah, she's going so deep every time.
Yeah, I mean, he got saved by the kick of Listen, so thanks to that. But yeah, it's just quite funny. We're talking about how Camille should try to pick off a target, but in the end, we're talking about that he's the one getting picked off. Yeah, and it's with the current state of Next Play Esports, them losing a lot of turrets already. It's kind of hard to. I thought Xenia's about to go down with the curtain call from. But yeah, going back to what Next Play has to do in this. We understand the fact that, okay, does he... Oh man, I want to explain something, but team fights keep on happening. 1v1 on the bot side again. The Orianna will down onto the hands of this Akali. So yeah, if you already lost a lot of turrets, definitely it's hard to overextend. It's hard to go for a split push work, primarily because, you know, you might... If you try to go for a ward, you are definitely in no position overextend, especially if you're just gonna go, if you have to risk yourselves into face checking a specific area of the map or a bush. So I understand that a Ryzen might be picked up sometime, but at least for as long as he's fine, if he's able to go. So here we go with the Baron buff on the side of Team Chakaimuk. Gonna be going for a reset, not really gonna go wild and ham as they take that away for themselves. But instead, just gonna be respecting and just keeping it cool. Seems like they have reset their mentality already.
Yeah, I mean, at that point too, the Baron pickup is just the icing on the cake. This is just going to make matters even worse for the side of Next Play. Chakaimuk definitely stepping up in a really, really strong position. And like, we thought that the game fatigue was going to potentially heavily impact them, but like, they're playing, I would say, their best game here. Even though they've been playing, like, how is that? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is their 7th game in a row in a competitive mindset. Like, that's super hard to do. So big up respect to the boys as they're trying their best. But Here also gonna have a little bit of an encounter. 1v1 Camille versus... Oh my god, and the Ectec ultimatum. Like, that is the position he should not have been in. He survives regardless. What?
Yeah, I mean, I think I get the idea that they want to this install, but it's really hard to do so because, again, we're talking about the damage output that this Aurelion Soul has. Leandris is there, the Death Cap is also there already, plus of course the Presence, the backup coming up from that. Driven, that got a global ultimate as well, and the genre that can help shield this Aurelion that was in danger from a while ago is just on point. It is they still gotta respect that, but I get the idea, you know, you want to shut guy down since he is so far the one that is currently leading in terms of gold on the other. I mean,
yeah, 14,000 gold lead. That's what we're dealing with, and I think the next play, this is making it a little bit harder for them. Lee Sin going, oh, that's a little deep there.
We can see a fight ongoing in there. The Brom's gonna go for the ultimate at the same time. Oh, Shiba's quite deep as of the moment, but in the end, gonna go for a secure on the kill. Doesn't even matter what Chuli is doing, putting a lot of pressure on the top side despite that. Okay, is this what Ariana is supposed to do? I was actually expecting that onto the Arisen's Camille, but in the end, though, definitely they're having a hard time right into dealing with the pressure that is coming from the side of Team CKM. So, yeah, what the next play do in this game?
All the carries on their side are like fed, like 3-0 Lee Sin, you're going to have a 5-0 Aurelion Sol, and also 2-0 Akali's. And sure, it's not fed, but it's just at a point of no return where even if they die, they can't do too much because there's still so many objectives, so many turrets still up and standing. If they get an ace onto Chakaimuk, like they might get 1-2 turrets in mid, but they won't be able to close off the game because of it. Compared to the other side, Chakaimuk win the next fight, and that's basically GG. And we shall be going to a game number 4 of this BO5 series because things are getting pretty damn close indeed. Now Baron's going to be spawning in now 30 seconds, but even though they did capitalize, and I think the next play did a few good moves, like trying to peek out onto the Lee Sin, trying to find a good peek also on top of that Aurelion Sol. They're just so far ahead. Like, Aurelion Sol feels like a tank now almost, and they just can't take him down, even if they're 1v3 against him.
I mean, they also got 3 stasis on their side in this one, so it's gonna be hard to kill. Yeah, my goodness. But yeah, here we go. They have a lot of pressure on the top side and even in mid side as well, which is already open. Because of that Nexus, no, not really Nexus, but the inhibitor turret already disappearing in part of the map, and of course, Baron, which is well contested. So, I don't know, if they even have a chance of going for it, should they try? Let's take a look. Wasn't okay? This is the curtain call already. Before I just want to take a look. Oh, that failed. He apparently no skill. Let's play esports, but then again, the Janna went down through all the deadly flourish connecting to Archery.
What?
And yeah, I mean, I was actually also surprised. I was actually just looking onto this Jhin, hoping to get the last hit, the 4th bullet connecting on to the Baron, but that didn't happen. Man, I wish we have a replay on that.
Man, this was an unhyped match. It was like, okay, there's gonna be one by Chakaimuk to like, oh wait a minute, what's happening here?
Man. But anyway, we can back replay the live stream matches. Wow, I mean, that's some light of hope for Team Next Play.
If you're a gamer now, you gotta say winnable. Oh my god, maybe not winnable. Akali. No. Don't stay. Oh no, it's all going downhill from here on out, and she's going to get dived up in a 1v3. She might be able to make it away, but she's getting heavily so because down. CC for days, baby. And now it's a 5v4. The Drake is spawning in 25 seconds. Now they need to take another big fight, potentially look for an ace, and then try and steamroll the game. But the comeback is possible. This is a winnable game now for next play.
This is still, yes, for sure, curtain call has been popped, but unfortunately, though, a lot of members of Team Next Play are actually going so low. They still have the Baron buff in here, unfortunately, and it seems like Chakaimuk will just decide on ending this game. Congratulations to Chakaimuk. Still not really that game for Next Play. Wow, what a play. I mean, there was a slither of hope during the Baron fight, for the side of Team Next Play. But unfortunately, I mean, when you got the and you have been consistent, then there's no wonder even if one of your members getting picked off by the play. I mean, they got the Baron. And at the same time, they have been, I mean, they got the itemizations already, so the items are ready, so there's no doubt that they still can just take down a lot of HPs. It was still a nice try.
I mean, it was a great game. Like, really, Next Place started doing what they were supposed to do, like, in a really, really strong way. But unfortunately for them, it's just such a big lead coming to Earth Chakaimuk. Like, they could not do much. But that's like 2 games in a row that Aurelion Sol is, like, top damage dealer. Like, I'm starting to think that Aurelion Sol, it might be a little bit, not OP, but, like, it might be, like, A tier / S tier. Like, a good Aurelion Sol is high up there. Reason why, it's got some really good damage. It's got some good peeling potential. It's got some good, like breathing space creating opportunities with his kit, and also like he can just roam so easily around the map through terrain. He can be super fast and rotate with your team, and also get a huge amount of CC with that galactical wait, no, not galactical, I'm saying the wrong name of the ability. With the galactic thingy, that is going to be doing a lot of the, like, on the table. Celestial expansion, I forgot the name for a second. It's just such a strong pick, but now because it got picked up by both Next Play and also by the side of Chakaimuk, Aurelion Sol can't be played anymore. So now I'm intrigued to see what next game draft is going to be. Yeah.
For sure. And again, just to give our audiences some a little bit of trivia, Aurelion Sol actually getting picked quite a lot as well in this tournament, getting picked 31 times or more. Right about that, getting that 65% win rate for the totality of Wild Rift Asia Brawl. But then again, Dave, what do you think about this comeback play from CKM?
I like it. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Like, as much as, see, I'm a very lazy person. As much as I don't want to work, like, this is the true definition of spirit of esports. Despite the fact you guys mentioned they just play 7 games. They're still going, and they're destroying this game. Like last game, there was only one little hiccup in the Baron fight in the very end. But other than that, I think that game was executed flawlessly. Right? It was just so good from beginning to back. What a game by Chakaimuk. Obviously, NXT did their best. Now, another game 4. Again, I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want to say this might go to game 5. I don't want to say this might just be the last game. We don't know, right? We shall find out in next match. That's right. So before we go to next match, I do want to do a big shout out to the sponsor of Wild Rift Asia Brawl, Trovo.live. Trovo is hosting a variety of tournaments, events for League of Legends Wild Rift with a bunch of prizes for you to claim, including 30,000 Wild Core giveaway throughout this tournament. That is right. If you're watching the tournament, make sure to head to Trovo with a link in the chat, because tomorrow we're drawing 10,000 Wild Core. That's right. Share the stream. The more you share, the more likely that you will be the cool kid in school. I don't know if that makes any sense. Big shout out to Wild Rift Competitive Team. Wild Rift Competitive is a central place for all things competitive. They host weekly tournaments, events for the community. They also provide an easy way for you to find a scrimmage and for you to find anything you want competitive related for Wild Rift. So use their social media links in description. Follow them right away. At the same time, make sure to follow Maximin and Kasaya, our 2 talented, beautiful, sexy, charming casters. Yes, that's right. For working so tirelessly throughout the entire day, casting, bringing you guys incredible matches. Their throws are hurting, they're exploding. It doesn't matter because they're awesome. So what you're doing, go follow them in the social media links in the chat. Last but not least, all the previous matches for Wild Rift Asia Brawl are now being archived in the AssassinDave YouTube channel. Any games you want to refer back to, just go to the playlist Wild Rift Asia Brawl and you will find the game of your choice. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a short 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Get your popcorn, get your soda, get your stuff ready, share the stream. We'll see you back for the 4th game between Chakaimuk and Next Play Esports. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game.
My voice.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the 2021 Wild Rift Asia Brawl. This is now the 4th game between Chakaimuk and Next Play Esports. Everyone wants to proceed, but there's only one winner tonight. Who is that gonna be, ladies and gentlemen? Who is your favorite team? It's your time to go to Trovo and type that answer in the chat. That is right. Do not hesitate. Go to Trovo, flush the Trovo, and spam the chat with your favorite team. Your team need to hear you. They're watching the stream. They want to see your support. Issue your loudest support for your favorite team. With that, we're going to send it over to our beautiful caster's desk.
Thank you so much, Dave. And indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to jump into what might be the final game of the day. Chakaimuk versus Next Play so far. Next Play dominating at the start with 2 games in a row, back-to-back. But when they're looking on the side of Chakaimuk, maybe the insane comeback story has been starting up. And it might be happening. But here we're going to be seeing Monkey on the board, picked up by Chakaimuk. So I'm going to have to give them the win on that one because Monkey is insane. But Dave was mentioning the fact that we still have Lulu never getting picked up by Chakaimuk, but that's because Next Play just don't want to give over this kind of character of the Lulu. And they're going to have Shyvana getting picked up, followed up also with the Alistar. The simple fact of them potentially going here for this Shyvana shows that for the other side of Chakaimuk, they need to go for some really dominant early game characters just to make sure that they can contest Shyvana on the early takes, such as the Drake. But though I do believe onto the side of Chakaimuk, Olaf has yet to get picked, and Olaf early game into Shyvana would be a great pickup to commit into, and I would like to see that happen here potentially.
What I'm actually wondering is what the ban of Chakaimuk was. Did they just did not ban anything on purpose to open up okay, it's confirmed no ban for the side of Chakaimuk. So I think there's an opportunity for them to just open up a lot of options still. But I think the Lulu ban is still reasonable in here just to stop Chakaimuk from doing that combo we're talking about from a while ago. But I think there's no questions, a lot of questions to ask so far for the first few picks of these 2 teams, because all we know is that given this first 2 picks of Next Play Esports, is that they're ready to go for team fights this time, because the Alistar definitely can set up something, especially if that Pulverize will connect onto the proper targets and maybe massive amounts of targets on the side of Chakaimuk. But at the same time, we gotta see what are the available frontline supports in here for Chakaimuk. Can we take a look at that one? The tanks as well as the support. What do we have in here?
Nami.
Nami is Nami is available, and we did see a good Nami play from a while ago. I wonder if that's something we will be able to still take a look at.
I'm gonna restart Bang Pick apparently.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay, so apparently
okay.
Chakaimuk will want to ban Alistar, so we're gonna be restarting this drafting phase. Also primarily Next Play Esports will have to remove the Alistar from their first 2 picks in here. But is it still gonna be the same for the other picks of the rest of the team, of the members of each teams in here, like the Kaisa and the Gragas? Will it still be there for Next Play, or are we gonna be resetting everything starting the
normally how rules go typically, I don't know if it's the same for here, but normally like the draft should remain the same until like the pick that's like contested. So that would be until the Alistar. So that means that Monkey and also Shyvana should remain picked, but we'll see exactly what the rule set is because I'm not too familiar.
Okay.
And I'm sure Dave will know on that one. But anyways, we're going to restart the draft, ladies and gentlemen, get back into it. And we're going to be having, just to confirm, Chakaimik's ban is going to be Alistar, and Lulu is still going to remain banned away from the side of the next play. And I see Mundo can have a little bit. It would be cool to see Mundo. Has Mundo ever got picked, actually, Kaisaya, in the game so far?
No, not yet. Not even once. So, yeah, Dave, maybe would you like to explain what happened or what will happen if Chakaimik will be actually banning out the Alistar? And you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. So obviously we're doing a ban pick on web portal that we developed. So there was a little bit internet issues from Chakaimik's side. So they wanted to ban Alistar, but it wasn't issued. And then they didn't get a chance to type it fast enough before Next Play picked it. So we're gonna keep everything up to the Monkey pick. So it's gonna be Monkey, Lulu, a Lulu ban from Next Play, and then Alistar ban from Chakaimuk. And it will be Monkey pick, a Wukong pick by Chakaimuk, and then rest is restarted. So
I love how we just say Monkey instead of Wukong now. It's just become like the meme.
Because of you. I think it's because of you.
So with that, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a short 1-minute break. Don't go anywhere. After we get this issue resolved, we'll be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th game between Chakaimuk and Next Play Esports. The issue has been resolved, and now without further delay, let's go ahead and quickly jump back into the caster's desk.
Thank you so much once again, Dave, for the 2nd time in a row, but that's okay. Twice the hype, and we are good to go into the draft once again. Hoping we can actually see the draft very soon so we can actually break it down for you beautiful people at home. But anyways, got the stream open on my... Oh, there we go. We're good to go. So indeed, if you guys did not see earlier, by the way, Alistar was supposed to be the main ban. It did get taken off the board. Shyvana is still going to get picked up by Next Play, and same for the Wukong for the side of Chakaimuk. But Gragas is going to be the option picked up by Next Play Esports, so they have yet to reveal their support. And as a response to that Gragas pickup, Chakaimuk shall indeed apparently go for soft lock onto a Zed, which a Zed early pick is a little bit scary in my opinion, but Kennen would be a good option. Reason why Kennen, sure, he did get nerfed up, but he is still an extremely strong top laner when it comes down to it, or even if they want to play in mid lane, which I would personally not recommend, but Kennen would still be a viable option. But Orianna is also off on the table. So many options yet remaining and can be played up, and Orianna especially combos extremely well with this Wukong position. But with me is also going to be the one and only Kasaya to break down the draft and throughout the entire game cover it. Kasaya, what are you thinking so far of this draft anyways?
Well, first of all, I'm glad that they have actually not picked up a Kennen on the lineup of Chakaimuk, primarily because we know that, okay, Kennen, when he got released, looks like he's really doing good in early stages during the group stage of Wild Rift Asia Brawl. But then again, right after the nerf, seems like teams are not making use of him anymore. Maybe, yes, it's not a lot. It's not a big nerf, but then again, you can see how it can also affect the team fights if if the damage not really there that much. And I think Orianna is also a good pick in the middle lane for Chakaimuk this time. But the question in here, who's gonna be the front line? What else is remaining? A while ago we're talking about the Nami being available, and now Nami has been secured in here on the side of Next Play Esports. And again, heals will be there, some setup will be there, and it's not just Nami who can also do that. Primarily, there's also maybe the potential setup that might be coming up from that Gragas as well, so they gotta be careful on that one. But I also still find the composition, the picks of Chakaimuk still looking good, but the question is what's remaining for them in the support role.
Support role, you're going to have a Blitzcrank available. So I've been asking for Soraka for the longest time. That would make a dream come true for me. I would really appreciate that, Chakaimuk. Thank you so much if that is indeed the case. And if Scoundrel's watching, he is going to be pretty happy chappy. Oh, come on, no. Come on, I jinxed it. I should not have mentioned it. God damn. No! They went for the Lux regardless. You know what? That's going to be a pretty damn squishy backline, though. You got Jhin, Orianna, and also paired up with that Lux. So it's not going to be all that good in terms of tankiness. And look at, oh, that's a great counter pick, though. I love that. No, come on, Malphite would be such a good pickup here. You do have to say, Malphite, if they can go for it and just get straight access to the backline position and allow the burst to come on through from the likes of Gragas and also from the Shyvana, that would be some big boy plays. But he's just going over all the characters, trying to make us a little bit hard to guess what exactly is going to happen.
They're playing with their feelings. They're playing with their feelings. I mean, they're not really showing, and they're making us confused. But anyway, if this is going to be a Garen lock on the side of Next Play Esports, totally understandable. That's going to be adding up some champions to soak in some damage that might be coming out from the Orianna as well as the Jhin. And that at the same time will help out in silencing whatever that might come through from this Orianna or even the Lux as well. So it's understandable. I mean, Garen, he's kind of classic, but then again, do not disrespect this guy because he can make some plays. Definitely can make some plays as well. It actually, I think during the start of Wild Rift Asia Brawl, it is actually Omega Esports that has been putting a lot of Garen Baron. So yeah, we'll see how this will go.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed, but I'm mainly also liking Garen because when he hits level 5, he's got that execute kind of ability with that ultimate, so he's still going to stay heavily relevant. But here, the Thor's thumb that I'm seeing in this draft is of course going to be the Olaf picked up by Chakaimuk. Like, they got a really good draft. But I think that also when you're looking at next play, I think they did a good kind of like pick ban in a way, in the sense that they took the Nami as their support. I don't think that was their inherent intention. I think they wanted to go for like a good dive potential to follow up on the Garen, the Gragas, and also potentially on top of that Shyvana. But the reason why they took it is because they saw the games earlier, right? They're like, oh, we know how good the combo potential was going to be of Wukong with that Nami. We're not going to allow that to happen. We're going to pick Nami for ourselves. So we're going to be picking a pretty strong character with really good early game healing, while also denying away the Nami Wukong combo away from the composition of Chakaimuk. So I think that was a really good decision making and draft call from Next Play Esports. But hopefully now they can actually play a good Nami, because taking it is one thing, playing it properly is another. So we'll have to see. But purely based off draft, I like asking you this question, Kasaya. What draft would you like to give the edge to here?
It's kind of hard this time, but I like the early damage potential that's coming in here from the side of Next Play Esports, and at the same time, I do believe that with a proper setup that they can pull off, they maybe got an edge. But I don't really want to discount what CKM also has in their life. There's a lot of CC that we're going to be talking about coming from the Wukong, the Oriana, Lux, and even the Jhin as well. Although the Deadly Flourish might be hard to pull off, you know, you have got to make sure that the skill shot will definitely connect. But man, it's so hard this time. But I think I'm gonna be putting my trust in the Nami setup, and of course the heals as well. So I think I'm gonna be relying towards NXP's composition in this one.
Yeah. What scares me a little bit for the
Nami play.
Also, yeah, what I'm scared a little bit for Chekamik too is the fact that they got this Olaf, which is like great in his own regard. He's like, as I said, like an absolutely busted character. But here you don't have like that utility kind of support. Here you have a Lux that sure has some good CC to bring to the table, some good slows and some good burst damage. But I'm also thinking like, I want to see potentially like, you know, a Nami would have been really strong, but like a shield kind of character, a Sona could have been pretty fun to have here. But I think the Lux does not bring much to the table for GK on this Olaf. So I'm intrigued to see if Olaf can really go to the full extent of the character without like a true utility kind of support.
Well, we'll see about that. Hold on. There is a swap though, by the way, on the side of NXP, but no, okay, they are confusing us. Jhin started in the bottom lane, just taking that first flow of minion waves. Then they teleport back to the base, to the Nexus, and just go back up top, matching up what is in there on the side of NXP. Or maybe they just reacted on what Next Play has actually started, because definitely the Olaf might be having a hard time dealing with the two range damage dealers on the side of Team Next Play up there. So looks like are they really gonna go for an invade? Seems like Shiba is planning to do that onto Joshi, or maybe at least stop Joshi, delay him a little bit. Not really intending to go for that invade. So yeah, I mean, there's a good start so far for both of the teams. Not really saying that one already got the better position. Not yet.
They got vision on the Wukong. Nice body slam. Going to get some extra CC. The bubble hits too. CC combo on top of the Wukong. And Monkey is down. First blood coming the way of the Shyvana. And that's exactly how you deal with the weaker early game of a Shyvana. Have your team rotate, assist you, and do that exactly also when the Drake is going to be on the menu, though. Lux being a little bit adventurous here. Going to try and push on forward. The bubble not able to connect for Disaster, unfortunately. But the Kai'Sa is still going to potentially make her way down there also. But what a great converge of the rest of their team. Able to find the first frag on the Wukong. And now this is potentially just the first frag of many. Let's see if they can keep that pace rolling their way.
That is so true. And with the Wukong actually dying... No, not really. Yeah, with the Wukong dying early on... And again, he's already delayed, quite having that delay at this point. 1k gold in favor of Next Play Esports. They have to capitalize on that one. Still not discounting on what CKM can do in this game, primarily because, of course, the Jhin can always catch up in terms of the gold that the Kai'Sa might be having up top. Anyway, the Kai'Sa didn't actually join that skirmish that happened from a while ago. So yeah, we can tell, yeah, it is Next Play Esports already being in the lead. Maybe we can tell when the first Drake is already in here, maybe even the Rift Herald. We have yet to see, because the CC potential of CKM is kind of scary as well, especially if the stuns coming up from the Lux will be connecting. Even the stuns. Oh, what is happening in here?
Wukong is going for an invade again. It's just not working so far. Those invades are just not worth it, because once again, they're making up for like the weaker early game of that Shyvana. So they're just like getting back as a team. Good rotation from the Nami. Also, you had Garen trying to assist it. So I think that it's not even the Shyvana playing good. It's just like the entire of a Next Play. They'll just assisting Shyvana in her early steps like she's a baby, not even able to walk. And she's going to just slowly grow into like a truly grown adult in the later stages. So I think the Next Play are playing truly to their strengths and making up for their weaknesses. That here they know what is not going to work out in the early game. They make up for it. And now Drake is going to pop up really soon. And seeing what's been happening so far, I'm expecting Kai'Sa, Nami, and also this Gragas to just join up with the Shyvana in the jungle and try and pick up an early Drake. That should be the way should go. Things should go, especially when you're playing with a Shyvana like this.
Yeah, and the problem I think that I've been seeing on the side of CKM is that whenever this Wukong would try to go for an invade, the minion waves of their layers are not really shoved that well, and there's not much really assistance that's being present on the side of the Wukong. But for the meantime, looks like we have a fight that's about to happen in here.
Are secured away by the Gragas, and now they're ready to reverse the steam. Great shit on top of the Wukong, unfortunately taking way too much damage. He's going to be an extra casualty, dies for the second time in this game. The Cyclone binds a little bit more time, but the rest of the team will be able to escape that one unscathed, though Olaf is going to be joining the mix a little bit late. There's not the follow-up of his team. He should not engage that one, and that's going to be 2-0 in terms of frags, and the Drake going the way of next play once again. And with that Shyvana, that is a detrimental play they 100% needed to pull off. That's the first Drake of many. If they can keep it up, Shyvana is going to be broken in the later stages.
Oh my goodness. Definitely, when you got a Shyvana as your opponent, the list that you want to give them as a neutral objective are the dragons. I mean, you're just going to be allowing that Shyvana to be empowered later on. So, yeah, I think this time CKM needs to pull off a different strategy. I mean, it's not really working so well. What initially what they wanted to do is just go for an invade, but Wukong is not really the type of champion that you want to go for an invade for, because we're talking about early magic damage coming from the side of Team Next Play Esports, and usually you don't really start off your itemization with some magic defense. But yeah, for the meantime, in here we can see Olaf though just buying his time, going for the turret push down bottom part of the map. It is already past 3-minute game time, so no more additional defense that is available in the turret, so potentially he might be able to take that one out. But full of minion waves are just present already, so Slither Rafael though, maybe it can be backdoored later on.
Okay, so oh man, you said you don't want Wukong to go for an invade again. He's going for another invade apparently with that Lux, which Lux is really known for good invades potential, but they're going to try and get that surprise factor. As Nami and Kai'Sa going to be venturing in the shadows without too much vision, unfortunately for them. The Herald's now going to be spawning on top of the map, while Lux and Wukong are staying on the backside, ready to try and get involved somewhere. They see the top lane is going to be an opportunity to go, but the vision has been set down in the tri-bush, and the dive is going to be happening. He's got Cyclone available, but great tidal wave coming out from the Nami, and that is going to be, unfortunately, a gank that's just not going to work out. Nice try, but unfortunately, the lack of information on that ward made it really hard for the side of Chakaimik to really pick up that gank. So still 2-0, things remain untouched for the time being, while Gragas is going to have to peel himself out of that fight entirely, as things will go back to a passive state.
Quite unfortunate. The sweeping ward, the only player that has a sweeping ward, sweeping lens, on the side of Team Chakaimuk was that Wukong, and it was on cooldown, so they weren't able to check if the tri-bush, if it was safe to actually go onto the tri-bush and plan for a gank. So they kind of fell on that part. I think the Lux needs to help out the Wukong in setting up, the best position where to gank in here, because it's not helping that much. They're giving so much resources already onto the side of Next Play Esports with a 2k gold lead on their hands of the moment. They can even capitalize on to the Rift Herald that they just took away a few seconds ago. And at the same time, you can see how Garen is already shoving the minion waves in the bot. Actually, all of their lanes are being managed so well this time for the side of Next Play.
Yeah, they're managing it actually really good, but I just want to say, I truly believe the Nami is super underrated. I want to see way more of Nami. She brings just so much to the table. Good barriers, good healing, good CC with her bubble, and also with her tidal wave. I think that she has potential combos with a lot of characters in the game, in the lobby, especially with the likes of a Shyvana that can actually follow the ultimate behind the Shyvana as she ults her way inside the engagement. So I would like to see a lot more of it, because I think she truly has a lot of potential and is just underrated compared to other top tier supports such as Alistar, such as a Brawl, or a Lulu, for example. So I think that here is actually good. This type of format allows people to play it, and we'll see exactly what every character is capable of. Though Nami's going to get involved. Nice bubble connects so far on top of the Lux. But Wukong being once again very confident, very far away from his team, as he was thinking on maybe going for that, but he's not going to give it a shot this time around, as though that's going to be Jin caught into a bad spot. Going to try and flash away, but it's not going to work out. Nice tidal wave once again from the Nami, and the Cyclone comes on through from the Monkey, picks up one, can't go for a second as Gragas joins the fight. Nice flash onto the belly, and that's going to be picking up some extra CC. They can't find 2 extra kills. Nice try, though. The ultimate does not connect for Chili on the Gragas, but that was a back and forth fight. 3-2 trade-off. That fight was basically won by the side of Next Play.
Look at Shyvana, 401 with a Triforce already in his pocket, and at the same time, he's just gonna be popping his burnout ability, and that's it. He's just gonna be obliterating everyone he passes through. So that's looking scary. I think what team? Oh, hold the thought because the curtain call is already here. Nice body block coming in from Nami, but oh my goodness, that was highlight worthy. That Lux's final spark connecting onto two targets on the side of Next Play Esports was so nice. And that was so good, so looking good.
One shot, two kill, apparently. That's how you go today. That's going to be great. But now, because of that, they can especially get some extra push down into the mid lane. I'm not sure, Kosaya, they haven't used Herald right yet. I haven't seen Herald push.
I haven't seen it placed down anywhere in the map. I think they got a few seconds remaining, maybe, as I would sense it. But yeah, I was talking about something about what Chakaimok should be doing. I think they need to find that set. I mean, again, they got a locks that can lock in targets, but we haven't seen that happen as of yet.
It's been a little bit hard. Like this is why I think that here Lux was maybe not the best pickup potential to go for, as we're gonna have a nice sick replay of what just happened there. Was that ultimate? It just perfectly set up. They get himself a nice little one. Actually, wait. Oh no, we're not on replay anymore. I thought we were on replay. Oopsie.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
gonna be fine. But the Herald is finally gonna be used up inside the mid lane. They're gonna try and crack it open, find one or two plates if possible, which would be great. But unfortunately, that is all they shall find. While Baron is up on the map, but not going to be their focus either. But we've got to keep also in mind that they got currently 2 Drakes for the Shyvana. That's going to make it absolutely insanely intolerable for the side of Chakaimuk, as Million's going to get pushed up. Trying to go for the tidal wave, unfortunately a little bit late. Shockwave coming on through from also the Orianna, trying to get the engage on top of Nami, but they swiftly peel away from that fire. Now, Shyvana's ready to go for the dive. Garen's also on top of that fight entirely, and they're going down like flies. Chakaimuk get absolutely melted to pieces. Wukong gets a nice 4-man knock-up with the cycling, but it's smited down by the one and only Garen. And they're down now to 3 players. Orianna also followed up with the Olaf and also the Lux, but they are extremely low. They can't contest away this Baron unless Lux ults it, which unfortunately, the ult of Lux is currently on cooldown.
Oh, and now we can see in here that they had a nice attempt on the Baron, but they were super low. That maybe they find it a little bit scary. They're not too sure maybe as to whether the Lux got his ultimate available, the final spark. So they just want to play it safe and just reset and don't give any more casualties for their team.
I really think that here, unfortunately, this is Chakaimuk struggling heavily because they were expecting, this is like pure speculation I'm doing here, but I truly believe their intention was to pick support Nami, and because they do not have it, they're stuck with the Wukong, where's not the best of follow-up. Sure, you do have that Orianna Shockwave ultimate that you can still combo with, but it's not really what they were expecting to play with. And against a composition such as Next Play that is pretty damn I would say slippery in a sense. It's really hard to catch up onto them and latch onto them. It makes the composition a lot harder to execute for Chakaimuk, and I think they're struggling heavily because of that. As on the bottom side, a little bit of a 1v1 coming on through, but unfortunately the GA is currently up for the side of Shyvana, so she's not going to go down. Nice body slam into a flash coming out from Chile, but unfortunately it's not going to result in anything, and it's just going to get a little bit of extra tick damage, as now unfortunately we're going to be seeing Olaf trying to force a fight, but unfortunately getting baited in the rest of his team. Olaf taken down. What the hell was that, my boy? What was that?
What was that, indeed? I mean, he just got off guard in the wrong position, the wrong side of the map, and just eating up all of the abilities that was available on the side of Next Play Esports. But again, I can see the Lux has been trying. Oh, what was that? Okay, I thought Ooze is gonna dive in onto the targets on the side of Chakaimuk. But yeah, for the meantime, final spark has been used again by the Lux, not really connecting onto Joshi on the bot lane part of that map. Curtain call has been used, and let's see what might happen in this team fight.
Jin trying to get a little bit of a curtain call. Nice ultimate coming on through, and it's going to be actually confirmed away with a smite from the Shyvana. She's got 3 Drakes. She's going to be absolutely unstoppable in this game, and she's going to be diving solo 1v1 actually up against that Orianna, but the Orianna peeling is too good and going to be making it out unscathed for the time being because of that GA. She's going to be good to go. Alter, no! Garen altered a fake monkey. That's so unfortunate. But you know what? Still, they're going to be pushing him away, and the Drake still coming in favor of Next Play. But the highlight of that fight, yeah, the ultimate smite of Garen on the fake monkey was a funny one. As Lux goes for the ult, but great tank from Charlie, uses that ability to make up. He can soak up that damage, and he can go for an extra round back to base and get some extra items in his up his sleeve. But that was a good fight. Once again, as I said it, 3 Drakes. They got a Mountain Drake and an Infernal Drake. Those 2 Drakes together are going to be insane. Paired up with also Cloud Drake like Shyvana. The next fight we're going to see is going to be unstoppable, but She does not have GA, which is going to be a big issue. So if I were them, I would buy some time, wait for GA to come back up, to then go for the engage.
Yes, that's for sure. But it's easier said than done. But for here, we can see a Vision. Oh, they're going to go for another fight in here. Want to take it over, Maxman.
Yeah, unfortunately, that fight was just not going to go too far. It was a pretty straight up forward. Wukong was going to go down eventually. Baron is up. They're a little bit too low, though, especially for the likes of that Gragas. So I don't think that here Baron would be the best of calls, especially knowing that Nami did go down initially in that fight. I think that because I know that they took a lot of damage, Chakamuk might be able to abuse this in a way to find some extra lane pressure.
Well,
but they're not going to do much off of it, unfortunately.
The damage from the Orianna is already there as well. We can see sometimes if the members of team Next Play Esports are just combo together in one place, then they gotta be they need to be very careful in the shockwave that is present on this Orianna. And the Wukong also can just go for that Cyclone and just knock up all the members of team Next Play Esports. And going back to the question whether this Shyvana already has his GA up. Where is it? Okay, it's still not up as of the meantime, so I gotta wait a few more seconds. And I think before they go for an engage, then that's when they have to make sure that the GA is already up for this Shyvana.
Yeah, I mean, the GA, especially for Shyvana, is what enables her to play a lot more aggressive and feel confident, because without that, she knows that if she just gets kited like it happened earlier against the Orianna, she's going to be going down eventually. So she's got to be very, very cautious on that one. But if we're looking at the score specifically here, going to have also Kai'Sa is currently in a 3-1-4 KDA. She's in a pretty strong spot. 4-0-5 also for the Shyvana. So far, the two characters you are expecting to carry are looking great indeed. While at that time, Next Play remaining as a 5-man crew, making their way around the map. But they're going to go back once again. Like, I think they're still waiting for them to get himself in a strong spot. They're not too sure of how they want to play it. And they're still waiting, I do believe, for Jushi to get and unlock that GA to get it back on board. That's gonna, I think, to buy a lot of time for Chakaimuk. Like I think they know that they're waiting for the GA, so they're just like, you know what, they're waiting for GA. We're gonna try and bully that a little bit.
Yes, and they have been doing that. Look at the pressure that's being put by Team Chakaimuk as of the moment in the top side as well as in the mid lane part of the map. But not to mention, by the way, GA is also available onto the Wukong as well as the Jhin. So it's just, in case it's just going to be a matchup between two GAs available on both ends. So we'll see about this one. Positioning will definitely matter when team fights happen in the game. But for the meantime, another Drake is about to come up. It's going to be an Elder one. And I think it's going to be the Ocean, Elder Ocean Dragon Drake that is about to come up. So currently on the best and the earlier position is Chakaimuk. So let's see how the team fight will go. This will say something a lot about what will happen next.
I mean, Chakaimuk have to contest it. If they give it away, there's going to be 4 Drakes for the Shyvana, and that is going to make matters even worse. Pretty much impossible to come back unless a big major mistake happens for Next Play. But they are sending them out pretty good. Like, I got to say, the way they're keeping them away from the Dragon Pit is really well executed, but they're spreading themselves for the side of Next Play extremely thinly. I'm seeing especially Nami and Shyvana, like, caught out of position in the bottom lane. Button call coming on through. That's a weird ultimate coming out from the Jhin. Is not going to do too much. A few slows left and right, but almost 0 damage entirely right there. And now they're doing the Ocean. They're doing the Ocean Drake. I mean, they don't really need it, but like if they can get it for sure. But that's going to be forcing the fight coming their way. And I don't think they're fully ready. Shyvana's going to go for the engage, looking for one frag. But Shyvana is alone. She doesn't have her team. Where is team for the Shyvana? She's getting melted down. The GA is going to get procced up. Night 3 ultimate coming on through from the Orianna. The peeling is insane, but they're losing down one by one. Next Play are now struggling. And the comeback of Chakaimuk is real. I thought they were doing the mistake play with that Drake, but it's actually paying dividends. As now, great ultimate coming on through from that Gragas, trying to cause a little bit of disruption in that engagement in the pit. The TP of Garen is coming on through. They want to make sure they can get it. They're so low on the side of Chakaimuk, and they're still going for the Drake. What do you want? It does get smited away by the monkey, and that's going to be also the nice Zhonya coming on through. He will not be able to make it through the wall. Shut down by the Orianna. What a fight, baby. This game is insane.
Oh my. This is definitely insane. I mean, Chakaimuk is living for their name. They want to go for this 2-2 score and even things out up against Next Play Esports. Here we go with the Shyvana seemingly like, okay, you take all first 3 dragons for sure, but we're gonna get the Elder one, which will also provide us some true damage in team fights. So, man, this is looking good so far for Team Chakai. I mean, even the damage of that Oriana already hurts a lot against Next Play Esports.
I'm gonna try and remain as family friendly as possible, but what the frick, Shyvana? You gotta wait for your team, okay? That is not cool. Even though I do understand you do have the GA, you're feeling like you're unkillable, but unfortunately you can bleed, so you can be killed. I want you to stick with your team, especially like you got a Nami too. Like I said it, the combo is gonna be Nami ultimate to follow on the ultimate of the Shyvana. Maybe they can do something based off of that, but unfortunately there was a big lack of miscommunication on their side, or I should say there was a big lack of communication on their side. So hopefully they can try and fix that for the next engagement, as now they're just crashing the waves. Like they've got a 3-1-1 push on like the side lanes and also in the mid with a 3-man in the mid. They crack open another turret with this Baron buff. Like this comeback is currently happening. We might have the reverse sweep in this BO5. It might just be happening. We might just be witnessing history over here in this tournament. It would be insane to see.
Yeah, well, the Loxus fight, I think, accidentally... Olaf, though, on the top side. Will he be a casualty on the side of Team Chakai Mookie? Yes, he will. He will fall down. Looks like they're going to finish in the end. Just going to divert the attention of Next Play Esports. They gotta get it. A 2-2 score so far on this finals round in the lower bracket. Oh my. Whoa.
They get it done, baby. Let's go, Chakaimuk. Back-to-back Ws. That does indeed mean, ladies and gentlemen, that we shall indeed be going to a game number 5. These teams have been fighting through everything, tooth and nail. They are bleeding their hearts out in these games and trying their best to make it into the finals that will be happening tomorrow up against Omega Esports in a BO7 Insane Showdown. But look in that game, Archony for Chakaimuk, 38,000 damage in that game. He was doing so much work. And look at the rest of his team. I'm sorry, but this is why I called hard carrying your team. This is 1v9ing for Archeny. He was doing everything in that game in terms of damage and some great executions. But next play, I gotta say, what was that throw? Especially for the side of Jushi. Like, going solo on that dragon pick, that should have never happened in the first place.
I mean, most of the time, without any damage that we can see on the Oriana, most of the time, it's because Next Play Esports are clamped up together whenever team fights happen. And Archeny, most of the time, with his Oriana, is able to go on the shockwave onto the target. Okay, we are back. Oh, yeah, I was talking about Oriana just making sure that he will be making use of her ultimate at a proper place, proper time, especially when the members of Next Play Esports are clumped up together. I think that's the reason why. Mainly, he's got the most damage dealt for his teammates. Yeah.
Look at that gold. Look at that gold. It's all red. It's all for the side of Next Play, and then last second, like that's exactly the moment that the throw happened, and then it was like, oh, Goldie, hell yeah. That is an insane comeback. If you want to see what comeback Goldie looks like, that's the exact like textbook definition of what comeback Goldie looks like. So well executed at the end of the day. Next play was strong, but that one little mistake was able to allow the side of Chakaimuk to capitalize on it and do the comeback and make the do happen. So congratulations to them. And indeed, I'm going to say it once again, we are indeed making our way to a game number 5 for this insane series that I got to say is potentially the most epic series we had so far in this tournament in the Wild Rift Asia Brawl Summit Finals as of yet. And we got finals tomorrow, BO7. Can you imagine if we go to a 7th game tomorrow? Like, I cannot even start to imagine, but this is such an insane way to close off the event.
Champions are going to be coming up for tomorrow. But yeah, I guess let's go back Dave for the meantime and tell us what you think about the true score so far on this series.
I mean, history. that's the only word I got. History. What is going on? I'm completely blown away by Chakaimuk resilience, man. At this point, like, after all these matches to this point, like, you're tired, you're exhausted, and that game, we saw the graph. The entire game was going towards your opposition. Next Play Esports. They had control through the beginning to the end. But Chakaimu just doesn't know how to quit. They just don't. Like, they have a game plan, they execute the game plan, and they got it. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I think both teams deserve a big round of applause for taking us to the first game of the tournament. The designer of All-Around Ben Pick can rest in peace now. So, we're gonna go ahead and take a short 2-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Get your tea, get your soda, get your popcorn, share the stream, like, subscribe, and turn the bell on. Big applause to all the viewers. Go to Trovo if you have not. Use the link in the chat. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. What is all-round ban pick? In short, in best of series, whether it's best out of 3 or best out of 5, a team can only pick every hero one time. This way, you will never see repeated ban picks over and over again in every single match. For example, in one best out of 3 series, if Team A picked Akali, Alistar, Jinx, Master Yi, Darius in Game 1, they are no longer allowed to pick these heroes in Game 2 or Game 3. An enemy will no longer need to ban them either, as it will be banned for Team A automatically. And the same applies for the enemy team. So applying the same logic to a best out of 7, where a team is required to win 4 matches, it's not hard to see that we will potentially see 15 hero banned for each team minimum, and 25 to 30 hero banned maximum. Why all-round ban pick? This ban pick format is not only a true testimony to a team's strategy pool, a player's hero pool, but also a true incredible competition for viewers to enjoy. You will finally see your favorite ranked heroes played by pro players on the stage, instead of the same bans or pick every single game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets, welcome back to the 2021 World Rift Asia Brawl. The playoff, the final of the loser bracket, the last match of the night between Chakaimuk and Next Play Esports. The winner of this game will proceed and the loser will be eliminated. Who shall fight to the end? We shall find out in Game 3. Before we cut into the caster's desk, ladies and gentlemen, this is your time to use the link in the chat. You head to Trovo.live, cheer on your favorite teams in the Trovo chat, join the cool kids, and I will see you guys in the caster's desk.
Don't know what that voice was, Dave. It was damn epic for sure. Very, very nice indeed. But here we go. With me is going to be Kasaya to break down this final game of this BF5 series. Man, it's been an intense day. We've been covering 12 games today, and it's been all fun all around the board. But here we go. Final game of the day indeed, as Dave rightly mentioned. Chakaimuk versus Next Play. Whoever wins this moves on to the finals versus Omega Esports. Whoever loses takes $300 and gets out in 3rd position. Still recommendable, and a lot still on the board here. But let's go into the drafting phase, as we're going to be seeing some unusual picks make their way into it. And we're going to also see the bans of Lulu and Alistar. Not too much of a surprise, but Blitzcrank and also Ezreal. Now that would be an OG comp to see surface back in competitive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can still remember these champions that we are currently seeing right now. Feels like we are in the alpha stages of Wild Rift. You know, Shinzao really powerful even during the closed beta version of Wild Rift, and now he's making a showing. Sorry today, by the way, there's still no Master Yi being shown here in the draft. There's gonna be a Wukong instead as well for the side and Next Play. And yeah, we will notice as well in the bans that Lulu definitely is something that Next Play Esports doesn't really want to give away to Chakaimuk, and Chakaimuk not really giving away that Alistar as well. But we've seen, I can't remember. Can you help me recall about if that was a successful Blitzcrank from the match that we've seen a while ago?
I don't remember if the Blitzcrank won, but I do remember that he was not doing great.
Okay.
He was having a little bit of a hard time, so hopefully like Blitzcrank would be great. But after the thing is with Blitzcrank 2, you want to try and pair that up with like big burst kind of characters, which is why Ezreal somewhat works with it, because you just bring them forward and then it makes it hard for them to peel away, and Ezreal has time to dash out a lot of damage. And during that time also, if you can bring them into the monkey, into Wukong, he's got that extra cyclone to get the knock up and buy some time for the likes of Ezreal and potentially to Corki to dash out that damage. So I think that the composition is starting to, like, you can see that the compositions are starting to get weirder as time goes by, because they just can't pick the same characters twice in a row. So seem like Vi might just be the one, which is an interesting one, because they got dive potential but an engage potential also with the Blitzcrank. It's a little bit all over the board, but if this was a normal game, I would be saying like that's a weird one. But because so many picks are currently not available, I'm going to be like, you know what, guys, I get it. Do is what you can. Do is what you can.
So yeah, remaining supports that we can see so far for both of the teams. Let's go back to support. So we got a Nami available, and yeah, they are actually overing out the Nami for the side of Team Chikaimuk, which was actually used from a while ago by Next Play Esports. So again, I think not really gonna give you a guarantee, but I think you really need to go for a play wherein you have to make sure that the bubbles will connect, and at the same time the ult as well. I mean, the ultimate of that Nami has such a long range, so you gotta make sure you will just capitalize on that one. But the late game potential, by the way, of Next Play Esports is also looking scary. With that Israel on their composition, and at the same time the Corki as well. Corki, just, I don't know, he's just zoomed in the game. But yeah, basing on the draft, since we're done with this, I mean, the players have locked in all their champions. Maxman, do you think you have your favorite in here in terms of the overall draft? Of course, we can no longer consider if ever, because it seems like Chikaimuk already has reset.
Yeah.
They don't care about the previous one, the previous
I believe that here, purely based on a draft, I don't know what the hell's happening. I don't know how good they're going to synergize and everything, like, because this is a weird draft for sure on both sides. But like you mentioned, a Nami getting picked up because it did get stolen away prematurely on game 4 by Next Play Esports. And I think that here you're looking at it, you can not only combo the ultimate of Nami with the Tidal Wave into the ultimate of Malphite, but also the Chains of Corruption, the ultimate of Achni on this Varus can also combo up really good, as it is like a good AoE route. It's not a stun, it's a route. It's completely different, but still can bring a lot to the table to allow characters like Xing Zhao and also this Ari to really dash out their full potential damage. So I think that this combo is going to require a lot of effort for Chikaimuk to make it work, but there is some potential combos that could happen. And if they connect exactly as they're supposed to, that can make things really scary, especially for the other side. But when we're talking of the composition of Next Play Esports, we have Wukong, but not in the jungle. He's actually going to be in the Baron lane position, which I don't know what you think about this, Kasaya, but like, Wukong lane can be an interesting matchup, but against Malphite, I don't know. Yeah,
Malphite definitely might have a slight advantage to one because he's got some range damage as well, and he definitely, if he builds AP, it's gonna hurt a lot too. But we'll see about that because definitely Chikaimuk will need some sort of front line in order for them to sustain all the damage that might be thrown out by this Ezreal as well as the Corki. But yeah, we'll see about that. All of the champions, though, on the side of CKM, you have to take note, has some sort of CC. Okay, whether it be a stun in the form of a stun or a slow, but it's definitely gonna help a lot into. Okay, I got disconnected. Okay, no, never mind. I'm connecting now in the game as spectator. But yeah, we are loading into the game. But win conditions. Maybe we can talk about what the win conditions are by both of the teams. What do you see is the win condition on the side of the NXP, and what could be the next win condition on the side of CKM?
Well, I'm going to tell you one condition. If he hits the grab early, that's going to be all good to go. And all the information has been given over. Oh, no. Lushy is going to be taken down potentially early on. Flashes away. The Ignite does come on through. And, oh, he just barely survives that one. If Malphite were there, that would have been a frag. The grab misses, unfortunately, for disaster. It is indeed a disaster, as now they're just going to have to peel away from that fight. They do not win anything. They do not lose anything. They do lose a little bit of time on the jungle rotation. Now, everyone goes back to where they should be in their respective lanes or jungle to farm it up, as Nami feeling a little bit confident there. Going to take that fight, but Xing Zhao is ready to join the mix once again. Man, this is an aggressive attempt on the early stage coming out from Next Play, but unfortunately, it's just not paying off.
Yeah, and I'm actually confused if whether they would want to go on to a jungle or just poke out the members of Team Next Play Esports on the top side, though. But in the end, they just decided to just go for that buff. Koki as well as the Vi are already walking towards the blue buff just to stop the members of Team Chikaimuk in going for that still invade on the blue buff. So overall, you can see both of the teams are just are willing to go for some risks, but at the same time, they want to make sure that it will be a calculated one this time.
I'm also looking on the matchups. I'm looking at this bottom side of the map, the Wukong versus the Malphite. It is a pretty even matchup because you do have then this Malphite getting his shield like his barrier every few seconds. But Wukong can also have some really decent healing when it comes down to the early game stage. So it's going to be a little bit of back and forth, a pretty close matchup. And it's mainly going to be down to skill as Wukong's going to try and go for the engage once again. But just a few extra trades left, right, and center. Nothing of significance just yet. The gold lead is only just a few 100 to 200 gold in favor of Chakaimuk as of yet, but it's nothing insane. I've seen also the Vi and Blitzcrank rotating. Like, Blitz is just roaming around the map, trying to give some map advantage, but he's not resulting in too much because they got vision in that bush and they know exactly where they're positioned currently.
Yes, for sure. And I think they're just letting it slide. But in here, the Malphite needs to be very careful of what could be happening in him.
Oh no, Blitz is going to die, and he dies. He gives it over, but gets actually executed, which is actually somewhat worth it. And that's going to be basically the first blood going over because Blitz just got executed by the tower, so they did not get any damage down. As another fight shall continue. The bubble will be missing on top of the monkey, unfortunately. Nice ignite coming on through from the Ari, picks up the kill on the Corki. But Ari now is blocked and stuck with her own issues. As she still wants to keep the fight going, but Wukong under tower can't move away, but the wave is not crashing, so he should be able to live to see another day. But the strat of Levin, I don't know if that was intentional, but if the strat was to let Blitzcrank die to the tower and still get the first blood, that was really well played by Next Play.
Yeah, for sure. Though, you gotta commend what CKM did as well in this game because they were fast to react. And their route towards when they could potentially lock in more members on the side of Next Play Esports was so close. But it's just Next Play as well just don't want to give up on this fight. For the meantime, in here in the middle lane, so it looks like they want to bully out this Archony. Oh, look at that grab.
The grab into the knock-up. The CC combos are here, baby. And it's 2-1. The second frag over to Next Play. And they are hungry for blood. They want sustenance right here. As they are off to a fantastic start already. Let's not forget, in case you guys did join the stream a little bit late, this is the culmination point of the semi-finals. The finals of the loser bracket. Whichever team wins will go into the finals to play against Omega Esport. They've been fighting tooth and nail. 2 games back-to-back for the side of Next Play. And 2 games back-to-back for Chakaimuk. It's all down to this final game. Whoever wins this one wins the series. So you can say that they are both going to be tryharding because I think that this is pretty much tryhard worthy here. I think this is worth it.
This is definitely worth it. But for the meantime, we can take a look at the map. That Ocean Drake is already up and alive. But another grab going to be connecting towards another target. That was too fast. And I didn't have the time to even pass that to you, man. I mean, we have to mention it point already. He's dead. He's gone dead. Yeah, it's way too quick.
Way too fast for us. We have no time to react to it. But you know what? They're going to have time to react and take themselves the first Drake of the game. It's going to be an Ocean Drake. Going to make things a little bit easier in terms of mana and all that good stuff around. So they're going to be in a pretty damn good spot. Here you go. They secure it. Feels good. Alligator at the end of the day. But now we're going to be moving on forward in this game to see exactly what's going to be happening in terms of rotation. There is also Malphite. He did do a little switcheroo of lanes. He's going to try and keep the pressure down up there. And Wukong also is going to be doing something in a similar fashion. But nothing in terms of towers has been yet to be confirmed. Well, Herald is going to be on the menu in just a few minutes normally. So that's going to be something to also keep in the back of our minds, as Herald is indeed spawning in the next minute. So the next fight could also be a pretty detrimental one if they're able to capture that objective once again.
We'll see about this one. For the meantime, some of the members on the side of Next Play Esports are going to go for a reset, potentially get more items for themselves. But yeah, the swap has already happened. 3 members, Shinzao is hiding in the bushes. They got to be very, very careful on the engage that they potentially would want to do. Oh, very patient Shinzao right over there in the map though.
Yeah, even Vi, they were like waiting. Yeah, it's like a Mexican standoff, just like, oh, we wait, and we don't do anything. Unfortunately, at the end, that is exactly how matters go. Bottom lane still got Wukong versus Malphite. Malphite seems like he's a little bit confident, but in the top lane, the dive's going to be coming on through. An absolute destruction. Ezreal, where is he gone? He's gone in the 4th dimension. He's going to be straight back into the Shadow Realm, but that's going to be a trade-off of kills as Ari goes down herself, and here it is. They are chasing for the kills. Great cut-off from Chully on that Corki. Teleport. Malphite's going to try and get involved potentially on that one, but the teleport gets actually cancelled. He can't join up with the rest of his team, and that is going to be set and done. That's going to be a double, potentially frag coming on through, and this Xing Zhao is doing so much work with the Varus. Nice snipe coming out from the Varus, but that is not going to allow them to do the Herald of... Oh my god, the grab! That's a big yes from Disaster, and Ezreal snipes it down, picks up an extra frag, and is 6-4 the lead still in favor of Next Play.
Oh my god, totally. I think that's something that Shiba did not expect. I mean, potentially he thought, okay, that Blitzcrank's gonna go home anyway because he's solo. We saw how obvious, how the Varus was actually trying to take down his HP bars. But then again, okay, I got a vision towards you. Or maybe I could, actually, I wasn't sure if there was really a vision or he just went blindly on that grab.
That was insane. Like, talk about American Sniper. We got our own Filipino sniper in the Mines of Disaster on that Blitzcrank. He's hitting shot after shot, and I gotta say, it is damn impressive. But now, what's going to be most impressive is take some map control. They got the Herald already picked up, so that's going to be great use if they can pop it properly. But Blitzcrank, he's going for it once again. He's going to see the Ari. The grab comes on through, but barely misses out of range. But it doesn't matter. He's got the knockup, the great ultimate too. And that's going to get an extra amount of silence on the enemy squad. And once again, this is utter domination coming out from none other than Next Play themselves, as they are steamrolling through the fights and maybe going to try and crack open this mid lane turret, which would be the best decision to go for. And that is indeed what they're going to try and commit to do, as the wave is still pretty strong.
Definitely some really good, nice level play coming from Next Play Esports. You can see, apart from taking down the HP of the turret in the middle lane, they are just about to take down another turret down bottom. But looking at what's happening on the top side, alright, Shiba would want to react on that one, but I'm not too sure if he's just gonna go for that fight up against a Ryzen's Wukong, but instead he will just end up trying to steal that blue buff. So 27k to 29k, obviously that lead on the side of Next Play Esports. Do you say that, okay, this is already a winnable game for Next Play, or do we still see a potential comeback from the side of CKM? I can still see that too, but it's kind of hard to tell. Like, what opportunity must they look for? Because somehow, yes, they do have the CC, they got the Nami, they got the Malphite as well, and even the Ari, who can stop the members of Team Next Play. But why are they having a hard time having that matchup against Next Play?
I'm not exactly sure what is having the main issue here, but I just want to take a quick second to say congratulations, everyone. Thank you for 1,000 viewers on the Trovo stream. That is absolutely insane, as now the fight's going to be broken on through. Blitzcrank on the front line, going to get some nice CC, gets the silence too. The nice ultimate coming on through from the Nami. Big CC coming on through, but it doesn't matter. The fight gets the Drake, but that doesn't matter. They're falling down one by one. The full team of Chakaimuk is still alive, but unfortunately, their tank in the forms of Malphite is burning to a crisp. Oh my god, the re-engage from the Vi is huge. They pick up 1, 2, and potentially a third.
Man.
This is the entire team of Chakaimuk falling down pieces by pieces. The fight was theirs in the early moments, but they lose it, and the ace indeed, Kasaya, will be going the way of the side of Next Play, and now they're cracking the turrets. They are winning everything. They're running away with the game and potentially the series today.
You do not discount an Ezreal. He got nerfed from when he was super OP during the close beta times, but here you give him some itemization, you give him some items, and just allow the Blitzcrank to frontline for him, silencing all the rest of the members of the side of Team CKM, and then he's just gonna be free hitting from one end to another, and there we go, more grabs connecting onto the targets on the side of CKM, and oh man, this is the time we can tell that, okay, this is a dominating game so far for the side of Next Play Esports. They got this at 10-minute game time.
Man, this is just such, like, Next Play are not messing around. I'm so sorry, but they are not messing in this game. They want to close it off ASAP. They're going to go straight back to basic. Got a lot of items to purchase, I do believe, with a goldie like that. I'm sure they're feeling damn good. Almost hitting and knocking on the door of the 10,000 gold lead in just 11 minutes. That is absolutely insane. Absolutely bonkers, as I like to say also. But Vi, this Vi, really, you rarely see a Vi have such an impact in a game, but this Vi played by Joshi is just on the next goddamn level. And currently, they're going to try their best to keep that pacing going. If they can do so and not give any room to breathe for Chakaimuk, Chakaimuk will not be able to heal from their wounds, and they'll just keep failing every single engagement here.
Well, I think it's also more of what Disaster is doing with his Blitzcrank. I mean, the grabs just on point. He knows who to properly grab, and whenever there's a target that they took away, then they're just gonna go all out on this one. But for the meantime, another fight ongoing here in the middle lane. Maxman, take it over.
GA's going to be procced away, but still, it doesn't matter. Blitzcrank, he's gone. He's been hitting some sick grabs, but you know what? They want to cancel him out eventually. During that time, Vi's going for the split push in the bottom side of the map. They're going to try and look for the Malphite. Malphite, though, is pretty damn tanky indeed, so he should be able to survive it. He shall indeed. But Xing Zhao, oh my god, Xing Zhao, don't give me a heart attack like that. I was back in right next to the Corki and the Vibe. He does make it back to the base. But unfortunately, without the Blitzcrank, they're losing their engage potential. So now they just got to take it slow, recap, go back to base, shop if you need to, and go for the next fight.
Yes, for sure. And now this is also just Joshi, just taking in all of the remaining jungle camps on this on the side of Team CKM. But for the meantime, Chuli needs to back away. Backup incoming from Joshi. Will he be able to make it out? Oh my goodness! It is then Shiba dying onto the hands of the members of Team Nextplay Esports. Wow, 9k gold. Actually, we can just close it to 10k gold lead already in favor of Nextplay.
Man, I'm kind of sweating right now. Great grab coming up through the snipe from the Blitzcrank. He's just next level with a flash and a shield coming on through. That will be Ari remaining alive, maybe? Question mark? No, that's potentially not working that way. Blitzcrank, he's like a carry. Build AP Blitzcrank, I don't give a damn. Oh my god, the monkey also stays alive because of the GA proc. But this Blitzcrank, out of this goddamn world.
Woo. Oh my god. I mean, he's also making use of an ignite, by the way. I just noticed that now. So definitely you will be burning a lot of HP in here from the opponent's side. And by the way, they need to regroup and make sure that they're not gonna giving any more casualties for the team here for the side of CKM, because again, Infernal Dragon, this is what we're talking about. And given that if Nextplay Esports is able to secure that out, they're gonna be amplifying that Ezreal once more.
Calm down, Vi. She just sees someone like, you're dead, mate. You're mine. You're dead, me. And they pick up now an extra 2 frags. Great to see. Wukong, though, a little bit scared. Gonna be going back to his team. He's still got the GA. They're feeling confident. Nice chain of corruption coming out also from that Varus, making sure he can bring some nice breathing space for the team. But they're gonna make it back. Wukong teleports toward the Baron pit. He's got his eyes set on the goal, baby. And that's gonna be a Baron pickup with also the Drake in just a matter of 30 seconds. This game is just so well oiled up. They just know exactly what the next move is gonna be every single time. The Corki, hello. How are you doing over there?
I think
you want to try and 1v1? Ooh.
Well, I think it's just they know that they can just four-man this Baron, and I think it's just shoving the minion waves and just making members of CKM think, okay, we're not really doing the Baron. I'm here, and my members are just somewhere else in the map other than the Baron. But yeah, I'm pretty sure though that's gonna be hard this time for this side of Team CKM, because again, the Baron buff is gonna be present in all the side lanes. And yeah, during this point in time, I'd like to talk about what could be the potential comeback for CKM. What must they do? Is there still hope? Usually, of course, we still usually see this kind of voice, even the inhibitor turrets already falling down. But you know, they still got some turrets, like 4 turrets for the side of CKM. So the question oh my, did you just see the
insane.
true shot barrage coming from Ezreal, putting the life of Nami onto half? My, oh my.
What's happening with Wukong down there? He doesn't have a GA. Like, this would be an ultimate from the Malphite. Like, I would fully engage that. This is your opportunity to win the man advantage, but Malphite is just not going to use it on the Wukong just yet. Even though I think this would be a good call, but now they're just like, what's happening? He just pushes on every single lane. We're getting absolutely cyberbullied in this one. And now they're just locked in their own base. They can't move away from it. There's no Drakes. Where else are they going to go? Well, exactly, next play, they just want to take down that turret, and it should be good. Great, though. Malphite misses the ultimate, unfortunately, and he's going to be the instant casualty of that fight. As now they just keep on diving even further and further. Great bubble from the Nami, but it just doesn't matter as the domination is there. Xing Zhao, he's on a vacation in the Bahamas, and it does not matter. 3-2, the series will be taken over by none other than Nextplay. They take the series and they make it to the finals to fight in an epic BO7 versus none other than Amiga Esports.
Wow, wow, wow. And we did see that Zinnia on the Nami failed to connect his tidal wave onto the targets as well. Congratulations to Nextplay Esports winning against Chakaimuk on a 3-2 score. But then again, I'd like to also congratulate Chakaimuk for fighting so hard in this tournament. I mean, it was no joke to even go through 2 best of 5 series, and it's not just a normal best of 5, man. You gotta face 2 of the strongest so far in the competitive scene of Wild Rift here at the Southeast Asian region.
Man, I got to breathe after that one. I've been screaming the entire game. This is not cool for my throat and lungs. Also checking out the gold graph in this one. Of course,
that's why I pass it on you.
I appreciate that.
I'm doing it on purpose.
The burden is on me now. But what do you want to say there? Really, it's just a dominant showing from Next Play. Sure, that they had a little bit of a hard time, but like that Blitzcrank from Disaster was strong. But I especially want to talk about one player specifically for Next Play. That is in the shapes of Chili. That guy has 18 frags. Like, sorry, not 18 frags. 8 frags and 10 assists. He's been present on 18 kills out of 22 total kills for the entire team. Chili has been roaming around the map so heavily. He's been bringing utility. He's been bringing damage so much to the table, which is why he is currently the top damage dealer of that game, which is 22,000, almost hitting 23,000. Chili truly doing God's work in that game, but Joshi also creating so much engaged potential for his team, enabling them to get that early game lead. And of course, you have to talk about Disaster on that Blitzcrank. I love Blitzcrank myself. A good Blitzcrank, that feels good. That's like visual ASMR for me.
Yeah, whenever he tried to teleport back to the base. But yeah, I mean, one thing that's much more noticeable for me is what Disaster has been doing for his team. I mean, the grabs has been on point. I did not see a grab so far that has been caught off by the camera that has failed, and the silence is just on point, the knock up too, and it's just a proper setup for his teammates. So overall, it is Next Play Esports just being dominant up against CKM on this last round here in the best of 5 match. So congratulations. Next Play Esports will be meeting up tomorrow again against Omega Esports. It is going to be a best of 7 match and still gonna be an all-round ban pick. So Dave, we call you back to the table. This is a 3-2 score. What do you
Summon
think?
Dave.
I mean, I think these two beautiful people have said enough for everybody who are watching. Like that, basically what they said represented what everyone wanted to say, right? We cannot discredit the effort from Chikaimuk. Playing all the way to this point, even the very last game, I think they did their best, but they did not expect disaster from NXP. The blitz, the hooks, the plays. NXP is just a team full of surprises. I think they're actually a team that's made for all-around bin pick in a lot of ways. When you get to the point where you thought, oh, maybe you don't have a lot of heroes anymore, because both sides already have 20 heroes banned. That was the 5th game, ladies and gentlemen. They have 20 hero banned already, and they're still able to pull out a composition that is this dominant with a hero that Disaster is this proficient on. I don't know what to say. I mean, congrats to you.
I mean, I know what to say. Like, I'm going to say Chakaimuk came in this tournament as an underdog. They're coming out of this tournament now as the big dog. Like, next tournament, we're going to see Chakaimuk in. We're going to be like, look out for them. They can win.
Yep. And then the longer the game drags, the better it is for Chikaimuk. Because this team is not just a team that can play, that have a deep hero pool, that has a lot of mechanics, a lot of strategy, a lot of synergy. This is also a team that has players that have intense amount of just energy, you know? Like, what do you call stamina? You know, like that is a true testimony today. But imagine playing 4 games in the previous match, and then now coming here, play 5 games, 9 games in a row. Congrats, though. Still, big shout out to Chikaimuk for their effort and taking the 3rd place in the Wild Rift Asia Brawl, but congratulations. Congratulations to Next Play Esports for making it to the Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we're going to have 2 Grand Finalists, Omega Esports versus Next Play Esports. It will happen tomorrow at 6 o'clock p.m. Korean time. Jog it down on your calendar. Do not miss the Grand Finals exclusively covered on Trovo.live. Let's shake the roof off. Let's bring the momentum, the excitement, the energy to the entire Wild Rift community, to the world, to show them the biggest tournament that they have ever seen. Tomorrow, the Grand Final, Best of 7. Do not miss it. Jot it on your calendar. Share with your friends. With that, that will be it for us tonight. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Stay safe, stay happy, stay productive. We'll see you guys tomorrow.